The scene was set at the beginning of the year with the PGL Copenhagen Major. It was the start of our season, if you like, and for the last few months we have watched the best Counter-Strike in the world. Various tournaments, various teams, and it all culminates right here at the Shanghai Perfect World Major. This is how we end the year. It is how we celebrate Counter-Strike for 2024. And right now we're in the opening stage, finding out which teams will progress, which teams will be one step closer to being named the best in the world. My name is Sam. I'm going to be keeping you company for the first few games, and joining me on the desk to break down all the Counter-Strike you'll be seeing, Maui, Snake, and Dust are here. Day one, a couple of surprises, boys, and then also a couple of not so big surprises. How did it play out for you?
I would say that a few of the favorites are shaping up well, but unfortunately there are some disaster classes afoot. We're seeing complexity fall off of a cliff in the most complexity way possible. We are seeing some pleasant surprises on the other side. FlyQuest, of course, representing Australia and making it look damn good.
Yeah, I mean, when you said disastrous class, I thought you were going to refer to your own pick'ems. Mine are doing great, by the way. All options still alive on the table for 3-0 and 0-3.
It's like a guy talking about fantasy football.
Yeah, you know, I just
now no one really wants to know about it.
I feel like some people out there might appreciate it. If they want to actually get a diamond coin, they should follow me instead.
Do you know
take a look at this real quick, actually.
Well, hold on. Do you know what I think, Dust? I think that he didn't really play professionally. He's never won a trophy. Give him the pick'em. Give him the pick'ems.
All right. Yeah, Dust really went out on a limb, put all of the highest ranked HLTV teams on the left. Very skillful placement at that, Dust. Well done. You put the highest ranked teams. Just the highest ranked teams 1 through 8.
We woke up this morning and chose violence. I have to tell you, in the hotel lobby, it's very early where we are because we're obviously doing this remotely from Romania, and there's a coffee machine in the lobby which was broken this morning, and Dust was almost in tears. Now we've put him on the desk. He hasn't had his morning coffee, and we are just beating him.
Yeah, I'm like Joaquin Phoenix from that movie Her, you know, or my coffee robots just died on me like this. And
I thought you were gonna do Johnny Cash Hurt or something.
We'll say that for karaoke night.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, damn. I thought we were even going to get singing this morning. Okay. Yesterday, big shock. I mean, we're talking about pick'ems. A lot of people had FlyQuest on their 0-3. I did. Maui did. And what ended up happening was they basically went F your pick'ems because FlyQuest had an incredible start to their major run.
Let's just say, though, if your main gag is saying F your pick'ems, grow up. Like, you should be winning these games. You're a professional team. You're a professional player.
I saw Thorin tweet that as well last night.
Yeah,
that you share that view.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that can't be your whole shtick, especially if you won a tournament. So FlyQuest, good on them in order to actually punch themselves into the 2-0 sector so early in this one. I honestly feel like they're playing some incredible CS in terms of just the cohesion between the players. And Alistair is actually looking pretty fantastic, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the main critique against FlyQuest and back when they were in their Greyhound days has always just been, yeah, they can farm within their region, but once you put them in international competition, they start to slip back. But what we saw at Atlanta was they actually could put up a big result. They actually won that over Big in the grand finals. They now beat Big again in this huge lopsided nuke match, and obviously also on their opening game as well, becoming a 2-0 team, where many people put them in their 0-3 column if you're looking at pick'ems across the world. So tip your hat to FlyQuest. They're performing very, very well. Ends being the star that we know that he can be, but he's also getting a bit of performance out of a supporting cast.
This is a bit of a difficult question, I suppose, for you both to for me to ask, because I don't know if you have insight into this. But what do you think happened with FlyQuest between their RMR run and now? My understanding is they went home, but I mean, obviously having a lot of the international teams in the region, do you think that it helped with practice? It helped with prep?
Well, I mean, the thing is that their Asia RMR run, sure, they went through the lower bracket, but they really only lost a single BO1. So it's kind of by nature of the format that it looked a little bit less impressive, because they won consecutive BO3s to actually get here. Although they did drop that single map to Drillas, which made for an incredibly exciting series. Beyond that, it was actually fairly convincing. Even in the grand final, or the lower bracket final, to qualify versus Linvision, they pretty handily defeated them. So all in all, I think that we might have oversold their downfall just because of a single BO1 loss.
I think for me, the eye test starts to pass because I feel like they already had like a pretty good foundation when Dexter rejoined the team as an IGL. I just think it took a little bit of time to work through the kinks and kind of smooth out their mid-rounding. You know, I think that's really been big for them. I think the fact that Dexter as an IGL has always had pretty decent entry stats for an IGL, but now he's just overall performing very well. Now, will that stand? Will that continue? That's really tough to say. But what we have seen is some consistency out of people like Ends and Vexite, some of their star riflers, which is great news going forward.
They're one game away from making it to the next stage of the Shanghai
I think this will be one
major.
of the. Would this not be one of the first times in a long time that a team from that region progressed this far in a major?
I think 2019, the
it's been a while.
The Renegade squad with Assad at the helm.
So that's pretty exciting. On the other side, if you're an NA fan, what isn't too exciting is the Complexity run, which has been absolute dog doo-doo, to be fair.
I mean, what to even say about Complexity at this point that I haven't already said? I've probably expressed every single emotion, all 7 stages of grief. All of it has been told regarding Complexity and the woes that continue to befall them. Seriously, watching them play against FlyQuest, and yes, we just sung the praises of FlyQuest, but the fashion in which Complexity lost this one and lost to Passion UA, it's inexcusable. It is Counter-Strike that should not be played by a team that is one of the longest standing rosters as a 5-man unit in terms of the lack of cohesion and the fact that they're making Alistair look good. Like, come on, I'm gonna say it. He shouldn't be looking this good, okay? Like, I know we're gonna celebrate FlyQuest a little bit, but Alistair's not this good.
You think that's bad? Dexter was styling on Elimination at middle on Anubis all game long. That's what's more wild to me, if anything. And look, the thing with Complexity is this. It's the fact that I have seen them, and we all know this to be true, that they can beat good teams. Like this last season, EPL, they were beating Mouse Sports, they were beating FaZe, they were beating top 5 teams in the world and teams very close to it. We know what their ceiling can be when they get good performances out of Elige, when Grim can be a sidekick, you know, when Halzerk is opping at his level that we know what he's capable of. But then you see games like the ones we saw yesterday where they're losing against a Deco in like a 4 versus 2 to lose a map against, you know, it's just like, what's going on?
I think the main elephant in the room is that it's on the tip of everybody's tongue. Roster mania, roster shuffles. Is Elige already 1 foot out the door? Because I feel like the mentality and the morale from Complexity, it sinks into such a deep hole as soon as there is one catastrophic round. That losing that pistol to Liaz, 3v1 advantage, seeing them peak him 1 by 1 by 1. I mean, those kind of moments, I don't think that Complexity has the resolve to recover from.
Let me let you ponder this with regards to Complexity. You mentioned the roster moves. There's a lot of gossip that Elige might be on the way. There's also a well-known fact that Nico is leaving G2 and the performance is completely different. So maybe the players need to look a little bit inward. I mentioned it about FlyQuest. They're 1 game away from progressing into the elimination stage. Complexity today is 1 game away from going the hell home. Let's take a look at the schedule now. There's 2 streams running, as you know, over on the B stream. This is what you can expect. These are the games that you'll be able to see. Obviously, the Liquid FlyQuest one is an interesting one. Both of those teams, probably one of them going to be progressing. And then at the end of the day, the NA Hope might be heading home.
Jeez. Fighting for elimination against Imperial, I mean, it's a team that historically, just as an organization, has given trouble to this team. Sure, this core is a little bit different now, but some other games to kick things off on that B stream for BO1s that are quite fun.
Let's take a look at what we're going to be working on today, though. This is what you'll be seeing here on this very stream. Obviously, we'll have MongolZ versus GamerLegion at the end of the day. One of those teams moving through to the elimination stage. They're currently 2-0 up, both sides. There is that elimination game that you'll get to watch here. Atom versus Fnatic, one of them going home. But to kickstart the day, we do have Big up against VP. And that's kind of where we want to focus now. Let's talk about this particular matchup. Straight up, the question that I always pose about Virtus.pro, and I guess we're going to do it all over again. On paper, this lineup has some of the best firepower in the world. But in the last few months, it hasn't been shooting off. What is not working in the VP roster?
I feel like the chemistry is simply not there. A clashing of philosophies from Electronic, who joined 7 months ago on this VP team. And for my money, they've seen a little bit of an identity shift, but it's actually left them in limbo. Are they playing James style round to round, or are they going to follow Electronic through these dark times as he tries to put up these performances? But man, his entry stats versus top 10 teams is awful, horrendous. Sub 35% on success rate, and for Electronic just as a whole, I feel like he's a very loud figure in this space, and that is combating James as opposed to collaborating with him.
Yeah, it's tough because, I mean, you look at VP kind of in the middle of the year, they had some pretty solid top 4 finishes, beating Vitality in a couple of tournaments and looking like themselves, and then they just had such a rough patch. Now, I will say they looked pretty decent at Rio. I have to give them a little bit of props for that one. Looked okay at the RMR, and I think one of the big things we're seeing in their favor is the fact that we are seeing Electronic Electronic and Flit get back in pretty decent form, which are the two more aggressive riflers on the team that they really need big performances out of to have success. But I think for me, it does come down to a little bit about what Mari was talking about. It's this juxtaposition of, on certain maps, they are starting to fall more into the meta. They are starting to, pick up the pace, play some of the faster up-tempo style that you like to see on maps like Mirage and such. But then they're still kind of, holding back into their old ways of maybe playing a little bit too slow, playing not to lose. Like you said, chemistry not being there in the mid rounds, and it really causes some problems. And this is a look at the head-to-head for these two teams. These were the two that were the most recent.
Maui, we take a look at this matchup now. Obviously, we've spoken a little bit about the Virtus.pro problems. We'll get into big, but when you see the matchup and how they're working, pretty even kill for two of these teams. Do they kind of trade wins and losses?
I will say that looking at this season and those Blast games that have played out, the first BO3 was in a studio environment. Big won it. The second one was actually in the Blast Showdown, and it was online at 1:30 a.m. local time, and VP barely eked it out. And that's what I expect from a team of major winners, a team with resolve that's supposed to get through those sort of hard times. And so for my money, actually, in full force in this season, I've seen Big at full strength play better than VP.
I said it yesterday, I'm going to say it again. I think that this Big lineup is one of the best we've seen coming out of Big, and I do think that we know they should be in the elimination stage. I would argue they earned that spot. The change occurred. They're not there now. Yesterday, they looked very strong, but then going up against FlyQuest had that loss. How are we feeling about Big coming into this particular matchup?
I mean, that was just kind of one speed bump. I think if you look at the overall average of what they did throughout the RMRs, they have looked on point. Searson has been on fire outside of that nuke match against FlyQuest. Tabson's even been heating up lately as a fragger, and of course as the IGL. And of course, Crimbo and JDC are doing their jobs. I think it's all going to come down to Rigon, and how well he plays can be kind of the X factor as we kind of go through this pick ban. I was expecting either Ancient, Dust 2, or Mirage, because that's the three maps they seem to always face each other on.
I think this is already indicating Dust 2, unless there's a huge flipping of the script. And actually, oh, wow.
Here we go.
Wow. Okay.
Here we go.
Wait, VP banned Dust 2? Okay, that's, again, like, VP to me are a team that have no solid identity. At the beginning of the season, for the first 3 months, Dust 2 was their perma first pick. Like, anytime they could get it, they would go for it. And now they're actually going against Big's Vertigo. That caught me by surprise.
It does, yeah, because, I mean, you look at Big, with this 5, they're 3-1 on Vertigo, and they're 6-1 overall with their core 4, and they've beaten some pretty decent teams, and their only loss was an 11-13 loss to Complexity, so they have an overall consistent performance of Vertigo. No, that's what I'm saying.
Really good.
Complexity's the best Vertigo team in the world, so the fact that they barely lost to them is actually, a good sign that you're only lost. Meanwhile, I will say on the Virtus.pro's behalf, while their overall record in Vertigo is not that great, they have won their last 3 games in a row against, including Mouse Sports and Furia in that, so a couple of decent wins there. So a little surprising to see it, but it's not as if it's a map that, they can't play.
Virtus.pro has major winners. It is a lineup of major winners. And this is a conversation, if you go all the way back to IEM Cologne, that was being had, and the whispers were there obviously when the coach change happened. And then James actually did an interview where he mentioned, well, maybe I won't IGL anymore, maybe I'll step back. Those conversations have been happening for a while. Would you say that maybe the reason we're not seeing Virtus.pro at the form that we should see them at is because, like you mentioned at the start, Maui, maybe there's a little bit of a power dynamic, maybe there's a little bit of a struggle, maybe they're struggling with calling and deciding how they want to play?
Almost mutiny from within the team is how it feels sometimes, with the way that there's a lack of chemistry. And honestly, when it comes down to this game, I feel like that actually is maybe why VP wanted to go with Vertigo. It's so simplified in terms of mid-rounding, in terms of ideas to start rounds. And that's something that even if you have too many cooks in the kitchen, there's only so many things you can even do to mess things up.
I will give this credit to Virtus.pro. Is one of the main critiques about this team is that they didn't follow the meta. That they stuck to their guns of playing a slow, very methodical default style that could sometimes burn out the clock too long and sometimes just be super readable. They weren't dynamic enough to make big adjustments. On a map like Vertigo, they will play an up-tempo pace, which is nice because I think that feeds into what Electronic and Flit can be very good at. It plays to them. So we'll see what they can do, though.
Let's see what they can do. It's time to get into game. Let's start the major off. It's Big versus Virtus.pro.
Yeah, Big taking on VP. 1-1 game in Vertigo, the surprising map that we've ended up on here, Huge Byron. Were you expecting that?
No, to be honest, but hey, if VP want to take on Big on a home map, they can go right ahead, Harry. Recent results were good for VP, right? A string of wins back at EPL, but it's been a while since we've seen this team play this map. Really, anything new for VP, for me, is a delight. This team have been, well, drying up, Harry, on the coat hangers, in the basement. It's getting musky. It's getting musty. Can they show a new style? Can they show anything here in Shanghai? Right now, it's looking like classic VP, slow and maybe even steady.
Yeah, they wait for the first drop of info to come in. They start with a 4-strong hold over in middle. But tabseN's one Molotov drew that stack away, and so now James occupies this spot on the map alone, but very, very quickly, those numbers are going to swarm back into mid for Virtus.pro. And that's the bomb away from Big.
Oh dear.
James Dooley's fire off, finding the double. Big forced back, and so this one ends in a very awkward stalemate over in mid. They do have JDC on a bit of a lurk through the B site. He's made it all the way up the stairs, so Contact looking to get taken over here in mid, hoping that lends a bit of room to JDC. tabseN strikes, JDC up and over the connector, and suddenly this 4v3 starts to get out of control. Can Flit and Fame recover it?
This is so boxed in, they've got nowhere to go. They're side by side, but Big still need to hit a bomb site. They're going to try take it to A. Fame is spotting right now. Both these CTs could swing together, and Crimbo's a shot from death with a bomb. They fight as a unit. Big make it in, and VP allow that completely. tabseN just holds the line, and he gets another kill and a dink. Fame, there's no winning this round now, as tabseN just one shot will do it. He's trying to live by a few more seconds, and Big have done it. From a man down, retaking middle, and that bomb, they take the pistol round. Oh dear.
Yeah, kind of a wild turn in that one.
It all started so good, but VP remains static. They don't move, they don't go for info. Big closed the net. That walk through B was perfect, and even though it doesn't get a kill, it provides enough distraction that VP just crumble in middle. Would love to see another push somewhere, another re-aggress for VP. Try and find those Glocks, but they play too static. They get boxed in. Now Big with all the money. And VP, 5 MP9s. Hey, Vertigo CT side, absolutely winnable. My danger here is there's no flashbangs. If you're just looking to take heads-up duels, you've got to be doing it together. So Norbert pushing up on Gap alongside James. They found one rifle. It's actually only a MAC-10, so not even the upgrade. Meanwhile, Big put pressure on B. This is their way in.
Oh, still back turned on JDC. Fame gets out with a lot of damage, and now Electronic on the rotate over. Bested by tabseN. It's another man disadvantage here for Big up against the force buy of Virtus.pro. But the hot flank from Nova, it's considered, it's held. Crimbo and tabseN trying to do it again. Oh, it's looking like it could be back to back. No, James denies. Hero from the pistol round stands and delivers for VP. And so finally, that pesky duo, that tabseN Crimbo duo is stopped.
And tabseN was hitting some bangers right there. Looking good, but James too quick with it. Little MP9 double up.
And hyping up the crowd.
Yeah, true. Loves the crowd.
It's Norban time.
It is, Harry. But he's only on a FAMAS. Got Scout up on A, couple of pistols. Norbert risking it all. Playing through the smoke. Flit. Ooh, eats a shot early. Gonna have to give up complete control of the ramp right now. As Big, if they want to, they can scale. Norbert still inquisitive. And Big without the util to run an exec. They need openers. The Scout could provide. The Deagles might have to.
Peek on the back cap from Electronic. Looks likely. Tries his hand at it. Big holding on to this though. They've looked to stop the re-aggress into the top of the ramp. Even a dink down range onto James. Bit of help was needed, but VP have got the numbers here. Crimbo creeping in. But it's the hot flank out of Virtus.pro that looks to seal the deal on this round. Back turn on the two top round players, and a nice crunch from VP.
It was a crunch. Won't go as far as nice, but you know they get it done.
You know, double short push, swinging out from the headshot angle.
Just got a bit scared there, Harry. They're looking down ramp and bigger on sandbags, but hey, VP get away with it, and those are the active moves you need to make on CD Vertigo. You can't just sit back in the bomb sites. Sure, there are some nice crossfires on A. It's definitely one of the better sites to do that on, but I think if the map is quiet and the T's could be either resetting, they could be flanking you mid. If you're losing info, you need to gain something. You've got to repush, and doing that together is such a nice way of gaining more space and information. So double short push wins the round for VP. Now they're up against the pistols. Flash is ready, and a peek comes through off the back of it. Fame will convert a kill, and VP should be smooth sailing here on this B-bomb site.
Respect to Big for just running that one down. Didn't spend a lot of time talking about the next round. They want to get straight into it. They want to hit the ground running here on this T side.
They want the pistol.
Guns out now. Not going to have that AWP for Searson just yet. James has his AWP. And it's a Searson scout on the other side to try and punish. That at least gives him some leeway to try and fight for ramp over these smokes. James takes his AWP into middle.
Oh, I love the deep line. It's very committed, but he's got Electronic to trade him. So it should be good for a kill if things go wrong here for VP. James, how long will he wait on this angle? Because Crimbo looks like he's in no hurry. James certainly is. He wants to force his frag. Crimbo peeking in. James gets the pick. And VP can rotate that AWP to wherever they want. Right now, Big getting suffocated on this T side.
Yeah, seeing the AWP taking a fight like that in middle feels extra frustrating. Not only are you a man down, you know James isn't going to hang around there. So it's not even really info for Big here. As you say, that AWP's freed up to rotate to wherever it wants.
And
James takes it over here towards the A site. That's where Big are looking to end up in this round. He's in the right place with his weapon of choice. And look at all those nades.
The Xantares nades, we call them, right? Just spam them over the top of the crane. A lot of damage potential.
You can't use the Xantares nades against Big. He used to do this all the time when he was in this team.
Well, they can and they will. There's the first of many to come. Oh, that Molly's burning flit. He's got to move. Gets behind a bit of cover. James on the AWP. The smoke lands in his face. That's a nice exec for Big. What are they going to do now?
Flashes in. There's that James AWP. Flit on the board as well. And these nades still haven't been lobbed out yet. Just the one so far. And the rest might not even be needed. It's just Searson left in this. One kill on the scout, sure, but he's got to do something miraculous here. 10 seconds left, no time to plant. He's looking for kills, but just forced to combat save. They could even hunt him down after time. Fame aggressing down through short, gonna delete Searson and finish another one off for VP cleanly.
It's a bit of a shame for Big because they had a really nice molly to push Flit out of position. Then they had a great smoke to get the AWP off the heaven line, knowing James would be rotating off that mid pick like we talked about, but they didn't throw them at the same time. So James gets smoked out. He just re-peeks the molly side. There's no cover at all. So easy shots really for James crossing in, and Electronic is even swinging. He's looking confident right now. That's not a good sign for Big. 4-1 down in a BO1. A prime position to get yourself up and early into those BO3s. A match from from qualification to the next stage. Oh, James tagged early. But he's going to live to tell the tale.
Yeah, you feel like even the fact that last time you saw that AWP in middle, you witnessed the double setup, you're a little hesitant to try and chase James down. You've at least forced him to go a bit more passive on the AWP. But in the same way that, you know, you're crediting Electronic looking confident here, much can be said the same for James, right? Swinging mid in the pistol, doubling up on the dually since he's had this AWP. He's been finding good impact. Electronic tries to wrestle with the M4, does get overran. Fame and James, nearly the collateral, but Fame head on a swivel, gonna bail them out. This is very convincing from Virtus.pro.
Yeah.
And it's nice, you know, that play there with two guys kind of back-to-back, Fame and James, that requires a good level of synergy to know, you know, when that AWP's fired, I need you to turn around, I need you to help me.
Yeah.
Fame, who's battling over towards, you know, the window at mid, suddenly 180s back round, bails out his captain, stops that getting weird in any way, shape, or form.
And more important, you've got to hit your shots, which seems really basic, but that's actually a nice split from Big, at least timing-wise. They get over Con and they get up B stairs at the same time, and so in theory, you're just overwhelming the two B players, and VP basically hit every single shot they need to. So it looks silly when it's held well, but one kill coming in from Big means that round crumbles. So super solid holds from VP right now, 5-1. They played static in the pistol, they played active ever since. Some nice double setups, some nice re-pushes. Jame going for openers on the AWP. This is the VP we want to see. Searson's got to be the game changer. Orb up the ramp, Big with the bottom smoke. Lets him peek over it. He knows he's going to get a fight here. Pick his targets wisely. That nade for Jame, just baiting him in. It was already smoked on the gap side. Crimbo can molly Jame out of position, but he's already repaused. Gone back to middle. VP just playing for ramp fights right now. Ooh. Great grenades.
Yeah, the nades have been real nice for Virtus.pro. Regon. Looking like he wants to try to take the space in at the top of ramp. There's that Searson AWP.
Oh, he's got
Moving up and holding the line. Electronic just swings out back cat and deletes him. They lose the orb. They lose these long sight lines, and that's going to free Jame up just this little bit more to feel involved here. 40 seconds and it's grinded to a bit of a halt for Big. They're looking for their way in, up through short. JDC calls the bluff of that molly, plays ahead of it. So now he's deeper than maybe Virtus.pro are ready for. But it's still this Jame AWP on the line. Electronic dead. Jame tries to swing wide. Regon gets rid of him. It's all eyes on Fame. And it takes Crimbo, the third man in that puzzle, to piece it together for Big.
That's a B&E Rigon coming back in. Beautiful running headshot to find Jame. A crucial kill to stop that from finally being held for VP on the A side. And Big, they take it slower, they take it steadier. They get a double smoke in. They beat the molly, they don't jump the gun. And they overwhelm VP despite the three-man hold on A. So Big, can they bounce into this game and find a little bit more? The jump nade from the top indicates there's only one player here, but Electronic makes it pretty clear. Throws his nades from the bottom, keeping Big honest. And right now, Big are just tussling for any map control. They can't get a thing right now. Smoked on all fronts. So there's going to have to be, yet again, another slow round here for Big. Looking to recommit to the bottom of B, pushing a player back here. Let's start with Fame. The smoke can be a poison chalice. Very easy to walk in, pop a flash, or even boost over the top. So VP can never let their eyes off this util. In fact, they're going to go one step further. They're going to go ahead of it. Electronic push very close. Big setting up a full execute.
Considering VP fought for so much early control and got it, they still have a surprising amount of util left to slow this down even more. Electronic tries to play through that Molotov, and it's a lot of damage, but no kill. Look at the B stack, though, for Virtus.pro. Three strong inside of the site.
Norbert still needs to hold Crimbo. This still doesn't matter. What?
Spot JDC getting boosted up. Spam from Fame connects. All these other wounded players trying to get up through the ramp. So vulnerable to the util from Virtus.pro, and Big, they've got to write this one off. It's a non-starter of a round.
Yeah, Crimbo even got that mid pick. He beat Norbert out on the headshot angle, but It doesn't matter. Big get slammed. That wall bang on JDC, that was the only way they were getting in off the boost.
Dude, for VP, that's such a sick-looking round. Like, when you fight for that much early control, the downside is you're burning a lot of util, right?
Yeah.
And they did make Big waste a lot of time. No picks presented over towards ramp. They locked them out of B for the longest while. But it was, you know, once the util kind of started to approach its limit and you're down to the final few nades, smokes, and mollies, that was where they showed a great deal of restraint, and they kind of waited for the picture to be built as to how that was planning out. They had the boost over towards A to confirm that no one had made it up ramp after the smokes had faded, and from that point on, they fully leant over towards B. They put their limited resources into just milking as much time off the clock as they can. And if you're Big, you felt like at every turn in that round, you were getting smoked off, you were getting naded, you were getting mollied, you were never allowed to actually start anything on your T-side round. That's kind of a brutal way for it to go.
To be honest, of 8 rounds of play, even in the 2 rounds VP have lost, they've had the right stack every single time. They know exactly where Big are going. They know when they're getting committed. Right now, there's no reason to, you know, cool around a fake if you're VP. Big are making it blindingly obvious. And a slow B execute that slowly as VP cycle smokes and mollies only convinces you further. Sisson holding the yellow gap.
I mean, that used to be, you know, one of the great strengths of James. You felt like he was so good at placing his stacks well.
Yeah.
You know, having a good read on the game. I remember some of the VP Infernos where he would call stacks with like no info. It was more on like what they hadn't seen was how he pieced everything together.
Or just knowing his opponent, right? Like being able to call 3, 4A, you know, 4A setups or 4B setups sometimes on Inferno in the start of the round, and the team just executes into him.
Dude, here's another kind of example of them, you know, holding on to this late round util. No one's in a rush to use it.
Oh, no.
Oh, Crimbo! That was a golden opportunity.
He even waited. Boom. Oh, okay. James gets robbed. That was a tag on Sisson. Look at the nade damage. 3 players on their last legs. This is anything but a safe round right now for Big. 5 on 4. Don't let it deceive you. VP are all here.
So you've got 4 incredibly wounded players for Big walking into this 4-man hole. JDC and Tapson, the 2 with any health. And so this might be a bit of a shooting gallery for Virtus.pro. JDC traded as one by one this VP Beast swarm over the approaching Big squad at 7-2 Virtus.pro.
That's like the best example you're going to get all game, right? Like VP and Big trade blows with the AWP, and then immediately after James spots Yorp, everyone rotates A. That's the call. We've seen Sisson. He's not a lurk AWPer. He's with the pack. He's playing with his riflers. Just believe it. They have top ramp, but they're going to execute. I don't think VP even realized how much damage they'd done from the spam, from the nades. But it all added up. It was spread so thin. And Big, I mean, they like it's almost feeling too late, but they needed some lurker. They've needed some piece on the other side of the map to actually clear out these empty bomb sites, especially in a 5-on-4. You can actually afford walking Crimbo into that B bomb site. And if he goes, hey, it's full clear, you rotate out. You trust that. Because right now, Big have walked in stack after stack after stack.
I think in a way that this is where like the start of the rounds for VP is where they're getting so much mileage out of this util. They're kind of going heavy on, you know, like you've had the double B setups, you've had the double mid setups. They're constantly keeping you guessing as to where that 2-pronged hit is coming in, and then they're allowing the other 3 to kind of lean over towards ramp and fight for that early. Even in this round, right? Gap is mid. VP have no one middle. And that's because they're going to go and try and take away this control at the stairs. That's exactly what they're doing here between Fame and James. And so JDC, trying to get this lurk activated, does have his work cut out for him. That is a big kill to have picked up. And it goes untraded. James was not in a position to help out there with JDC making it across.
Look at VP Gamble. You can't really blame them at this point. They're moving 4 players B. It finally feels like it's going to fall on the wrong way for VP.
I think they're actually already starting to get a bit suspicious about this not being the B play.
Yeah, A-nade's getting thrown in. Only Norbert here right now, but this is an insurance policy. He's going to try block the smoke. Won't really stop it. Does pull 3 players back though, Harry, and that's really what matters. Can Big fake out VP enough in this round? They're not going to get given any more kills. Electronic has B stairs. He is flanking the map, but this is actually turning into a B split.
Electronic, if he falls, that's the round. And caught looking the wrong way. tabseN collects the flanking Electronic. JDC teed up back in spawn as well. Won't allow VP to rotate in for this one. And so finally Big look to break through here.
Yeah, finally Big play a little bit more heads up, right? They get that pick. They put some pressure on A, throw a full exec, then they walk out mid. Meanwhile, the bomb's walking it back, and VP have fallen for a hook, line, and sinker. Finally, Big realize what they need to do to break through and avoid this VP stack, but you still have to wonder, with 7 rounds of VP on the CT side, is it too late? Big need all 5. This is at least a start.
Awkward there. They bait out the shot. Good awareness from Crimbo, right? That's a very strong position. The shadow gives the holding player a huge advantage. But he kind of baits the shot.
Yeah, it does, definitely, info-wise, but you also see a lot of people shoot shadows in this game, right? The muscle memory of 15,000 hours in CSGO. And now all these new shadows. People still haven't quite adjusted to it. I like the VP buy here. Trust in their half. They've had a great CT side so far. Can they put some mustard on it?
I mean, JDC is going to be a requirement. He's the guy you're going to find over towards this B side of the map. This time he's got everyone with him. Electronic caught out on an island, and Fame full blind swings out into JDC.
Just save.
And will be the call from Virtus.pro. They're already going through those motions.
Nice little exec on B. Big get given all this room because VP don't have the util to block them out of B early. Think about that round where Electronic and Fame push down, do the deep smoke, keep Big honest, sorry. And this time Big just contact onto stairs. They go with 5 here. Let's throw a full exec. Certainly makes it easier when you get an entry like that. Sick boost for Big. Kind of classic Big maneuver. But nothing to find here as VP already give up the round.
I do really like that.
I'll be stealing
Yeah, I'm stealing that.
Yeah.
Remembering this one for later. Thank you, Big.
You can do that with a rifle as well. Doesn't need to be an AWP.
This T-side recovery felt like, you know, there was a world in which VP just steamrolled this first half.
Yeah.
But that one big round from JDC has really teed them up to recover this half. And you know, I think that was always going to be a requirement here. For the longest time, it felt like tabseN was the only guy outputting much for Big. Now he finally has a supporting cast around him. And JDC's been a huge part of that. Taking the spawn, he's run straight up the B stairs. Regon tries to replicate that and ends up getting shut down. Crimbo once again best in orbit over in middle. And so they know right now, if you're Big, you know there's a lot of pressure on VP to start moving around the map. Even though they find that opener on B, losing mid represents a big problem. And so Jame has left the A site, taken up middle on that orb. And so for the time being, this VP defense is kind of shuffling around. Feeling a bit of pressure, but they've done a good job of taking space back over at B. They've stolen away the stairs control. Flit went aggressive down the ramp as well, and Jame cleared out middle earlier on. But that might be a bit of a ruse, as Big recommit late into mid. Now Jame had already cleared this earlier. Electronic. First kill found. There's the lineup, and it all comes together for Electronic. He's on for the ace. searsyn falls as Jame bests him, and so Virtus.pro, spearheaded by strong performances from Fame and Electronic, get out of this first half with a very strong lead.
Yeah, you can't really ask for more from VP in this game right now. They've had some beautiful opening rounds, right, going on that early streak of 5 in a row, off the back of stacks, off the back of Big just walking into the lion's den. And these are games where you need players like Rigon to be stepping up. Right now he's 2-11. This could be a classic map for Rigon to just find some pretty simple entry kills. But feels like he's had next to no impact. He got that one entry on Jame in a rifle round they won, but otherwise he's been absent from this map. Searson getting, I wouldn't even say out-orped, but just finding 0 picks other than, again, 1 on Jame of impact that I can recall. This has felt pretty empty for Big so far, even though they finally realized how to break in at the end of their T side. It was only a couple of rounds. VP full control of this game, but their T side now, what pace will they be setting? Okay, VP. Oh, no, I take it back. They're walking.
Nothing wrong with not giving the sound cue. If they find JDC in mid, maybe that tempo changes. He's fallen early.
More here.
Big very quickly look to reinforce middle. Yap Searson slowly making his way over to lend a helping hand. tabseN's out on an island for now, and that second man of Rigon pushing through the elevator smoke falls straight away. Open sightlines now for Virtus.pro. They've just got to get past Searson, and they overrun him.
Good chase.
They won't be ready for Crimbo. He pushed all the way through down here towards ramp. So these dual Berettas out. And here, much quicker than VP might be ready for, but he's already been spotted. That element of surprise now gone. Got the right weapons for the job. VP, off the back of those flashes, had time to get set up here. They could triple swing him. They can count this down. They can wait till he takes first contact. He's trying to break apart the fights, but Norbert dominates in this pistol round. And winning this for VP gives them such a huge leg up now. Big do not have many a chance to save themselves on Vertigo.
They love to, everyone loves to scapegoat Norbert. VP love to scapegoat Norbert, but you know, you need a player like that who's willing to make the jump around the corner on the Glock round, who's willing to throw himself in. Just so happens that Big can't catch him in the air, and he picks every single player. A pistol on top of the half they just gave us. You really don't feel like there's a way in for Big in this game. Not in this round. Full mid stack. VP creeping into B.
Oh, an electronic. And Flit on these SMGs going to feast on that big stack over in mid. Does sound like a fast food item.
I'll have 4 big stacks, please. That's an angle for Searson. But electronic checks it. And tabseN gone as well. Nice and clean for VP, 4 alive. MAC-10 still in play. But that just means Big need to buy helmets in their first rifle. If they don't, it could cost them. A risk they're willing to take to allow for utility. But there are no second chances on this BO1. Put up or shut up. Big need this round.
Yeah, this is where they've got to deliver something here to Big.
Auto rush.
Straight in with the MAC-10. Electronic, blistering pace, and Big weren't ready for it. Rigon caught, nothing accomplished on that push out towards Crane. It takes tabseN to trade it back. Manages to cross into the sandbags, but seeing him here, if you're Virtus.pro, you can get away with some free damage. The molly forces him wide, and Big, look at this. They full rotated 3 bodies over towards this ramp side. Waterfall smoke in, but VP have been quick to adjust.
Even if VP push Crimbo back a little bit, they can actually recommit to A, but if they just walk back up A ramp, Big is still going to have numbers here. So Fame needs to put some pressure on this B bomb site to at least force a reposition. Crimbo's got too much info. He wants to hold on to it. The flash will do nothing. The spot might be enough. And suddenly Fame putting enough pressure on. Look at Big panic. Look at them rotate. They've now only got 1 A player in this round. These are the kind of lurks that Big needed on their T side, and they're realizing it far little and far too late. Meanwhile, up gap come 3.
They overrun Searson, nothing he can do there. Even a deep smoke into elevator. tabseN calls the bluff, tries to play through it. And James never bit down on that, holds on.
That's exactly
you're
that's
dead
exactly
on. Those
what
are
Big
the
wanted.
rounds that Big didn't have in their first
Just
half.
one guy pushing back the B anchor who has all the info and that allows for this heavy A stack. Because VP, as soon as they get spotted top ramp, they completely leave. By the way, they always had the intention of coming back. They never left A. They were just sitting below the ramp, below the forklift.
But I mean, you know, even the way that that round starts for VP had a kind of a signature difference to how big T-side did, and that was they didn't respect the ramp smoke. They rushed straight through it. They try to force that early fighter ramp, knowing that that puts pressure on the defense, and then strengthens, you know, the lurk that Fame is able to do over a B. You know, Big are going to be a little more jittery, are going to be a bit keener to rotate now that it's a 4-on-4. Big felt like they gave so much respect to Virtus.pro's util. And so oftentimes, you know, they're playing rounds in the final kind of 30, 40 seconds. Yeah. And at that point, it allows VP, or it allowed VP, to just rotate to wherever the contact was taken.
I love the way that Maui characterized this map on the desk for VP in the sense of, like, this is a team that we say have too many cooks in the kitchen, right? Or at least Electronic and Jame, and stylistic differences, and who knows how they're playing right now. But what this map does allow VP to do is just keep it pretty basic, do a bit of push and pull, which is VP classic. If you think about peak VP, peak Outsiders, back at Rio, it's push and pull. It's sure, it's a lot of slow defaulting, it's a lot of punishing re-aggression, but more often than not, it's VP being able to send on one side of the map, go back to the other side, then recommit to the first side and win the round, because you're just scrambling. You don't know what's real, you don't know what's fake. Right there, Big fell for it. First gun round. They think, oh, it's a fake A, go B. VP are not that 1D. They hit that A site contact. They find their first gunny, and Big, time's up.
Too many cooks in the kitchen, but if you only got ingredients to make mac and cheese, that's all you're going to be making.
VP with a bit of freedom here. Only one rifle. No, it's not been a lot to celebrate for Big in this game. Look at Fame,
and
he's
I love
in
this.
the side.
No push and pull in this round. This is just straight on pushing.
You got to pull your hair out. There's a guy quad, they can't even clear him out. He's just wiggling and jiggling. Fame messing with him. Tabson pushes back in, but now VP have guns up. They're getting flooded. This could get a little bit weird, so VP, they do pull this time out of the sight, taking these long-range fights and winning every single one. JDC with a rifle out of nowhere. They've got a molly. He's trapped on the left side. JDC finds a third, and it's up to Sears and 1v1 against Norbert. He'll win it, and Big overwhelm VP.
A huge round from JDC. Monumental, right? The one gun in play for Big, and he puts it to work. Also, I want to give credit to Tabson there. I think across this game, he's been like the one guy fairly consistent in what he's brought to the table for Big. I think he's had a great attitude as well across the RMR and into the major. And if one thing's kind of clear from how he's playing, I think he probably feels that Big are playing a little bit scared right now, right? Like he calls the bluff on the smokes, runs straight through it, and that's kind of what spurs on everyone else from the Big squad to do the same. Up until that point, they were all just waiting behind the exec, and I think he knows, you know, you can't win that round. If you respect their util and they have the rifles and you've got nothing, and then you're giving them the respect, it's over.
Yeah, he'll take 1-for-1s there. All right, neither team knows about the AWP in this position because the smoke put up blocks it. Searson, though, teaches Flit the lesson. Finds an opening kill on the ramp. James is still searching. Regon pushes him with a molly, but James gets out. Had a couple of games like this for Regon. Actually, on Vertigo, he's done it a couple times here at this RMR into Major. It's not been a great map for him. 2-15, absolute stinker. But JDC and Crimbo locking down the B site. Smoke is down. VP will say thank you. They'll take that space. Now they know they have stairs. Can pull some boosts. Can play inside the smoke. A lot of options presented, so eyes on for Big.
Flashes rain in. JDC bested after one. Crimbo, line held,
nice.
time bought. And it's just Jame left standing. 1v4, he heads for the hills. VP can't find their way in.
Would love that default molly on the exec, right? Like Big just get given free fights. It's one flashbang, they both dodge it, they re-peek, they're just ADing into fights. If Jame gets that molly in straight away, I think VP have a way better shot of actually winning that round. They can find Crimbo and set up. Jame will survive, Jame will keep his AWP, but that's all they're going to have to play with in this round.
I like that Crimbo and JDC are both started to kind of come alive on that B side of the map. I always have high expectations for anyone who was a part of those academy teams on Vertigo. This used to be actually one of the backbone maps back then, so you just have a crazy number of officials if that's where you came from. Obviously, it's been a long while. But, you know, this game started pretty slow for JDC and Crimbo alike. And JDC was kind of the first guy to get switched on online. Now Crimbo's up there with him. And so just that save Jame AWP now for Virtus.pro. The gap is starting to close on this one. I don't know if you're entirely worried yet. Jame wants to make a move with this AWP.
Cheeky.
Wild routing.
Yeah, it's not very Jame-esque, is it? But it gives him a really strong angle. He's going to jump up again. Top default, though, for Crimbo. Jame pushed off. Crimbo might have seen that that's an AWP as well.
I don't know if he did.
Oh, flashes get VP a lot of space. This could get a little bit weird right now. Searson's coming in to stem the bleeding. Molly's going to cause a problem. Searson hits a second shot, and it seems like all is well and good for Big right now. Jame not given an angle with the smoke down.
The thing that's a bit of a shame there for Jame is like now he just doesn't play the round, right?
Yeah.
Like saving that AWP is the best call for Jame.
Yeah. It's very early though.
You know, that's, if anything, why he takes the wild routing, right? Like, you let the AWP play first, hope that he can get you the opening, and with that, you can swarm into a site on the pistols, get a bomb plant. Suddenly, it's kind of worth Jame hanging around and trying his hand. But when VP are gifted that much space, they take it.
I mean, it's such a read, though, because to do the routing like he did, right, just run through bottom B with the smoke and jump straight up on the left side, you're telling yourself there's no one top wood, there's no one Tetris, there's no one fighting. Like, Jame just reads that there's going to be no one playing aggressive for Big. High risk. He's in trouble now. 14-5, might be 14-6. Oh, Rigon's knife out, pushing gap. It's not going to help your game, buddy.
They're all hunting this AWP down, though. You want to deny a Jame save if you can. And right now, it's Searson on for the ace. Shouldn't be in a position to get it, as tabseN is going to beat him down the ramp. Stopping a Jame save. tabseN will succeed in that goal, and the AWP knocked out. Death coming in after time for Jame. That is worst case scenario for an entire, minute and a half. He didn't play the round. He elected to commit to that save. And so that's no small feat for Big. That's knocked out a serious tool from the VP wheelhouse here and put their money in an awkward spot. So, I said the game's closing up. You might not be worried yet, but losing a round in that fashion, the worry starts to creep in if you're VP. They use up their last timeout now.
Yeah, they've been burning these. I don't want to be worried. Like, I feel like VP have put on a pretty solid game. They had a great CT side. They convert their pistol in this half. They even win the bonus with the MAC-10 rush up A. But that's 3 rounds in a row for Big, and VP have shown they've looked lifeless in those rounds. Sure, some eco. But this has to be a new look now for VP. Again, go back to what they did on the bonus. He flashes up ramp, but Searson just peeks aggressively. Molly, Flit. Oh no, he's in trouble. Searson can't escape though. Rigon with a crucial trade to keep Big in advantage.
Considering he's been having a dire game, what a time for Rigon to hit the mark.
That's massive. Double kill.
Oh. All right, JDC picked up for free. Trying to be slick with it and coming on this ram flank. Norbert back in spawn. Says thank you for the freebie.
Well, Fame v Crimbo.
Yeah, this could still get interesting now.
This is a fun head-to-head. Two of the stronger riflers in the rosters. Flash is good, though. Big play with support. And Fame gets nothing. Up gap comes another. Tabson wins his. Fame just got to fight through the orbs. Tabson's not letting him go. This is getting worrying for Virtus.pro.
Dude, I tell you what, you know, for Big early on, you didn't really have anyone stepping up. It started with JDC and Crimbo reinforcing Tabson a little bit, but in this second half, there's absolutely no denying it. Searson has come alive. Look at the opening duels for Searson, 5-0. He feels like he's so consistently finding these advantages. These weren't things that Big had to rely on in that first half. And he's playing with such confidence as well. Just these constant swings out through short. Always trying to duel down ramp. Me and you spoke a little bit about Vertigo across the RMRs and here in the major, and how, you know, AWP for CT side has changed a little. You don't get as many of these straight up ramp fights, but Searson loves them. Fast B pop, Crimbo there, all alone. Support was far away. Big, these can sometimes be the hardest rounds, right? VP feel like they have nothing to lose, so they play very fast, play very loose. Big have to hold on here. You don't want to be all the way, you know, 4 rounds deep to embarking on this comeback, only to have the Tech-9 strip it all away. And so Tabson leads by example there. Bit of help from Regon. And Big keep that one in check.
Yeah, VP just run dry on util, right? They get great positions, but what can they do with it? Because Big aren't overplaying it. They're waiting for rotates. They want 4 rifles peering in, and then they start throwing in, essentially retake utility. Nade, molly, default. VP are getting turned to dust. And Big just win every fight against the Tech-9s. This is now 2 rounds the difference. In a game that Big looked done in. VP. Is there anything left in the tank? It's got to be here. James Orp appears. I don't think he's had any openings on this T side, though. Certainly not felt like it.
Something to notice in this round for Big is finally they don't have Searson's AWP fighting down the ramp, and that's been, I think, so important. Instead, he's taken up this line in mid. Now, you'll see AWPers do this a lot. Hell, you saw James do it a lot in the first half. It's a strong line for the AWP, but if VP never come middle, you won't have that chance at the opener. Norbert, sure, he's in ladder room, but I think he's there just to throw the Molotov, right, to assist in this ramp take. So I don't think that's a fight Searson ever gets.
Oh.
James AWP now rallies off for the opening. Right place, right time.
Okay, VP have to win this round or they're going to lose this game right now. They've got a 5v4. They've got the option to pull back and they'll take it. But Big, their B hold has been rock solid all game right now. Push-up gap denied. This is only a fake, but Regon gets another double. How's he done that? The 2 rounds required of him on this CT half, he's put up a multi-kill.
It's actually mad. He's been a non-factor for Big, and suddenly that double might have just saved this round from spiraling out of control. Now you've got this dependable B hold. Trying to hold down.
Oh no.
Crimbo up close, quick flick on a Fame, and it's just James starts this one with the 5v4. And from that point in, 1 more kill is all they find.
Dude, this is evidence that you're never out of the game, right? 2 and 16, you're never out of a game. You've never lost it till the scores come through to the GGs in chat. Regon was irrelevant. He was a problem for Big. He finds 3 kills. 3 multi-kills in rifle rounds in a row. Unbelievable recovery. Big are now favorites.
VP broken. Another one of these looser, more aggressive rounds out of Virtus.pro, but it's the last one they're going to get to play like this. Dead early on Flit as he tries his hand at the spawn. And re-aggression from Big. They battle for ramp. Regon throws himself into the pistols. Oh, Jane with a double up.
If you want it done right, do it yourself.
They pump the brakes. But interestingly enough, right, and oftentimes when they get this control, they'll go back towards B. They do send some of these players further afield, but the bomb remains over at ramp, back of Jame. Crimbo pushing up over in middle, collects that freebie onto Norbert. It's going to have to be Jame and Electronic, the two topping the charts, the big two names in this Virtus.pro squad. Jame with the double kill to his name already. Util comes out. Might not always see eye to eye, but right now, this duo have got to come together. Gun picked up for Electronic. Jame trying to get activated over at short. 30 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be down to the wire. If they wait for these smokes to fade, the re-aggro from Searson. This could make or break the entire round. Back turned on Electronic. Jame picks up the third.
Too late.
20 seconds left. James used to working to the extremities of this clock, but it's too much pressure. And so JDC able to capitalize as he's moving in. It's a tie game now from 11-4. VP felt like they had this one in the bag, but 7 rounds straight for Big.
Shu is absolutely on the other foot, and it does not fit for VP. Gotta commend Rigon, gotta commend the B holds that JDC and often Crimbo have put up in this game. Absolutely stop VP from just suffocating Big in so many gun rounds where they have advantage. They've had 5v4s, resets, they've had options. But Big just keep on coming. 3 fighting down ramp. We got the AWP here again. Jame desperately looking for once more a pick on this side.
One of the things that Rigon brings to the table as well, and this is something Big have talked about, is sort of the energy boost he brings to the table, right? You aren't going to be getting much energy from a guy with 2 kills to his name when you're 11-4 down, and he's just getting wrecked over and over again at ramp. But now he's been finding this impact. You see him getting hyped up on the player cams. You see him getting very excitable at the dawn of every one of these rounds.
It would be very VP to win this round and still lose next to go overtime. But Big have pulled out a trick. Another boost for the big boys. Electronic's holding it, but tabseN's playing passive enough that he's yet to be spotted, and as that smoke blooms in, they still don't know what tabseN's got in store. Norbert jumping up is a dead man walking.
Want to collect just one, get the hell off this boost, and tabseN, right place to do it. It's Jane picked up first.
Disaster.
That is a very big name to find. And tabseN continues his reign of terror.
Save.
VP have got to write it off. This one's done.
They haven't even seen that all game, right? They've gone to 11-11 before Big pull out a classic ramp boost.
You didn't even get to fire a bullet in your last gun round. Now they try to hunt down the save. They try to do a lot of damage, extra punishing, but can't get away with it.
That's fine.
Still Big. 8 rounds in a row. They needed a 9-round streak to close this out, and that felt undoable coming into this second half.
It's a shocking game from VP. I mean, this is the game that makes you just hate your teammates, that makes you cut your teammates, frankly, after this tournament. This is a VP who had no excuses in this stage. 8-4 half, 11-4 lead. Match point to Big.
Aggression from Crimbo. Fame lies in wait. Meanwhile, the rest of VP very far up on the short side. That Searson AWP rallies up.
He's a rock.
Yet another opening for Big.
Easy to talk about Rigon, tabseN, the B hold. Searson has been everywhere on the CT side. He has not missed a single shot.
Even now, he's trying to roar to life. Gets the better of Jame in that head-to-head. Searson's AWP. A man that was always called an onliner, trying to rewrite that story here to save the day for the Big squad.
Winnable, but bomb's late.
Norbert has to stay alive. He can't fall. If he dies before that bomb gets in, It's a huge problem for Virtus.pro. Plays it safe with the smoke down. Big give up control over the site. They let Norbert close the gap and they allow this plant to come in. That's CS2.
No way.
Look at the move he makes. Caught by Norbert. Norbert up close. Can he save Virtus.pro? Can he hold on? No! Thompson, Big's captain. Full faith. No question. Big walk away. 4 rounds in that first half. And they managed to go on the 9-round streak to close this out and leave VP 1 game away from elimination.
That hype that you're hearing from Harry, it's because holy hell, Big. That big match temperament, you saw it there in the final round. What a performance. How did they bring it back, Dust?
By VP being an absolute tortoise, going absolutely nowhere at any point in time, playing a very uninspired T side. I'll put it that way. I mean, look, this game was a tale of 2 big CT sides. Obviously, you know, VP was on the winning end of that in the first half where Big could seemingly find no openings. A lot of just instant 5-on-4s kind of going in the favor of VP. But then when you flip sides, I mean, Big dominated them defensively. Like, there was just, you know, open and shut case, really.
Surson came online. That was a Surson that rolled it back to his top 20 year, where he built so much of his case for being Germany's best player of all time on Vertigo in 2021 when he was that guy for Big Clan. It was based on how well he was defending on Vertigo. He changes his spot round to round. He always looks for new picks. And honestly, if you want to present him with that A-Ramp fight, he's willing to take it. He loves that fight in particular. And so when VP went with the sneak banning out Dust2, which has usually been their first pick, I feel like Vertigo was not on the cards for Big. They probably did not expect it. We didn't expect it here on the desk, but Surson was ready for it. I'll tell you that.
I want to go right back to that pick because there was that whole conversation where we were saying, okay, maybe why was VP doing this? Then the start of the game happens, and you can see that Virtus.pro has Big locked down. They know exactly what they're going to be doing. They read their rotation so well, and I honestly thought it was an open and shut case. I was like, well, obviously VP came in super prepped and they have a game plan. Then the second half comes in and VP falls apart. But let's talk about that first half from them because it did look pretty decent.
I will say that for that first half for VP, they were reading them well. I mean, Sam, you characterized it well. I feel like in many of the situations, wherever Big wanted to go, VP had stacked defenders there already. Big do, unfortunately, a poor job of shrouding their movements across the map. And so VP always had strong defenses set up wherever it was that Big targeted.
I think another big thing was Regon just had such a poor start, and he's one of the main entry fraggers for, you know, the guys over at Big, so to not have him be able to come online, help them create that space hurt. And look, they lost a ton of opening duels in the middle of that first half that really propelled Virtus.pro forward into having such a big lead. And they built it up at the beginning of the second half to a pretty nice spot. Like they were like up 11-7 at some point like that. I mean, the game was right there for the taking, but they could just not make the key adjustments on T side to close.
So obviously there was that moment, I think it was round 16, where we sort of saw Big able to turn it around and start the momentum change in their favor.
Yep.
What was it that they were able to do you think? Because it wasn't completely uninspired from Virtus.pro at the start of the second half.
They stuffed them. They stuffed them everywhere. I mean, first of all, Regon came online defensively and wound up recovering a game where he was playing very poorly overall. I know his overall numbers aren't going to indicate that, but when you consider where he started and where he finished, he really brought it to the table. I think the other 2 really big things for me that they did, they controlled the extremities well, so they never really gave VP any space, particularly on the Beast Air side of things. And I think the fact that you saw Big have consistent control of middle on the CT side was so huge because there was never going to be a way for VP to lurk them there or, you know, cut off a rotation or really do anything. Having that much presence at middle just gave Big so much flexibility on how they rotated across the map.
We've spoken a lot about Big, but let's move that conversation to Virtus.pro because they now are going to find themselves in a situation where they're fighting for their life. Do we have a problem? Is it a team that is just not cohesive?
Unfortunately, that seems to be the case, Sam. I do think that when it comes to VP, they're simply in a position where It's just that they're trying to play catch up to everybody else, as CS2 has moved away from the slow default style, and they have sped things up. Like, let's not completely mischaracterize this one. That's always brought up as a talking point. It's like, but they run fast plays now. It's like, yes, but it's like,
but not well.
1 out of 3 they'll maybe do it at most. 1 out of 4 gun rounds they'll do something a little bit aggressive, but it's usually just a single player like Fame or Flit, and he just says, I think I see an opening, and they're just going to be a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, and I just feel like when you're talking about them speeding things up, to me it only comes on certain maps. Like Mirage, that is one of the maps where I will give them credit that they have been able to do it effectively, but when you look at some of the other maps in the pool, they haven't been able to comfortably found a way to facilitate that faster paced playstyle that you need to be able to play in CS2. And obviously Vertigo is evidence of that. You know, this is a map that's tailor-made for bunching up aggressive riflers and going for B pops up the stairs, going for the faster A ramp pressure to take sites, you know, playing with tempo, and they didn't really do that. They got bogged down on A ramp every single time. Again, Searson's dynamic opping was slowing them down everywhere. Again, you know, they were getting pushed back on the extremities. They had no mid control. It was just uninspired. Like, they didn't look like they had a true game plan on T side.
In the beginning, they tried to send it through smokes. They tried to test some of those things out. It worked for them until Searson got an op, in my opinion, and Regon came online.
Exactly.
A couple key players that needed to actually start shooting back, and once that happened, VP couldn't play that disrespectful style that they wanted to.
We've got a great round. I think it was round 23 that you wanted to break down, which I think kind of highlights this and also showcases what Big was capable of doing.
Well, as does set up, I mean, a lot of what was being controlled in terms of middle towards B was in Big's favor, and so what Big does on this pivotal round is realizes, okay, we've been stuffing VP on these other avenues. Let's make sure we stuff them in the one place that they have left. That's A ramp. They go for a boost they hadn't used for the entirety of the half, with Tabson getting boosted up on that short side, and then Searson's able to hold the line as well. And look at that, like, they get those 2 kills, and VP basically are just like, we're done. We're done. And that's unfortunately the double-edged sword of playing like VP. You're playing this hyper-efficient style where it's almost like you lose 2 picks and they're like, well, that's the round for us. You know, we're not really going to go for it at that point. We're going to save 2 guns. They didn't have a lot of time, so I guess you could throw that in there. Like, they only had 20 seconds left, but some teams would have actually gone for it there. And with how Flit and Fame are popping off in some of these moments that are electronic, like, you can bail yourself out of these situations sometimes. Yeah,
I do think when you're at 11 rounds, it is pretty damning that Fame found them openings at the B bomb site with his aggressive lurks and like gave them opportunities to get bomb down and play post plants, and you couldn't collect any of them. I mean, that's another big problem. That's like the one thing that they had was Fame's ability to find space at B. They couldn't capitalize, and they really had nothing else other than that.
Previous major winners, a lineup of champions, and they have faltered and they have stumbled, and now they find themselves in a situation where they're fighting for their lives here at the Perfect World Shanghai Major. Virtus.pro's journey is very short, possibly, and we'll see how that continues throughout the rest of our stage here. But now we move on to our next game. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we have Wildcard, the NA favorites, coming into the server.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
One of my favorite parts about having the major now at the end of the season is that we are all well aware that teams that falter here, the moment they're out of this competition, there's going to be conversations about roster changes, and it's already begun. And during the break, we were having a big debate about certain things, and it's kind of my favorite part about why we're now ending the season with this pinnacle, because it completely sets the scene for the next season, and it makes it tons of fun and super interesting across the world.
It's a beautiful culmination. That's what the new scheduling has done for us. It wraps up so many storylines so neatly, as opposed to having a couple trailing events here and there that we ask ourselves, does it even matter? Does it not? And I think if we look at Furia, we see a team that obviously has a lot of questions still. They had a little bit of an improvement early on with their lineup, with Skulls coming in. They started the season with an EWC top 8 finish, and then they had a great Rio that actually was very recent, but I'm going to say this, I feel like their form is very wavering.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Like you said, great at Rio, beating some top 5 teams in the world, the Mouse Sports and Navi, on the way to a top 4 finish. And look, when you look at the RMRs, yes, it was a little bit tough to see them lose to Legacy in that Inferno overtime BO1, but they were able to rally back and get some 2-0s over 9Z and M80 to get themselves here. And once in the major, you know, obviously that loss of GamerLegion on Vertigo, it was a tough pill to swallow, but they had a very big comeback victory over Imperial and Nudis yesterday, which was kind of nice to see a little bit of grit out of them to be able to make a comeback out of an uncomfortable situation.
I do love watching those booths on stage open up, and you see there how the crowd is so invested. Obviously, the professor is in that booth. He is a hero, I'm sure, in Shanghai, but you can see the players feeding off of that crowd as well. Let's move on to Wildcard, though. This is a team from North America that no one really rated, right, throughout the RMRs, and now coming in here. But their RMR run up against some really tough opposition. I watched them before the RMRs in competitions with stand-ins doing a really good job. And we've seen them come in here and do the same. I mean, yesterday against Liquid, granted it was a loss, but damn, the comeback that this team was able to pull off.
Wildcard show case in point the value of a tenured and veteran in-game leader to start games as poorly as they regularly do, but to fight themselves back into it, even sometimes beating opponents that they have no business beating, like they did Liquid in the RMR, for example. That is a testament to just how much it matters to have somebody that's been there before and won there before too.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, Wildcard made this big roster move in July where they brought in the 2 Swedes, Stusp and Fuzi, and ever since then they have been kind of on a tear. They were dominating the North American scene in online qualifiers and cups, beating Energy multiple times, M80 Nouns, you name it. They were beating them. We didn't really get to see them do too much on lane because they had to use a stand-in at the Atlanta tournament, but they still came top 4 at that.
I was about to say, you say you didn't see it. I mean, I was at that event. The stand-in, even with the stand-in, they beat all the favorites, and I was
respect friend. Respect friend.
For me, it was okay, cool. So let's take a step back. Even with the stand-in, they're doing that.
Yep.
And I do believe that comes down to what Maui said. It's just the tenured IGL. And he even said during that event, he was like, okay, we have to change our style a bit. So the first day was shaky for them, and he said, I have to change the way I call to set them up a bit better. And he did that the next day.
Yep.
That is impressive for a whole team to be able to pivot a style in the course of 24 hours.
And speaking of impressive style, they had one of the hardest runs in the RMR that you could have. They were able to, have a win over Team Liquid. They were able to beat Pain and 9Z to make it to this point. Obviously, in the opening stage, they've done well so far. And talking about style, I'm glad you bring that up, and we've been talking about Sandsall a couple times here. One thing I want to give him props for is he has kicked it up a notch as an entry fragger throughout the course of the RMRs in this major. Normally, he's been kind of more of a lurker IGL type figure on this team. He's kind of relied more on like Stusp and Sonic to be some more of the aggressive riflers, but he has taken 28% of their opening duels so far throughout this last couple of weeks, and that's a 50% success rate. I mean, that is pretty damn good out of your IGL.
Yeah, that's impressive stuff for sure. We've got the Veto rolling in. I felt like there's a lot of middle ground maps between these two. I thought it could have gone Vertigo, Ancient, or Nuke for this one, and we see Furia want to take out Ancient on this. I feel like, okay, Inferno, Furia taking away actually some of the middle ground maps, this kind of just leaves Vertigo for me as a possibility.
Does Mirage happen again? Did they let their permaban through once more? No, not this time. Not this time. Okay.
That was crazy yesterday.
I was just saying that, and they looked good on it yesterday, by the way. I went back and watched that game. I was shocked to see them let their permaban go and actually play it strong, but no, they're going to go ahead and go to Vertigo.
I'm so excited to see Vertigo again.
Are you?
Yay, that was sarcasm. I don't, and anyway, let's focus in now on how this matchup looks, right? Because Furia, they play this a lot. Wildcard, we've seen them a bit on it. How do you think that this plays out for both these teams?
I mean, they were dominant in the online portion of their careers with this lineup in the Americas. 7-1 record on Vertigo. They've only played it once on LAN, and that was
with a stand-in.
Yeah, and they beat M80.
Yeah.
So,
but they did, right? Like you said, they beat M80 with a stand-in. If anything, I mean, I feel like the form that Wildcard has shown this map, this probably could have been a first pick for them if this was a BO3.
Yeah.
So they're going to feel pretty comfortable about this one through and through. I just want to talk about Jaba really briefly, though. The fact that he's had so many cold starts on LAN at ESL Pro League, he didn't look like himself. Even at the beginning of the Liquid game, he didn't look like himself. I just want him to show up immediately because Jaba's been the guy that many people in NA have been hyping on this team. I know Sonic's stolen his thunder as the highest rated player for the last few months, but for me, I think he just needs to be the guy earlier on in this game.
We are getting ready to go into game Wildcard versus Furia. So much on the line for both of these teams. Harry and Hugo have got us covered.
Yeah, thank you very much. Furia versus Wildcard, another match on Vertigo. And this is Wildcard continuing their run up against the America's top dogs. They already did it back in the RMR. They opened up the major run much the same, and now they have to best the likes of Furia.
It's like we didn't believe our eyes. They couldn't do it twice. Well, let's see. A close game against Liquid yesterday, now looking to take down Big Bad Brazil, falling in middle, falls after one, and K-Serato and Skulls hold the line, so Wildcard will not be entering that B site for free. The bomb will, just with no carrier. Susp and Stanislaw in a 2v3, and K-Serato still has that info. They see him get in, they try to fight down this B player, and Susp is in a world of hurt. A 1v3 clutch with no bomb. Furia play side by side.
So grouped on that, it's nice and safe for Furia. So a hot start, K-Serato and Skulls opening up in good form. And a pistol round picked up for the Furia squad, put them off to a good start here.
Really hot to know the Furia we're going to get today, right? Because I will say personally yesterday was not impressive for me, right? A fall to GamerLegion on this very map, 13-8. And even Imperial, they barely beat them. That's the bottom Brazilian team at the major. And Furia struggled. A slow close, just enough to get it over the line. Wildcard, a hungry roster. This year alone, Harry, of course, against NA opposition for the most part, 21-6 on Vertigo. A phenomenal track record. A go-to map, and they did it on Unknown yesterday against Fnatic.
You know, Furia's troubles even started before the first day at the major, right? Even through the RMR, they had to scrape through, besting M80, and that's 7th place decider. And that was with Yuri and K-Serato having a phenomenal tournament.
Sure.
And so hoping to show a better face today on this Furia squad.
Yeah, I don't want to make a one-to-one comparison because it's not quite apt, but I mean, in the RMR, they kind of were like the Spirit in a way, right? They lose to a big underdog. Much as Spirit did Passion UA, Furia lost a legacy. It took them a BO3 against another top team from their region. Wait a second, this is getting weird. It feels like Wildcard have run over this one, but sorry, the point I'm making, like, Furia, you can make the argument, yeah, they struggled in the RMR, but it was, again, just a BO1 that turned them topsy-turvy, and then they lost a BO3 to a favorite team in Liquid, the only other favorite team. The comparison being to Spirit is, yeah, they lost to Passion, then they lost to G2, who they'd never beaten. They barely made it, but they made it.
Yeah.
So you would hope Furia to level up at the major.
I think it's a good comparison.
It's like you lose your opening BO1, you're already going to be in trouble. It's gonna give you a rough match down the line.
Yeah, especially when you're coming in as one of the top-ranked teams. But still, Wildcard on their force by an unorthodox force as well that they come through with in that round there.
Yes.
No bomb plant in the pistol. But they still put money in, and you can see why.
They've always got a plan, this team, right? Stan coming in on the mid flank, finding a double kill as well. I very much enjoy watching him on his recovery arc, especially when you look at like the old heads of NACS and some of the legends, you know, milling around. A lot of irrelevance, sadly, in the current day, but Stan has put together another young team and reached the major once again. First time since Stockholm. Sonic up Gap and Jaber, two explosive riflers on this wildcard roster. Maui said he wants him to start strong. This will be the chance to get run down, dinked, saved. Fallen still finds that kill. Fuzi pulls back, but then chasing him away, and he only finds damage on 2 players. Honestly, swinging, not a bad move here for Wildcard. Fallen gets a little bit antsy, goes a little bit too far, and they're paying the price right now. Susp with a double. And Wildcard, a 2v4, now even again.
What could have been a nice round for Furia to put a bow on has become very complicated. They don't know where this round is ending up, so they've split the defense 1-1. And Skulls, trying to keep a watchful eye over middle, is only checking B on timings. And so this has left a gap for Stanislaw to walk right into. Plant found. Oh, Skulls flicking down! Bomb might get planted, but all the pressure falls to Susp.
Yeah, wait for your mate. Susp has a molly, but Skulls has a smoke. I feel like they still need to kill because of the lack of kit. How much time can Susp buy?
Smoke out. Ooh. Swinging in. They both hold on to ramp. They use that smoke to bait the peak. And so well handled from Furia. That one certainly could have got out of hand, especially after they get kind of caught out in the open and pushing down at ramp to even level the playing field in that 4v2. But Skulls does a great job, keeps his wits about him, expects the creep up from Stanislaw.
Yeah, you wonder how far is too far. That's probably the answer. Could have just taken enough space to play a trade with your planter. It just goes a little bit further than necessary, and Furia punish with a pistol force.
But, you know, I think one of the ways that you see Stan kind of likes to play is catching the reactions, knowing that if anyone's floating around, when they hear that plant, you're going to get some movement, you're going to get a chance. Like, if he found Skulls there, the round's over.
Oh my. Oh, they do the staircase.
Yeah, staircase boost up for Wildcard. Cello actually walks right through this ramp smoke. This is ballsy.
He's just sitting and waiting inside on the right side.
Oh, they have no clue. Sonic is very suspicious about it, and Jaber is able to deal with Cello on the fade of that smoke.
Massive kill. Even if they go back to B, they have the option to reset. Jaber won't grab the gun, but they still have a lot of utility here to run a pop on this B-bomb site. Smoke actually, Wildcard will not be complaining. Oh, wallbang to the back of quad as well. Not an easy shot to get the visual on that, but Keserato's getting bird out. Talk about lack of visual, he's full blind. Susp with a second entry into this site. And Wildcard, that should be enough to force Fallen save. Right now, Furia playing too aggressive on ramp. It's being punished. Expecting maybe a brawlier game for Wildcard, but they're slow and steady on this T side. As we said, a wealth of experience on Vertigo. Don't need to brawl. And Furia multiple times in this game walked down to the bottom of ramp. Very unorthodox, very easy to punish. Fallen's going to get away with this, it looks like. Oh no, I'm speaking too soon. Oh dear. The jump! Oh, he tried to jump up. He wasn't even close to it, Harry. Thank you for the AWP. If he didn't jump, he probably nails it. Ooh. I love that staircase we saw. Was it Passion pull it out?
Yes.
At the RMR. Now I've seen it a couple times since. Oh, the shadow is egregious there. My God. Yeah, very nice idea to just have two players and one crouch, one not, and kind of walk over so you don't have to double jump. Catches that ramp aggression with ease.
Very back and forth start here, though, to this game. However, after getting out with the AWP, getting out with an M4, Wildcard are very much in the driver's seat here. It's one hero gun for Furia, this M4 on Skulls. Thrown into the fight early, he's got Cello pushing in alongside him, and they will take away this control at the bottom of ramp, but you've seen a lot of bodies now over at this B site.
Oh dear.
Wildcard try to react.
Yeah, Sonic just getting out. Already some damage done, so these rounds can get a little bit weird, but Sonic has actually pulled a lot of players to this A site. There's a third dink coming in. We've got 3 low players and a flood in middle for Furia. They chase down Stan. Wildcard just escaping, but that concedes a weapon to the Furia roster. This round already looking a little bit precarious, balancing with less than a minute. Cello hiding quad. Fuzi trying to fake, but he's got the AWP right now. He can't really do much on a lurk. Only punish re-aggression, or he has to come back to B. Wildcard just trying to find a pick. Furia are not giving it. Oh, this is looking like a Furia round went out of nowhere, but that molly could make all the difference.
Oh, Skulls picked up straight away. Jaber on the opener. Cello close on the P250, tries to cause chaos. But it's Jaber to pick them all up. K-Serato moving in. Is he actually going to attempt this? Walk in the smoke. Catches first on an island. K-Serato! Many players would have looked to save here, but K-Serato is not like them. Fuzi has to swing out and save the day.
Quick repause for Fuzi there. He was back at stairs. He killed the flank of Fallen. Great read, and then he gets back behind double in time. Too quick for K-Serato to consider. Beautiful push through the smoke and double up from K-Serato, but it is not enough to win the eco for Furia. How back and forth to begin this game, but finally Wildcard land 2 in a row. Knockout blow, Furia on eco. Boosts on boosts. On boosts.
Oh, Cello. Oh, it's ugly. Certainly a chance is there to open up for Furia.
Run it back. Oh, he saw him.
Oh, nades come in. And these players that have tried all the boosts have just gotten bullied to open up this round. The intrigue around it starts to disappear with the death of Cello. With Fallen and Yuri both tagged up.
Whoa.
No denying K-Serato's looking good.
Yeah, he just dinked him as well. It's a good sign, or a prerequisite for Furia to win this game against a very hungry Wildcard, but Sus puts him to bed. 2 on 5 here. Furia clinging on, but it's meant to be for Wildcard as Sus farms them up. It's going to be a 4-2 lead with 5 alive. Money starts to get made for Wildcard. And a 4-buy here for Furia. As important as they get in this early game.
Going to be keeping a close eye on Sonic and Jaber. 2 heavy hitters for Wildcard. Jaber had that insane recovery game yesterday. He was like 3-16 and then finishes the game topping the charts for his squad. Only died once after going on a string of multi-kill rounds.
It was like 16-1, was it? Or 15-1? after that
Feels like
start.
he kind of, you know, had to wrestle with the demons of playing on the big stage and was able to overcome them.
Yeah.
I also think it's very interesting when you look at Sonic. Obviously, for the longest time, it felt like JT was going to be the guy to uplift South African Counter-Strike, be the one there at the forefront of it, where Complexity is staring down the barrel of Elimination 0-3. Meanwhile, it's Sonic, former teammate of JT, first on Bravado, most recently Extra Salt. He's the one still in the runnings.
And in great form as well. Second highest rated player in the last 3 months for this team. Oh, sorry, highest, even over Fuzi. It's been the go-to guy required in this round. 4v5, Sonic trying to fake out that A site right now. We've got the bomb in mid. Fallen still holding on. Sonic puts pressure, pushes Cello back, who's alone. He can't overcommit to this A site. If Fallen gets too curious, he can be punished as well, but they line up. Big shot for Fuzi. Bomb spotted, so we might have to see this reset. Fuzi goes all the way back.
Wildcard's most wanted had to curve the bullet around Stanislaw in mid. Look at this walk up from Sonic.
Oh, he surely won't
calls
check
the
this.
bluff for Furia. Back turn though, and Cello catches him.
RMG,
Jaber in the
5
meantime
seconds.
opens up the B
4,
play, but
3.
Fuzi won't have time to get that bomb planted. They run him down. Fuzi can't get out, can't stay alive.
Another sharp shot for Keserato. He is hitting right now. Only 5-5, but I'm going to call it early. In for a 20-kill Keserato game, it feels like.
I do that, and something that is good, at least from these early rounds. Furia is certainly playing with a lot of confidence, right? The whole way they've looked to open this game with the insane ramp pushes. Keserato attempting that 1-on-3, getting it down to the 1v1. They're not coming into this fearful of Wildcard. We'll have to wait and see if that's a key to success or their undoing. Fuzi able to
He's in a box.
Get up through short on these smooth moves, but doesn't want to hang around there. Hops on out. Like you say, he was kind of put in a box by the mixture of Furia and Wildcard util. Good nades up the ramp. Cello wounded, but it's Fallen striking first, getting the better of Fuzi in that head-to-head.
It's a fun head-to-head because it's two AWPers that are very keen to play for opening kills. Fallen never going to bow down to a battle with the scopes. Got a B hit on our hands.
Skulls and Keserato, the two that you're going to meet here. Skulls unknown about, hasn't played yet from behind the generator. Smoke down. He sits in it. The rest of Furia grouping here for the retake. They still have util on Fallen and Skulls. That's going to be worth its weight in gold as they try to come in.
Nice
smoke out, cuts off some of these sight lines, but it's Stanislaw on the board first. Susp up close, back turned on Skulls. They flushed out the two close players.
Done.
With Keserato and Skulls both falling, Furia can't attempt this anymore. And so they write it off. Wildcard play their hand up into that B site.
Yeah, would have loved a nade on that close smoke, right? I think Furia just get overwhelmed with the amount of util because it's an early pop. Wildcard have enough to keep throwing in re-smokes. The only way for Furia through that close CT util was to break it with their 1HE. It's used for the site. Wildcard able to hold the door. And 5 rounds on this T side, showing a nice depth already. That was after Fallen picks Fuzi on A. They just go back into a B hit. One flash was enough. And while Furia tried to play 5v4 retake, they cannot get through. Oh, Cello. Got 3 at bottom B, so they have to do something with it. Furia take full control of the B hallways. Wildcard will react by just putting 5 on the ramp.
Fallen's actually re-aggressing on the AWP, but Sonic has hit this golden timing. Here's the reload, plays right into their hands. Oh, turn around for Fallen. Keeps things even, keeps Furia in this, but awkward movement. And that seals his fate. Sad way for it to go. Crazy flick hit from Fallen, but just couldn't get into Elevator in time. Cello, good for the first. KScerato dons that AWP now. 2-on-2. Oh, Jaber, don't give this away. KScerato holds this smoke. He is on the mark. But Jaber just dodges it, pushing into the elevator room. They fake the plant. They wait and see if they're given the reaction. Just looking away. KScerato strikes. Fuzi, instant reply.
No
They're
way
not
he's
ready for Skulls on
No
B.
way.
Knife pulled. Fuzi thinks he's making the smartest possible play, but he's playing right into the hands of Furia. He's suspicious. He's nervous. That crowd's getting loud with it, and Skulls comes swinging out to silence Fuzi.
Why is he there? Wait, Skulls doesn't even go for the AWP either. Did he shoot it off the map? Must have. But yeah, that's got to feel confusing for Fuzi that Skulls is still anchoring B that late in the round. Sonic, beautiful move, because he gets Molly, he gets through with no tick. It would have been so easy to just play quick there. He holds on for about 2 seconds until Yuri trusts the Molotov. And as soon as Yuri turns around, that's when Sonic plays. All of this matters not. And yeah, that orb got shot off the map. Patient play for Skulls pays off. Triple boost for Furia. Avoids that molly entirely. It takes more resources, but it comes with the benefit of the element of surprise. It's not something Wildcard would be ready for, but they're not scaling ramp in this round. They're going for contact middle, Stan trying to keep it fresh. A new look to near every round on this T side. Feels unpredictable. Explosive mid. Smoke comes down. Furia have pushed through this in the past. They'll do it again. Punishment from many. Fallen finds a double. KScerato at the back of B has the bomb.
Yeah, bomb down right in front of him. KScerato, his second attempt at a 1v3. And once again, it's Fuzi who he has to beat.
Oh!
Gets a bearing on him. Spots Fuzi on the jiggle. 4 shots left in the M4. KScerato's got to be flawless with these remaining few bullets. Couldn't beat Fuzi last time. Will this be the one? He's still trying to fight. KScerato fearless, down to 2 bullets. Finally the reload comes in. Fuzi's trying to be cute with this. 1 bullet on a KScerato would do it. 1 shot is all you need to have bested this guy twice over in clutches. On your way to the lead for Wildcard.
Shadow!
Spotted! Fuzi turns on a dime, and KScerato, 4 health is the difference. Fuzi 2-0 in clutches over KScerato to keep the lead for Wildcard.
How the hell does he win it? Not only does the Shadow give KScerato advantage, Fuzi's looking the wrong way. He's staring at the smoke. Man, I'm loving the calling out of Stan. What a pop in middle. After doing so many sight hits, they just run out mid. Bro, Stan swings mid with a smoke out, just throwing it in an elevator. Talk about not giving away the trick to Furia, catching them completely by surprise. It takes Fallen getting a double kill through the smoke with an MP9 to even make that round interesting. And Wildcard win it out again. Looking for another strong T side from this Wildcard roster. And they go contact again, up ramp. Sonic checking the boosts. Smoke in the way.
Landed a dink on Fuzi through the smoke, did Yuri. So he's now wounded.
Okay.
Wild opening there. Jaber jumping. Gives a freebie to Cello. None of these rounds have ever felt comfortable, even when Furia don't come into it with much. They've always been costly.
Yeah.
Cello, more aggression.
How does he leave? I can't believe they don't spam him.
Twice over now, he's been able to swing out into ramp.
Oh, they're boosting.
Mid-round boost. Yuri throwing up there. Catches another in at the ramp. Up close. Fuzi chance at the double, but it's denied. And so it's only Stanislaw left standing. They were up against pistols here, but the Furia ranks have swarmed over the ramp. And one by one just picked players out of the round. Wildcard. They watch on as their captain tries to clutch up, but the odds very much stacked against him here. Furia start to charge him down. They've swarmed on short. They're aggroing in at the top of ramp. And so Furia just swooping in, picking the bones of Wildcard dry as they try to come up ramp.
That's a sick round for Furia. I don't know how it looks so easy. Boost kill, push through the smoke, even running away for Cello, unpunished. Wildcard let Furia get away with absolute robbery. And look at what it cost them, everything. Pistols in the last round of the half. Wildcard, gotta play loose now. Furia, there's been such an aggressive CT side. Again, drop down B with no Molotov. Skull just pushes. Oh, he almost pays a price, but almost won't cut it. Double kill off the AK. Again through the smoke on Gap. Yuri won't fall for it again. 2-on-4 now. An AK boost feels like the best option here. A very even game. A very explosive game, more so from Furia.
Yeah, I think the thing that's going to hurt here for Wildcard, even though they've done well on this T side, is how much sweeter it could have been, right? Up against a lot of these forces, they would fall down. You could have had a runaway T side instead, you know, shooting for a 7th here, but it feels very unlikely. Sonic and Stan have got to do something remarkable.
They heard that.
So now Furia, their attention homes in on middle. Cello, the guy to get past, spots both players up in the window, and now they go into this horrible crossfire, this triangle of death. Whoa. Sonic is clean with it, but Serato, as that third man that went unspotted, is there to put a leash back on Sonic, and brings home the even half for Furia, 6-all. And this has been a competitive game from start to finish right now.
Yeah, those early trades of forced by rounds for 4 rounds in a row before Wildcard actually won out after Furia's pistol win. I would say pistol's important, but I don't think it will guarantee anything at this point. I'm expecting forced buys from whoever loses. That was Wildcard forcing with no plan after pistol. They came in with a game plan. Two clutches for Fuzi, 1 for Skulls. And Furia favored in the 5v4s, but this game sits even at the half.
Let's see if this second half starts off as turbulent as the first did. Furia take a page out of the Stanislaus Stratbook here. Try to stake their claim to the mid control. Smoke going to cut off these angles from Elevator and CT, leaving you just have to worrying about the window. Cello straight in, but back turn. Flashes are good. Whoa. Sonic gets punished. Suspop close, can't hold on. They traded even, and Fuzi knocks out Fallen in the meantime. It's Yuri and Serato. 2 heavy hitters for Furia. But now it's just Yuri. Serato cut down. It's all about Jaber.
Yeah, started far stronger at the beginning of this game, not making a recovery arc in the second half. Keeps it going, 10-8. And a pistol round for Wildcard with a nice crossfire on that B-bomb site. Susper's also put up some great games. He was the hard carry against Liquid in the match they lost on Inferno yesterday. Furia go for the full eco. Fallen with a nade, probably up gap. And they just send it behind that. It misses.
These sort of rounds are the ones that always felt like they were surprisingly costly. So now that you're only up against Glocks here, if you're Wildcard, you want this to be a clean win, a decisive win. And Jaber tries to make it so. Well handled here. Even though damage is done, Wildcard never let it spill over.
All comes down to this gun round for Furia, knowing their bonus. There's even a shotgun still in play. Fuzi farming that AWP money. Could be boosted middle, close B. Otherwise, your options are pretty limited. Full rifles for Furia.
Furia want to take ramp away. No deep smoke, no swing from Wildcard. And so for now, Furia get the room they were looking for. They haven't had to use much to get this either. Right, a molly early on over towards gap. And now they have all this room. They don't even lob util in. They are just running up the ramp side. They are all over the A site.
It's just so on the fly. There's no warning. There's no heads up to Wildcard that we're execing. They swing, they drop 2 smokes, they take the site. Very impressive round for Furia and completely catches Wildcard off guard. No nades go down, nothing to stop them. Whoa! Does Sonic want to get cheeky? There's no way they'll let him. Right?
Keserato still hangs around.
Oh,
Smoke on the bomb. He's trying to
just
have them fall with it. But Keserato shows them he knows their tricks here. And so a flawless first gun round for Furia. Yeah, a lot of room given up over on the ramp side, right? And Fallen, not the kind of guy to look a gift like that. Give the horse in the mouth. He just runs straight up into the A play.
I do like the surprising pace there. Usually when you see a Vertigo A execute, when ramp control's been taken, you see a couple smokes go over, you see the molly, then the flash comes in, and at that point you've dropped your Molotov, maybe you're spilling through the smokes. Wildcard just get no warning as to the pace of that hit. That's similar to the Stanislaw mid-rush, where he's just throwing his smoke on the fly and running with it. Furia punishing first rifle round. Wildcard now full buy, no longer bonus. They need this one, or they'll be in the hole. Got such limited util on this CT side as well. Doesn't make your life any easier. Stan denied the gap control. Yuri just taking a fight on his own. Now Furia don't have a lot to work with. Back to B.
Bit of a litmus test for how Wildcard were playing that A site last time they got all that room, right? A was kind of free, and so Yuri tries his hand at it this time. Bomb's been picked up. They move back in for the A play. Stanislaw aggressive on ramp. Back turn for Fallen. Jaber gets out with one. Actually commits to the swing. Whoa! Jaber, take a bow. Look at who he bests in that. Keserato, last man to fall. He flicks off of him mid-spray. That's a young talent for the Americas, taking down Brazil's best in a beautiful transfer on a wide swing at ramp.
Yeah, how's he changing his target? He hasn't even finished his meal. Goes back for seconds.
How do you leave Keserato alive, of all people,
and
get away to tell the tale?
All right, Jaber, real deal right now. Has improved seemingly every game from the RMR, now in the major. Making quite a name for himself. Wow, talk about boost. Usually it's Furia on this side. Right now, Jaber over the smoke. Beautiful concept for Wildcard put together. They have no idea about Fuzi as well. They are walking in. Furia are way past Wildcard's expectation, but the spot from CT should be enough. Fuzi capitalizes on the play with 2 more kills. Bomb dropped. It's a disaster for Furia. caught at every stage by surprise. They're not getting through this hold.
Look at how confident Jaber's playing. Oh, I think it's very safe to say, might have had the nerves day one in front of the crowd for an entire half. But that's all it's been. And
17-9.
He's really coming to his own. 20 years old is Jaber. NA prospect. And now under the wing of Stanislaw. Getting a real taste for the big crowds is this guy.
Yeah, there's a 0.15 difference between his online and LAN rating, right? There was a reason why many doubted him coming into this major, but he's already helped that skyrocket. In the Fury series, we've seen Wildcard play. Had so much impact across the RMR. Yesterday against Fnatic, they simply wouldn't have won that game without him finding that late game recovery. 3 or 4 multi-kills in a row towards the end of Mirage. He started this one rock solid. Calling was fantastic from Stan on that T side. And look at the confidence Wildcard are playing with. It gets punished. Skulls teaches them a lesson. Can Wildcard stem the bleeding, or will they just continue to choke in middle? Stan tries to stop him. There's so many more Ts. Furia fight as a unit. Another nade, another swing.
I can't believe they're still fighting for this.
There's 10 fights in middle.
Susp have been able to get out with a 1v2 teed up ahead of him.
It's winnable. They've only got one gun.
Yeah. Only gun that's been retrieved, but Fallen immediately gifts that onto Keserato.
Yeah, for the best. How do they want to play this? You still got to be pretty cautious. Good idea. Boost up. Play that headshot angle. There's no armor for Furia, so they need a clean kill here. They don't want to be the victim of aim punch. Die to utility. Susp has a full belt right now, but position is the key, and he's read it wrong. Little do Furia know they can walk into that B bomb site. Fallen can be the bait for Keserato.
If he gets a little closer here, he's making the right move right about now. He's going to be able to slow the plant down with this molly if he wants. Instead, swings it dry. Keserato can't get a bearing. It's going to be Fallen. That AK retrieve, but it's all Susp. Wildcard put their trust in Susp, and he delivers an 11th round.
That's a 2v5. That's a 1v3.
All the fights over in middle, and it looked like Skulls, after an insane series of openers, had done enough.
1v4 for Susp with the nade. 3 entries off a Tech 9. That's not enough.
This is getting very concerning now for Furia, because Keserato has had many chances in clutches, hasn't been able to win any of them so far. That one was shutting down a clutch that's going down against you, and he still drops the ball. That's meant to be Furia's reliable, strong piece.
Yeah, he's looked sharp.
He's meant to deliver in those clutch moments.
Yeah. Looked sharp to start this game, but slowed down, and Wildcard have picked up pace. Clean CT side, only 1 blemish on the record right now for Wildcard.
Oh, he is feeling it now. The 1v4 in Furia, he throws his hand into the early fight. Cello on the receiving end. Cello's often the guy who tries to, uplift this team, bring the energy, bring the hype. We call him a bit of an emotional spirit level for the Furia squad. Well, there's nothing worth being excited about right now if you're Cello. 8 and 16, bottom of the board, falls down in what is their last proper buy here. And he's the first to go.
Oh, lots of info for Stan. And he's solo on this site, so he will play to concede, call for a rotation, or 3. Look at that mini-map. Wildcard completely adjust. That's what Furia wanted. Pulling the bomb back. It's Fallen to fake out this A site alone, while this will end B. Susp still in the site with a powerful position. Fallen trying to kick up a stink. 20 seconds here for Furia to run and execute. They need a molly quad, or Susp is the guy. There it is.
Gonna force him out for a swing. And once again, it's Skulls giving Furia all the openers.
Oh, that Molly. Wait,
Util comes in. Skulls just gets that bomb planted. Seconds the difference, but dead to the spam from Jaber. 3-on-3. A reason to go for this if you're Wildcard, and the flank, they've just abandoned it. Right as Stanislaw moves in. Clash of the captains. Fallen dead. Serato knocked out. It's low health on Yuri, and he's trapped in a box. Nowhere to go. Wildcard stick the landing.
I don't know how Stanislaw has absolutely had Fallen's number, not just in the calling, but individually. We've seen that head-to-head 4 or 5 times in this map. I don't think Fallen's won it yet. Perfect flank timing for Stan, and Fallen, no reason to reset there. His team had no pressure on them. There's no call for support. Fallen just turns around, the back door wide open, Stan walks in. He's got your wallet, he's got your phone, and he may have Vertigo.
With Wildcard looking to win this now, they have really shaken up the story of the Americas. Besting all the top squads at some point in their run to find their way to the major, and now find themselves just a game away from that elimination stage. 4 more kills is all that separates them from that goal. Oh, Stanislaw stuck in. Cello dead. Left to the wayside, Furia, a man down. Last chance. And fully blocked the ramp side. You can't go up there if you're Fallen. Gonna have to regroup. Skulls has been the one light in this game for Furia, the one guy to give over the openings and create chances for them. He's got a low HP Jaber to go up against in mid, and it's easily handled by Skulls.
Oh, Sonic re-pushing though. He's on an off angle. They're making a bit of noise. Sonic ready for more than one perhaps, but repositions, caught in doing so. Skulls again, the hero of Furia. It's not been enough before. This one, there's no room for error. Susp at the site, they fall in, he finds one and he gets out alive.
Try battle back in for this, but Susp caught swinging wide. All right, Stanislaw. This will not be an easy clutch. Might have been getting the better of Fallen, but he's got a match up against him and Serato here. Stanislaw. This Wildcard squad. He's found himself all over again. Shadow spotted. Serato dead. And now it's Fallen left to beat. Stanislaw, one shot away from certain death. But Fallen holds on. One more round for Furia, as they just put a stop to Stan's clutch.
You can see him reading it so well. He sees that shadow. He knows Fallen's jiggling the flank. That means Fallen must feel like he's being covered. There's only one position to cover there. Stan, good head on his shoulders. Not quite capable for that clutch. Fallen finally wins a head-to-head. Will that be the beginning of something for Furia? Or is that just another spot on the record that can be forgotten?
First timeout used for Wildcard. They don't want to let this become something more.
Speaks to how they've been feeling in this game, even with a 6-6 half, trading around a lot of rounds back and forth, winning 4 spies, playing explosive CS against Furia, no less.
Yeah, I think that's sick about the Stanislaw story in this Wildcard squad was after, you know, that departure from EG, guy kind of just hit the reset button on his whole career, went back and went all the way back to kind of square one and rebuilt.
Yeah, a lot of top players don't like doing that. People who have won tournaments, who have played in major playoffs, don't want to go back to square one. But picking up some young guns, some future names right now, they're in your face.
Oh, and there's that Fuzi AWP. Last time he got caught out here over at short. The trade was immediate, but this time that AWP is still in play. Furia have split the defense here, but they're going to be slow to group if they do want to commit with Serato up in a B. They leave Cello behind.
They just don't have the manpower to play too split up right now. Furia need the trades more than anything, so K-Serato lurking this B bomb site must find something incredible.
They're playing
Wildcard group again.
Yeah, they're playing right into Wildcard's hands here. It's a triple ramp setup.
Oh dear.
Right as the bomb moves back over.
Can they escape?
So even though they kill the captain of Wildcard in that duel on ramp, they're still feeling his effect.
What is Fuzi doing, bro? He's going all the way. He is going for the throat, through the smoke with an AWP. Fuzi wants to send Furia out.
Calling their bluff like this is wild. Doing it with the AWP, no less. Fuzi, the round-winning move perhaps caught. The fact that Cello even checks that is mind-boggling.
They still know where it's going.
Giving them a chance to get teed up. Jaber hasn't committed to the rotate yet, so for now, it's just Sonic flying solo. Dead at the first turn, K-Serato round the corner. And so it falls to top performer, Young Gun Jaber in the clutch. Spotted, tries to retrieve that gun, gives himself a fighting chance. Smooth moves for Jaber. But they can swing him together here. They can wait till contact is taken. Jaber falls. Another close clutch attempt, but one that K-Serato is able to see through to the end. Finally, a clutch comes up for K-Serato.
Finally, yeah, and this one is actually consequential because it's broken Wildcard's money and given Furia the option for 10 rounds. Fuzi makes what feels like the perfect play, but a second too soon. Too quick. Furia punish it. And another timeout for Wildcard, who again don't want to throw away this opportunity. It's a BO1 to put them 2-1. It is all to play for, and it's not in this round either. Furia get a confidence booster. Surprised to see them play so many Galils over even a single MAC-10, knowing this should be an eco for Wildcard, maybe fearing a force buy, fearing something wacky after that timeout. K-Serato alone. But it's actually Cello joining him, walking through the smoke, just dry. Fallen's got flashes ready. Good Molotov. That's going to cause commotion here. Wildcard just jumped through, dropped down. K-Serato ready. Fallen's flashes assist.
If you weren't expected to win this one, if you're Wildcard, the attention is going to securing your fortune in that next rifle round for Furia. It's this comeback they're attempting right at the 11th hour. If they win this next rifle round, OT should be all but guaranteed for Furia. And so this is the one for all the marbles. It's in this moment, Sonic, who started this game off super strong, who, much like Stanislaw, is on a bit of a recovery, right? Stepping away, going to go do business in South Africa. Then making his return at the dawn of CS2.
Yeah, business is being done right now for Wildcard, but can they close shop?
Sus dead early, a very stalwart pace here from Furia as they storm the board. They get into that B site. Wildcard could even justify saving from here on out, and that might be their best move.
No kit, really no nades, no chance. Furia win it off of an explosive attempt into that B bomb site, and it felt like Skulls really has saved this game for Furia more than once. And Furia should know every kill worth its weight in gold right now. Absolutely should be risking at least one player. I know looking at your own money is a bit scary. You want everything in the next round, but Skulls has some money. K-Serato with a little bit. The only justification is you don't want to give them AKs, but I think Furia should really risk a kill here. Instead, Wildcard allowed to save. And we go to the last round of regulation to see if Wildcard have got it in them, or if Furia can bounce back with a 5-round streak for overtime.
I mean, there's no question. Skulls wants this win. K-Serato started to find his form in the late round. So you're starting to get these pieces that open up rounds for you, and the guy to close it as well have both gotten switched online for Furia. The Skulls Queserato duo doing a number. 2 wildcard right now.
Yeah, because of the save, Wildcard have so many more nades. They burn, they drop mollies, they drop HEs at the start. They make sure that no one's running in. No one's just playing momentum off the top of the round. Fury are going to have to earn this with a slow-paced attempt on this T side. Boost comes up in middle. They're playing for a B split. They seem to have found the gap, and they're trying to exploit it.
Jaber moves in. Gets the spot over in middle. Another opener for Skulls. They lose Queserato. That's the guy who's been closing you rounds. Skulls falls as well. As Susp holds the line. They don't get into B for free. Fury pay a heavy price. Can Yuri hold on? Double up from Yuri. They needed someone else to be that man. They needed someone else to be the hero with Skulls and Queserato.
Oh, no!
Tap back in for Jaber. It's all about the young gunner, Jaber, for wildcard. Him and Stanislaw. First linking up. Back at when Stan's trying to rebuild his career, getting together on Forsaken. And Stan saw promise in Jaber. Stan saw potential. Will that get realized? Facing off against Fallen and Cello. Jaber has to do this all alone. Molly out, bomb ticking away.
Absolutely.
Jaber's going to call their bluff.
Absolutely.
Call their bluff. Fallen swings out. Into OT we go. Fallen holds on for Furia and puts a stop to the young star in the clutch.
I love the try, but the smoke falls just a few seconds too soon. Can't do it on his own. Very hard position to pull a clutch from with those post plants. Furia, credit where credit is due. 5 rounds in a row to drag us into overtime, kicking and screaming. What a game out of Skulls right now. He has joined this team as a supportive piece. Never been the star of the show. Not meant to be. Wasn't allowed to be on Liquid. Wasn't capable. But he has kept this game going through thick and thin. So many entry kills. 6 and 3 on the opening duels. Even got a clutch in there as well on that B-bomb site. Joint top multi-kills in the map. Skulls has been there no matter what.
And I think for someone who, especially after coming off of that Liquid team that had a kind of real rough track record, wasn't the best outing or showing. It's a whole change of culture for Skulls. Now linking back up with the big Brazilian organization helmed by the face of Brazilian Counter-Strike in Fallen. A huge opportunity, and he's spoken very outward in the fact that it feels like home. Feels like he belongs here. And so he wants to keep Fallen's run at the major alive that much longer.
Yeah, Fallen having fun with the crowd as well. Shanghai showing up. Folks, this is the opening stage. This ain't no major final. We're just getting started in Shanghai.
And I mean, over this second half, you felt a bit of a change, right? Fallen has started to outmaneuver. He's had some pieces come alive, some extra tools put in the toolbox, some extra pieces to work with. And Fallen becomes a very hard captain to put away when he's calling from the front. And it's felt like, even while they were on the back foot, he was calling from the front.
Yeah, they were calling momentum. They were playing, they were living and dying on opening kills. They were calling rushes, catching Wildcard off guard multiple times, and shutting down the clutches from some very informed Wildcard players. Fuzi's mid-push denied by Skulls, who doesn't overstep, instead resets. Furia takes space on A. Stan, it's been a constant tussle in these smokes, pushing down the ramp. Fallen's covering this, but if he's caught throwing nades, this could be the way in for Stan. Little flash thrown, patience, will it pay off?
Cello keeps his wits about him. So often Cello's been that first man to fall in these ramp fights, but not in the first round of OT. And So Stanislaw is knocked out early.
Hot water.
Fuzi tries his hand at that, but Yuri unprepared to part ways with this man advantage. He extends it even further. And so it's more aggression from Wildcard. That has to be the solution here. They go to clear out ramp, but if you look at the map, Furia have taken control over B. They own this site. Yuri has kept Wildcard boxed in, chasing ghosts in the A site.
Oh,
Sonic back turn, gonna get walked on here. Spam out, they find Yuri. But a man down, bomb already planted. The only thing that gives you cause to go for this is the wrap from Sus, and it's being held. Fallen takes one of the dome, but gets out with the kill, and Wildcard can't attempt this anymore.
Yeah, major rule set, 10K, MR3. You do have to play for saves on that CT side. If you lose 2 rounds in a row with no saves, you will be on MP9s. It's not a fun place to be. So Wildcard, important guns to be held. Sonic, oh, don't repeat. He just saw the orb. He just saw the orb. So Furia, some impactful exits, but an even more impactful opener. 13 rounds first, 6 in a row. Can Wildcard catch their breath? They burnt timeouts on this mini comeback from Furia. They could feel this creeping up on them. Right now, it's staring them in the face.
Cello straight through the ramp smoke. No longer a problem for Furia.
Shouldn't expect this.
Gets the ball rolling. It's
Really
Jaber who's going to have to make a world of difference. Jaber stands tall. Even flashback in for more. Jaber just won't let up, and he's finally brought down. It takes Serato to do it. Game slows down now. They're going to lend Skulls a bit of time over here in middle. So often been the guy to open up these rounds, create something from nothing. But brought down low. Same can be said for Serato.
Not again.
Sus getting aggressive, clearing out the back line. Skulls removed.
I like the reset as well. They don't push it. Play your bomb sites now. 3v2. A lot of damage done by the nades on A. In a must-win round for Wildcard. No gap, no hole in the defense. They have both bomb sites. Yuri walking up gap in a 1v3. Sonic playing his peaks, and he catches the kill. So Wildcard do convert it. An explosive opener again for Furia. I love that they're calling these plays, but with a player on ramp that open, they don't expect Jaber at all. Gets away with murder. 24 kills on Jaber. Top of the server. And Wildcard break a 6-round streak from Furia.
Oh, this is a very different tone to all the other rounds that have gone by.
But, oh, Yuri's going to play. Oh, Yuri loves pushing through this gap smoke. He's done it already. He's just walked up the ramp the whole way into the bomb site. He has uncovered the hole. Is he going to fall flank?
If they use him to go B, that's perfect.
He does this so much. They have no idea. They find out the hard way.
Slipping through, Yuri finds the gap, threads the needle.
Bit fast.
Susper's going to hold on. You still got this B hold to break through now if you're Furia. The flank gave you a chance, gave you an in, gave you the intrigue, but Skulls has got to dish out more openers for Furia here. Flanks on flanks coming through, and Fallen's Tech9 rallies off with Skulls to close. Insane timing from Yuri, a play he feels very comfortable doing. And then Skulls as the cherry on top to win out that first half of OT for Furia.
Yeah, great call. Probably Yuri calling that he feels like he can get away with it, right? Furia have seen these double ramp setups time after time. They know that Wildcard aren't going to commit 3 players there. And so if they keep running the same setup, there's a huge gap on gap, and Yuri takes it. That is not an uncommon play in the Furia arsenal. And walking a flank like that, getting so much space, and then Skulls to finish it off. That's Furia with a winning half in overtime.
I mean, you know, these are more of the kind of traps that Fallen lays up for you to fall into, right? They've spent a lot of the game smoking off that short push. And so at some point, you know, knowing that Stan and the gang don't want to be swinging out short, don't want to play through that smoke, and instead they've been fighting from the sandbags, fighting from the top of Crane. It creates, and it's been many rounds in the making, that gap for Yuri to exploit. And so Wildcard now find themselves on the back foot.
Can't believe Fury is still in this game, right? Would have been very easy to give it up. 12-7 down. Orb denied, or gap peek, yeah, with the Molotov. Oh my god, they trap Fallen in a cage. Double molly. Nice idea, but he just smokes it out. Goes for the pig, finds it. Bit of spam through the smoke on the other side. There's still a player on stairs. I don't think Wildcard are ready for this.
Skulls, they haven't cleared him! Full blind! Just the one and done. Fuzi with a quick check. Minimizes the damage. Skulls could have laid waste to the entire round. Could have teed up Furia right there. Instead, they are given some time to group, get the defense ready, sure up this B bomb site. It's Fallen's AWP that opened the round. Looking to take next contact. Smokes rain in, but Fallen ahead of it. Second smoke. Fallen tries to play through.
Cheeky. They could break it.
Plants wide for Fuzi.
Very dangerous.
They lose susp to the spam. So you look on now, the hopes lie with this Fuzi AWP thinning the herd. Jaber, the round set up for him to clutch. Bomb planted for them. Fuzi wants to strike as Furia try to move in. One flashbang here to try and get the AWP off the line. It's got to be a good flash, and it will get Fuzi off the angle, allowing Furia a little veil of cover to move in with. They close the gap now. That AWP, it's just a tag. Jaber's got to be the one to do it, and Yuri is ready for the smoke push.
Very well communicated for Furia. Every bit of piece of util utilized well. They don't ever give that AWP an angle. They smoke it off. They reflash the push. And they all play tight, knowing they need to trade. Despite an awkward plant, Furia find match point. Huge hold on to this game for Furia. Can they finish it?
Opening kill this time goes the way of Wildcard.
I don't know if they'll be ready for a second mid-lug, but you may as well just hold the line. Keserato, can they pull him away from this position? That's the hope. If JB just swings, it might be GG. Susp gets a B entry in the meantime. Wildcard must play off the back of it. The next line is the AWP.
Double AWPs in this retake for Furia. Keserato, they managed to get under his. He's up another shot, clashes with Fuzi, but this is Wildcard trying to hold on.
Playing double AWP. Out of choice. It's a problem.
Those AWPs get chewed up, and it's just Cello left standing. Never really got the ball rolling in this first half, did Cello. Starting to find his successes now, though. First kill goes his way. Susp knocked out. Follow-up damage. It takes Sonic swinging wide to save the day and keep Wildcard in this.
A nice try for Cello. Important trades for Wildcard, and Susp coming alive in overtime as well. Fuzi's definitely had a better game than some of the quiet ones we've seen. That Fnatic Mirage match was abhorrent. But it's Susp right now who's keeping this game going. B picks, doubles up on the push. Now it's Wildcard fighting for another OT.
Considering they were the ones with 5 chances to close out this game. From 12-7. Weren't able to stop the Furia comeback. They're now looking for another OT.
Resource intensive.
It looks like it might find its mark. Yuri catching Sonic as he moves up through ramp. That's a big piece of the Wildcard team removed. They've got to do it without Sonic, and oftentimes, you know, when we look at situations like this, it's been Susp to fill the gaps. The duels between him and Skulls and Serato over towards that B site have been the most compelling all game long. But this time, he's not B-ward bound. Susp takes up the reins over on ramp while the rest of Wildcard try and work middle. Serato and Cello here. The fact that Furia are double set up for this means they've got the read. Stanislaw on the wide swing doesn't clear the boost. Cello gets away with the first. Jaber will trade. Now they've got to be ready for the re-aggro from Furia. 2 players in elevator. They're holding onto the extremities right now. Susp collects a freebie. There's 1 kill from the guy. Trying to make all the difference for Wildcard. Second man in elevator is overran as Jaber picks it up. It's the 2 top performers for Wildcard left in this versus the 2 top performers for Furia. Skulls and Serato. The reason this game got so competitive, can they shut down Susp as he is left as the last man standing? Oh! Skulls with the turn! And Furia, 5-round streak needed to get to overtime. Skulls, the real deal. And Serato left standing tall at the end of this one as Furia move on.
Wow, being a North American Counter-Strike fan is really tough. I had to watch our 2 NA analysts go through all the emotions.
Hey, your boy Sonic's on that team too from South Africa, all right? Don't be just putting that on us.
I understand now how tough it is to be from North America, but damn, Furia just showed that they have pretty big balls. They pulled that back. The comeback was damn impressive. I think it started, I would say, all the way round 21 when we saw that head-to-head between Fallen and Stanislaw. That was where the tide shift. Could you say in that second half, once that tide shift, a little bit of controlling the pace benefited Furia as they moved into overtime?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're gonna spend a little bit of time giving Furia their flowers as well as critiquing Wildcard. But in my opinion, you really hit the nail on the head. I think when it looked as though Wildcard were going to close things out, like they had the right hand to take the chips off the table, Furia hit the river. They hit it on the river, and they just started sending it. They started sending it at B. They started sending it at middle. They just picked up the tempo, and the Wildcard could not figure out a way to handle the speed.
The individual aggression from players like Skulls, from Cello at times, those key players, they were instruments that all created a wonderful symphony, which obviously Fallen knows exactly how to orchestrate. Just such good push and pull from those types of players, the amount of pressure that they exerted on the wildcard players. It's what you really know Furia for, to be explosive in these little individual moments, to have a centralized game plan, but to also be able to string it all together when somebody has a feeling, a moment where they feel like there is an opportunity, a weakness that they sense, and that was primarily towards middle, primarily towards B. I feel like Sus found himself, unfortunately, in the blender, otherwise played a really solid game for himself, but when push came to shove and it became those waning moments of the second half where Wildcard had all the reasons to win, it did feel like the pressure was mounting on his shoulders and he could truly never recover.
It's tough because, I mean, Jaba and Sus were trying their damnedest to drag Wildcard across the finish line, kicking and screaming. I mean, they had so many multi-kill rounds. Sus obviously had a big clutch. It seemed like they should win this thing in regulation, but they just could not dot the I's and cross the T's. And a lot of it was Furia by force. Like, I'll give them the credit they deserve. I mean, the fact that they were able to adjust, kick it up a notch, bring the pace at middle, get the entries on B, play successful post plants, and just kind of keep a rhythm going. Never give up on the game, and ultimately do win in overtime.
Highlights on your screen right now. We're not going to talk about the first half because it was messy, it was ugly, and they were 6 rounds apiece when we moved into the second. Furia struggled at the start there. What was it that Wildcard was doing that Furia couldn't find answers for?
I feel like the ramp control was actually pretty firmly in Wildcard's favor for a lot of that game, and that usually tells the whole story of a Vertigo game. If you're able to have Sonic, Stanislaw, Fozy just doing well in those kinds of positions, I don't really think you have too much to necessarily worry about, but eventually the mid pressure became a little bit too much. Furia just... for whatever reason, they felt emboldened by sensing a little bit of a weakness between, I think it was Susp and whoever the mid-rotator was for Wildcard, just weren't really synchronized. They weren't able to play off of each other in a situation where you just need to sometimes say, we need to commit to one battle. It was kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out between the both of them.
When you take a look at these two IGLs, do you think that they're both very experienced, but do you think in this particular case the Professor reigns on top just because when it came down to that moment, he started calling from the front and he knew what had to change to lead his team to victory?
I mean, there's certainly an element to that. I mean, again, they did make some very key adjustments towards the end of that, second half of regulation that put themselves in position to force the overtime. But also, a lot of it is just kind of the Furia special. And I don't really know if it comes from Fallen or if it just comes from player intuition. But this team can sometimes just get into these slimy positions, and just find these little gaps. We saw it that one round, I believe it was, that Yuri kind of just found a way to slide into A slide into elevator and catch players off guard. It's just their ability to just find timings. It happened at middle a couple times as well, where they get the lurk at just the right time, where it's just that's the thing that Furia has, even historically with older lineups done to North American teams, is just kind of find ways to just find little holes, kind of unsettle them, break them down slowly bit by bit, and then eventually find themselves in the lead. And that's really what you saw in this game.
I actually feel like the game plan for Furia didn't really work out here. It was just up to the individuals. And once you get rolling with that sort of momentum, maybe willed a little bit by Fallen too, in terms of his own individual output there, then he's able to call around that. When he has players that are in a flow state like Skulls was in this game, then it's hard to tackle. Skulls in this first half had a lot of great moments that he could be proud of. A couple times where he did back off the bomb site, played it a little bit too safe and kind of cost his team. But more times than not, he was getting the better of the wildcard players, hand delivering Furia, just anchor holds, and also, like we've been praising him, those middle antics that he was getting up to, finding the timings, just keeping the pressure on them. That was the undoing. Wildcard always had a loose thread because Skulls was tugging at it.
Yeah, and I think if you're looking at the IGL on the other side for Stanislaw, there's not much you can do when your team's just getting barraged at B round after round after round and getting shut down. Yeah, sure, maybe you can try to call, hey, maybe let's fall back, let's play for a retake, or hey, maybe let's try something aggressive somewhere else in the map to be proactive. You can try some things, but the reality is that the almighty headshot is the great equalizer of tactical Counter-Strike, and we saw a lot of that. Skulls just running up B stairs, double killing. You can't really do much about that. I think the other thing that really hurt Wildcard in this game is the fact that their flanks never worked for them. They tried so many times to flank B on their retakes, and every single time it seemed like they got caught, and that really just disrupted any attempt that they could have at trying to reel rounds back in.
Can we just give Wildcard their flowers really quickly, though? I know that they lost, but holy hell, they are so close to making America great again. I feel like you have to look at this team and just appreciate what they're doing. I worry that maybe they've run a bit out of steam now and they're starting to falter, but the run that we've seen from them through the RMRs to the major, there is so much potential in this team of, let's be honest, they were written off a lot of these players.
I feel like America's been made great again, but that's another question. I'm just kidding. That's not my. I'm not trying to drop my political allegiance on this or anything. But I feel like Wildcard has already shown that they are a competitive team versus organizations that have a lot more in the tank in terms of support and resources. Like yesterday when we were talking about Furia, they have 2 analysts, they have a coach, they have one of the highest paid, actually they have the highest paid Brazilian players, period, and they're doing everything they can to funnel all of that effort into one singular team to represent their region. And Wildcard, a practically grab bag of folks, has qualified for the major. They already have a win over Fnatic, and they probably should have won this game, if I'm being real.
Yeah, they should have won that regulation. The way that Susp and Jaba were playing towards the end of the second half of the CT side, the multi-frag rounds, the clutches that they were getting, you really do feel like it should have been enough to get them over the line. But Furia, scrappy as ever, resourceful as ever, finding a way to hang around just at the right time to strike and eventually pull it off. And again, it's just kind of like an old story at this point with Furia. We've just seen it happen so many times, particularly against North American teams, where they can get the job done like this. But yeah, it is nice to see organizations like Wildcard, even M80, though they're not here, supporting NACS, and we're starting to see other teams aside from Liquid and Complexity actually be able to stretch their wings a little bit in the international Counter-Strike scene.
That 2v5 of Sus, what a thing. They're not out of the competition. They've now got to fight themselves through the lower bracket. Furia continues as well. Talking about fighting yourself out of the lower bracket, in our next matchup, we're going to be saying goodbye to either Fnatic or Rare Atom, so don't go anywhere.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
Welcome back to the Shanghai Perfect World CS2 Major. That was a mouthful. I'm going to have to shorten that as we go on. We are 2 best of 1s in, and now we move to the best of 3s. It's elimination time. One of these teams is going home. It's cool. You got stickers in game. You got to stand on a stage in Shanghai. But what you really want is to continue through to the elimination stage. You won't be. One of you is going home. It is the hometown heroes, the Chinese team, Rare Atom, fighting for their life against a somewhat shaky Fnatic. Let's get into this right now. Rare Atom, I don't want to beat around the bush. They look out of their league at this event.
They do, unfortunately, given that they are representing China with this team, the only Chinese players that are at the event. But I think that these guys, despite the fact that they're in a position right now that nobody is envious of, they are really stalwarts of the Chinese scene. Summer, somebody, they were part of that fabled 2016 Tyloo lineup that won that BO3 at LAN, DreamHack Masters, Malmo, taking down LG fresh off of LG's major victory, and it put China on the map in CSGO. And so for them to still be carrying the torch after all that time in their 5th major, they can be happy right now. They're representing their country and they're showing that they're still kicking.
Yeah, I mean, they've represented their country well. This is a team that's bested the Tyloo organization to be able to get themselves into this position. They've played well within the Asia scene. It's just unfortunately, when they've had to have cracks at European opposition, they have not been able to get it done. In fact, they've been losing to academy teams in online competition in Europe. So that's a little bit damning. But the one bright spot I could say about this team is one, Kaze still performing at a high level despite, you know, his age and how long he's been around. And the other thing is like players like Li Hang and Child King, you know, young upcomers, rookies to a major, are getting an opportunity to gain much needed experience to hopefully be future stars for this country going forward.
Why are they struggling? Is it just a matter of not having that level of opposition in their region to play against?
I'm gonna be honest with you, like when I watch them play, I see individual talent in some of their members, particularly Child King. They're just not as cohesive as some of the other rosters that you're gonna see out there. Yes, they may try to give you similar looks and try to play similar openings, but their mid-rounding is just not as crisp, and I think that's what really falters them a lot.
And one thing that I still feel persists in the Chinese scene, which thankfully the Mongols and Mongolia have seen to undo, is that it's almost like they play in their own meta in a way. Even back when they actually played that LG LG Tyloo series in 2016. I rewatched the desk, actually, the post-game breakdown, and like Fifth Lauren's going crazy over, in the West we would have done this, but Tyloo did this. They still are actually shreds of that, where they just want to play setups that we would find less than optimal. Like they'll play setups on Inferno, for example, where both the A defenders will just be in the bomb site instead of having anybody in pit. Like it's very awkward to watch sometimes.
You have to hear that crowd support though as we start to introduce their team, and this is their team, and it's such a big moment I think for this region to see their players on that stage with the likes of Fnatic, a team that comes with so much tenor and so much history to it. It's important for the region, right?
Absolutely. I mean, this whole event is important for the region, not only because it's allowing their players to get to play on home soil and get much needed experience in a major competition, but it's also a chance for them to show like how big this scene really is in Counter-Strike. I mean, the fandom that has showed up since day one of the opening stage, cheering for teams that are from far away. It's actually been incredible to see this community really kind of support and kind of just, you know, show themselves off here in Counter-Strike.
This fan base is just flat out giving me chills, Sam. Their energy is electric.
It is electric. Let's talk about Fnatic, who used to be electric. Crims used to give me chills when I watched him on the screen. I had to make sure I ended that properly because it could have gone the wrong way. But the point of it is Fnatic is a
scary-looking guy.
historical organization. The foundations of Counter-Strike were built with Fnatic. But this lineup is not giving me chills. This lineup it should excite me in some places. And there's my gent on the screen. I'm always going to be a fan of his, but it's not working.
Despite the fact that Fnatic, by qualifying to this major, have passed NIP as the second most major qualifications of any organization behind Na'Vi, this team doesn't really have a chance to make it deep. They might be able to win today. In fact, I'd have them as a pretty strong favorite, but the same things we said about Rare Atom, honestly, we could have probably swapped the nameplates and just said the same things about Fnatic. Cohesion is not always there. Mid-rounding is sometimes questionable, but there is star power. We love, I'm not going to say we because I can't speak for the whole community.
I love Blame F.
I like Blame F a lot. I love Blame F personally.
I like Blame F a lot. I mean, this whole caricature that people have tried to create about him being bait F or, you know, being an eco farmer, all these different things. That's not the case on Fnatic, man. He plays so many active positions. He will take a ton of opening duels, even on gun and gun rounds, and this guy is well over the 50% rate in success on opening attempts. Yeah, he's not the main entry fragger on this team. Body would kind of be more in that regard as an IGL, and he actually has a pretty good success rate for IGLs go. But yes, Blame F is a true star of this team. He's the pillar. He's the consistent force you can always rely upon.
Okay, you mentioned Body. Let's talk about that because some of the criticism is that maybe he's not the right IGL for this team.
I've seen certain maps where I do like Body's calling. Anubis is actually a rare one where I feel like he's all right. But for example, on maps like Nuke, I've seen just the mid-rounding be a little bit too cluttered, or it's kind of 1 foot too far in either direction, where it's either way too many moving pieces or way too simplistic. I wish there was kind of a happy balance. Like, even watching Wildcard with Stanislaw sometimes, it's like one good lurker that's going to join up with the team later with a pack that's doing something else. Sometimes with Fnatic, I see 5 guys walking in 5 different positions, and it's not my favorite thing at all.
My other not favorite thing about Fnatic is where is the other firepower at besides Blame F? There has been times where Maddox has looked like he's supposed to be a very strong rifler, but it's not consistent. And Nock, this is a guy who was a true star in 2023 when he was playing with Apex. He looked like one of the best operators out there. And even for a time when he was playing with Unpaid, because I won't give that organization any credit for anything. You know who I'm talking about, though. His first stint on that squad, he also played quite well there. But since he has been on Fnatic, he has not looked like the Nock that I believe in, that the Nock that I know he's capable of. And I need to see him come alive for Fnatic to have any chance, because they can't just rely on Blame F to get them wins.
The thing with Nock on this team is that he's one of the most passive operators. When he was playing at his best with Apex and NIP, his attempt rate was usually sub 15% on entries. And unfortunately, it feels like a couple of the other guys on his team want to be the late round players. Sure, Blame F goes for entries, but then he slows down a lot, for example. And so I feel like Nock just doesn't really know his place. And he has joined the team relatively recently.
That's true.
And it's been tough for him. It's been growing pains.
So what I'm hearing from all of you is we actually kind of like the Fnatic lineup. We just don't like how it's working together right now.
When you look at the pieces on paper, you feel like they should be better than they are. As we are going to see the bans happening, obviously going to be no Nuke or Mirage, just based on the Master's
the perma bans,
yeah. But we could see an Ancient or Anubis, in my opinion. Inferno's also a possibility. It could go a lot of different directions in my...
I have no idea where Rare Atom's going to go because they've lost their first pick in their last 3 series. Yeah, okay, go for Inferno at this point. They've had a lot of difficulties finding a first pick in general that they've enjoyed. And I think at one point they even picked Dust 2 and now they're banning it. So I don't think they really even know what their map pool is necessarily. And for Fnatic, I feel like there's really nowhere that Rare Atom could have gone that would have upset them too much in the veto here.
So based on what you're saying, I mean, Dust, is the veto really going to play that much of a role in this? Is it going to come down more to what we see from these two teams in this?
I think it's just going to come down to like who is actually more efficient and cohesive actually playing the maps. And if we're looking at Ancient, the pick of Fnatic, I mean, this is a map where Blainef, again, is in a more active role. He's playing middle on both sides of the map, so he is going to be called upon to either do aggressive lurks or aggressive CT pushes, or even at times be a bit of an entry fragger. Meanwhile, when you look at a team like Rare Atom, they just rely so much on fast and scrappy play. And so unless they can get good production out of players like Child King and Li Hang, I just don't know how they're going to be able to do enough to get them across the finish line.
The one thing I want from this game is for the Chinese fans to see a bright future. Like, this might not be the best Chinese team in 6 months, but if Li Hang or Child King can just show something, some way forward for China as a whole in terms of Counter-Strike, give them something to be excited about, take the fight to Fnatic, then that will actually rally this crowd, and it might accomplish what Valve wants in running a major in China. Get these fans excited, get them playing the damn game.
Do you think Fnatic fans are going to be excited after this?
They're just going to take this win and they're going to be like, we should have always won that. So they're not going to be grateful in this victory.
Is there any future for I mean, let's talk bigger picture now. Fnatic, even if they win this and they stay in the major, is there much of a future for them? Is there a deep run for this team?
Not a deep run. I mean, depending on what type of matchups they get going forward, you could maybe see opportunities for them to get another win outside of this one against Red Arm, which they are certainly favored in. I don't have them going through to the next stage personally, but it really just comes down to the draw at that point. But at least take care of business here. You are the clear favorite. You should be at least moving on past this point. And so I think for them, it's not just about winning, it's about doing so confidently. Don't let this one get into a third map. Don't let this thing get close. Take care of business.
Take care of business. We're taking care of business here. It is the Shanghai Major, and we are about to say goodbye to one of our first teams. We have Rare Atom, the hometown heroes, sitting on that stage, desperately wanting to go further for the fans. And then we have Fnatic limping along, slightly crippled. We don't know what's happening there, but if you are a Fnatic fan, you want to see them continue. Let's get into this game.
Yeah, let's get into this bad boy. Rare Atom, CT side start on Ancient to open up. It's the map pick of Fnatic here to start things off. Already seen the crowd in full support of the Rare Atom squad, and that's exactly what they're going to need today if they want to stay alive at the Shanghai Major. This is not a bad start. KarZe goes unchecked for the first. Child Kings roars to life. Whoa! What a transfer! Dolberet is chewed through Fnatic. And it's just North left standing. He wants to leave an impression. And what a way to start. Crazy triple out of Child King.
Let's go Rare Atom. Let's see if they've got anything today, Harry. This has not been a good major for the hometown heroes. 6 rounds across their first 2 BO3s. BO1s, apologies. Now, finally, a BO3 to try and stay in it against, dare I say, a wounded, a weakened, an underwhelming Fnatic. I don't want to set up the upset today. I think I'm with the desk. Fnatic should handle business. They should take this win. Anything less would be embarrassing. But let's see what Rare Atom do when their back's against the wall.
Yeah, I just want to see Rare Atom play a confident game.
Yeah,
right? Like, this is
nothing to lose.
A very rare opportunity.
A very
major
rare Atom
in Shanghai, and for somebody in KarZe, every time you've seen them go further afield, Vici, Flash, Tyloo, they've always been underdogs playing in foreign lands, so finally have the support of the crowd behind them.
Yeah, and to be honest, when we looked at the RMR, we were a little worried. We were thinking maybe we won't get Asian representation even with that third spot. There was a driller situation. There was no Tai Lu, a new form Tai Lu that looked like the best Chinese team on paper. And Rare Atom, they fought for it. They earned their spot here. It wasn't easy, but they got it done. And so nice to see them get a chance to play on the stage here in the opening stage. Just going to farm up this eco for now. Always meant to be. Matt is trying to squeeze something through, but it is Rare Atom going 2-0 up. But like I said, these games have been pretty hard so far. 13-2 loss to the Mongols. 13-4 to Virtus.pro, both on Anubis. None of that in this game today. I mean, as a result, Harry, we look at the bottom 6 rated players of this stage so far. 4 of them are Rare Atom players. Some of the only guy eclipsing that, and barely. Of course, a result of the outcomes of their game, but we're going to need Rare Atom to play their best CS yet.
Well, they're certainly coming into this trying to play with confidence. These have been very aggressive rounds from Rare Atom.
Fnatic's T-sides have been troubling as well, right? Not just here in the major, but the RMR in addition. Bodies calling under question. On Fraud Watch, maybe. There have been some really ugly rounds where I agree with the Destiny. I like the pieces of this team. But I'm not sure about the outcome. So even Fnatic cannot let the pressure of the moment get to them. And we have BlameF playing up to the crowd in the wildcard match. No doing that now. You got no one on your side. 5 teammates setting up. A execute. Rare Atom making a gamble, pulling out of mid, putting 3B. It's somebody and it's Lihang on that A site against all of Fnatic.
Yeah, the downside to playing so aggressive early is they've burnt through all their util, right? They don't have a lot of stopping power here. They still have this Molotov on Lihang. And that's going to come out at a good timing here. Somebody burnt and forced to swing. But Lihang's on the board. Whoa, Fnatic trying to break through. Lihang stakes his claim to this A-site control. 3 kills in defense of it. So Crims and BlameF, the 2 left standing for Fnatic. You're going to see a lot of this across this game. Let's see what they can do in the 2-on-3. Bomb planted. Rare Atom move in. Now they don't have smokes to cut off sight lines here. And so Fnatic stay far afield. They wait for that bomb. They wait for that defuse before making their move. Crims creeping forward. Kaze on the defuse and no one's peeking. Too passive from Fnatic. Defuse held. And BlameF never even attempts it. Tagged on the first turn. Rare Atom 3-0. They stick the landing in the first rifle round.
Yeah, Blame took 1 peek, but he got dinked immediately. Just gives it up and goes to save. We've seen a lot of that from Blame on the T side, especially in that wildcard game, right? Playing far too late in the rounds to actually be able to be in with a chance to win it. And something I want more from Blame is to showcase his individual prowess, to be able to feel confident enough to take a swing.
I mean, the other thing I think that's always felt a bit awkward is him and Crims, I think, have a pretty similar vision for how they want to approach the late rounds. And so in that moment there, like, neither one of them wanted to be the guy to go peeking into the defuse. Someone had to make the move. Rare Atom have been gifted a hot start here.
It's 3B, and look at the setup. This is so unorthodox. It's kind of like Maui was talking about, playing very surprising setups. No one on the long side. Short, sight, off angle, cleared, but Mattis falls at it. Kaze gets out for free. He's even got util to stop his hit. Some are fighting from the site, takes 1 more as well. Fnatic are turning into dust. Grab a quick gun upgrade. Nork's got the bomb as well, but if he sticks, he is alone.
Oh, Crims goes swinging, gets knocked out. Nork wrestling with that AK, escapes at 2 points of health. No damage util, so he's going to get away with the plant here. BlameF, oh, he's run down. Plant denied. BlameF's going to do it alone, and somebody won't let him.
It's not a good look for BlameF. Two rounds back to back. completely concedes the objective, hangs his teammate out to dry. I'm not with the desk. I'm not loving what we're getting out of Blame F in the Major or the RMR. Sure, he goes for more opening kills, but it's not the openings that have been the question for this guy. It's the closers. It's the lack of. It's playing too late. He just gives it up completely. Let's not get run down on that plant.
Yeah, I think the problem with that way of looking at it in a game like this is you're almost giving respect to the opponent. And sure, you're looking for the safest possible fight and you're trying to offer up these clutch moments, but by giving room to a team like Rare Atom, one where you should be coming into this playing with full confidence, taking a lot of those straight up gunfights. Other teams have done nothing but punish Rare Atom at the Major so far.
Yeah.
And I worry by giving them the room and the runway to play their brand and play their style, you're going to get a lot more out of them in this series.
Oh dear, misread smoke as well. Not a good beginning of this game for Fnatic. They're going to absolutely nuke Mattis out of this round. Flash is coming to middle. It seems like Rare Atom still want to scrap for this one. Child Kick comes in off Cave. Double kill. Crims and Blame respond, but Blame will not survive, and Crims is on his last legs. Rare Atom, they are happy to scrap in this game.
I mean, that's a sight to behold, isn't it? Like, willing to go blow for blow with Fnatic in the mid-take. There's no doubt they want to showcase some explosive Counter-Strike. If this is the last hurrah, this is the last chance they get. They want to go down fighting. But it might be even more than that for Rare Atom. They're approaching a 5-0 start on Fnatic's map pick.
I mean, you just save here, right? Like, what can you do? Play for a trade, try and set Nork up. The two Swedes in a 2-on-3. Now, Li Hang is committed here. He was out cave on an island fighting for this one. So this could be a way to find a trade, but Li Hang's 9-1. He's not missed a beat. He's not going to start now. Nork gets that kill. 30 seconds. Absolutely worth going for as Nork does more and more damage. Kaze's on his last legs. Summer in the open will shut it down. And Rare Atom 5-0. Flawless beginning to Fnatic's map pick.
Now the timeout used for Fnatic. Already 2 out of 3 of them burned in the first 5 rounds of this game.
That's a yikes. They're feeling the burn. They're feeling the pressure right now. If you're calling 2 timeouts after 2 gun rounds, it's not going to plan. Keita on the mic.
I think you're probably blindsided with the approach that Rare Atom have taken here. They're not shying away from fighting you. Li Hang has had a phenomenal start to this game. 10 kills deep already, just 5 rounds in.
Yeah, I love the way the desk framed it, right? These young Chinese players mixed with obviously the old guard of Summer and somebody, but it's these future players he wants to keep an eye out for. Li Hang and Child King, names for the future. Fake for Crims on this A site. Blame assists for some utility. They've actually pulled a really heavy rotation away from this B site. Rare Atom have no one here. Summer's realizing now, but they're darting up ramp.
Summer gets the spot. They know the site's been lost. Rare Atom, good flash to tee up these peaks. Fnatic get annihilated. Blame F and Crims once again, the 2 left standing, and Summer.
Sick.
He is driving the knife into Fnatic. More aggression, more gunfights. Crims can't reply. Still flawless for Rare Atom.
Yeah, hey, they fall for it. They're playing off momentum, but they rotate so quick back. So quick. No one goes out A main on that fake, Harry. That is a dead fake, dead in the water. They throw smokes, they throw flashes, they leave entirely, and immediately Summer is calling for supportive util. They nail 2 kills to the wall on that B bomb site before Fnatic even get the bomb in.
Oh, this is just an electric game. The atmosphere is unreal. Soak it in, Rare Atom. This is a feel-good moment. I mean, you know, you talk about kind of old guard. Even when you look at Kaze, you remember when he first appeared on the scene, he's the oldest guy in the team, 30 years of age. But it was back with Flash, you saw him reach his first major. Back then he was 24 years old. And he was kind of one of the breakout talents from the region. Now he's the one shepherding forth this kind of next generation alongside Summer and Somebody as those old experienced names in this squad.
And that was with Summer, that he was with Flash, so some old school names.
I mean, also, we know Chinese fans, they pay a lot of respect and reverence to the old names of Counter-Strike, the old legends, and Crims is one of those, as is the Fnatic organization.
Yeah, there was a big pop when obviously the blinders were lifted and we saw Rare Atom on the stage right today, but even Fnatic were getting some healthy cheers as well. Some respect to the old guard, but no doubt on who the home crowd favorite is today. Shanghai actually getting something to cheer from. Rare Atom have now matched the amount of rounds that they've taken this tournament so far. 6 in 2 BO1s and 6-0 to start this BO3 for elimination.
The Fnatic booth, it's far more stoic.
Yeah, it must be tense right now.
It's, you know, 6 versus 1,000.
More than that. All right, we've seen a fake, we've seen late mid takes. We've seen a B hit. What's Fnatic's way in? They've got a half buy here. Blame on a hero rifle. Heading heavy B. Heaven smoke in to stop that climb up. Rare Atom only start too strong here. This could be the weakness. There's only one in the site.
Well, they're going for the mid control though, right? They're going to have this this lane jump up, and even though there's a smoke down, damage has been done through it.
Got to reset quick. Summer's alone. He's getting overwhelmed. Molotov is good. Spray is fine. Still taking 1.5. Fnatic needs space, and they need it now. Body on the long push. Deep smoke. Fnatic are in a good position.
Crim's dead. Child King finds him. And look at Somebody's move. He's slipped through these smokes down at short, and the rest of the team are in there behind him. Nork and Body suddenly get away with murder, but they don't know about Somebody. They don't know that he made it here. That kill arrives for free. There's still more in behind him. Nork with the trade. Is this Fnatic on their way to their first round? Child King does not have the kit to work with. It would be a full 10-second stick. Fakes it out. They go for the spam. They take the bait. Child King. 145. Kit picked up. He's got the time! Oh my God! Rises to his feet, takes it all in. Child King! 1v2 to keep the scoreline flawless for Rare Atom.
Fnatic are feeling the burn. They are feeling the pressure. The re-swing to trade. The fear of the stick. Sure, one player's got to go for it, but both just gives him exactly what he needs to win that round when there was not much time left. Fnatic.
He could have so easily fumbled that under the kind of pressure of the occasion, the 1v2, but having the presence of mind to run forward, grab that kit, and last second defuse. That would have been such an easy round to fumble to time.
Getting stuck right now, a lot of damage done on the B lane. Nork finally finds an opening kill off of an A push. Rare Atom still playing oppressive. It's going to get denied on this round. Li Hang hangs in the balance in A main. This Fnatic must feel like the donut split is the best move. Oh my God, push down ramp again. Summer relentless. Body keeps it in the advantage of Fnatic, and they finally take it a step further. Blame an important kill out middle. Li Hang's still here. They don't know, but Crims will deal with him. Only Kaze left up.
It's the bomb on heaven.
Shouldn't be going B. They have the A site.
Right now, Body is working his way up through the lane side. Missed shot for Kaze. They've spotted him now. And he can't get a bearing on Body, so it will just be the save, and that's if Blame F lets him. Fnatic, it takes them 8 rounds, but they are finally on the board. The aggression of Rare Atom gets punished for a change.
Fnatic get to breathe for a moment. A patient default. They take middle and they wait for Rare Atom's reaction. It's immediate.
Safe to say, folks aren't feeling deterred at the 1 round on the board for Fnatic. Still that aggressive look from Rare Atom comes through. Blame F put up on the boost and they won't check for this. Should be good for the opener. Spam comes back through for Summer, at least levels the playing field.
It's a bad smoke mid, to be honest. They need a deeper one to stop that boost up if you get an insta that lands in the cubby.
Chalking playing ahead of the util. Looking for these fights in at the cave. Body is the molly, but he's going to be ahead of this. Oh, they hear the tag, that little bit of info, all Body needs to react, and Lee Hang caught out on an island. It's Body with the double kill. Summer's getting aggressive, but Fnatic are waiting for exactly this move. They're ready to pincer middle. You've got Blame F down in the elbow. 3 players holding their ground over in heaven.
This is unlosable if they go B. It's only this pistol in cave. Surely tradable. Could even molly if they want to be extra cautious, but they don't need to do that. Rifles can scale where the AWP covers deep. Body goes in. Kaze hits one. Kaze with a second. And Nork's in trouble as the AK gets picked up. Kaze pre-fire. Nork running away out of fear, but look who's behind. It's Summer dropping the bomb.
All right, Blame F, now's the time. Now's the time to clutch up, and he can't get past Kaze. 2v4, Rare Atom. You can't believe it, but they are doing it.
How have they done that? 2v4, 5-7 finds 2 headshots in the cave. Everything was teed up for Fnatic, but patience pays off. Beautiful from Kaze. And the flank couldn't have been timed better. Final timeout in 9 rounds of play.
If you're Rare Atom, you've got this lead. You see them burning all their timeouts. You got the roar of the crowd behind you. Everything is going their way. This is Fnatic's map pick. And they've managed just 1 round so far. They have no more chances to talk over game plans. They've used up all their timeouts. Missed doors smoke, far from ideal. If Rare Atom were hoping to come through with the aggression, that could cost them. Nice shot from Nork on the opening.
It's a jump spot denied.
Fast up into B, Mattis leads the charge. Child King swinging out, will get overran here, will get overwhelmed. Summer unable to box him in. Fnatic have broken the hold over at B. Lee Hang in the balance, tries to swing wide and punish that AWP, but they've lost somebody, and they know where Lee Hang is.
They're too low, I'm scared.
Everyone's wounded short, but Lee Hang will need something miraculous here. And there's the swing from Body, perfectly timed. Fnatic, thanks to that Nork AWP with the first incision, managed to break through.
Those are the rounds Fnatic need, right? Something with a bit of gumption, playing like the better team, playing faster, trading out on the site. They catch Rare Atom off guard. They break their money near the end of the half. Fnatic with the opportunity to find a 4-round T side. You can't say it's pretty. It will be enough. It can be enough. Mid take now. Nothing to stop him. 2 in the donut. And Lee Hang jiggling. Dead man walking. Doesn't know they're already walking the way out mid. He's going to get an 8 down, but they are chasing him right now. Fnatic with a molly. I have no idea, but he's not going to last long. He can smoke it. He can buy a few more seconds. Fnatic jumping the gun. Do take him down eventually. That was a lot of effort required to remove just an MP9 that never fired a shot.
And with many missteps from Lee Hang, it was hardly the smoothest of moves to get him out of there. Still, they've taken this early advantage. Fnatic. Are they ready for this in the red room? Rare Atom, Wolfpack mentality, group up. They swing this together. Mattis going to get out of there with the advantage kept for Fnatic. Somebody falls. And for Kaze and Summer, they're going to throw themselves into this. Kaze's 5-7. It's a thing of beauty.
Still different.
But surely it can't be another 2v4 for Rare Atom.
Have they not heard him? They've not heard him.
He's got right in here. Crims able to keep him in check. And just Kaze left now. AK picked up. But he can go no further. Fnatic will stick the landing this time on the 4v2.
Yeah, save is really good. Fnatic break through the force buy on that A site. If that smoke doesn't come down for the bomb, I fear that Summer drops it. And suddenly it's a different round, but Fnatic safeguard their plant. They find a third.
Shooting for 4 on the half of Fnatic. And the first timeout used from Rare Atom.
Yeah, they want to make the most of this. It's not a good buy, right? So they need to have a play. They need to have a move in store. They can't just sit back and play default and hope the Fnatic feed them. How can they use this AK? Who's flashing who where? Rare Atom try and piece around together here. But safe to say, Fnatic should be handling business in finding this last of the half. It's a pretty weak buy, all things considered.
Hero AK kept on Kaze. They do still have a lot of util to work with in this round, so more of these aggressive moves are open to Rare Atom. Will Fnatic be ready for that? Nork does not play Spawn with the AWP so often. He's been influential to how these rounds play out. Fast in a donut, Blame F left blind, and so Li Hang makes it in there.
God, he's so deep though. He could just walk this smoke if he feels like it. He hasn't seen them donut. That's the fear for Blame, that they might be behind this smoke, but he can pitch up, wait, as Fnatic set up B util. Blame is in a powerful position. There's no way Kaze knows he's here.
Well, Li Hang's been spotting mid, yeah. They think that this should be clear. They're aware that there's a chance. Kaze goes to clear this. Spots body back in middle. Lands a dink down range, but can't see Blame in the molly.
Yeah.
So that's the AK away from Rare Atom. Summer tries to retrieve it, but that nade has made it a tricky task.
Oh dear.
They're doing all they can to slow down this retrieval of the gun. That's buying them even more time for the B hit shot. They line up for the double. Deagle might be the salvation of Rare Atom. And suddenly they're right back in this round. Now they're grouping to repel the B play. Grims does manage to thread the needle.
Oh dear.
Capitalizes, gets back in with one. A missed shot from Nork as him and Blame F now have to combine. Summer dodges death from the cave. 35 seconds left.
They've got a nade. They can break it. Timing is everything.
Bomb is leaving.
Wow.
Nork's taking it to A. Blame F left on the B play.
This is fine.
He could try cut down these rotates, but if they blow this smoke open, nade pulled. They think it's for a bomb plant. That bomb's headed to the entirely other bomb site. Nork gets in for free. Rare Atom do not expect this. And so they're left out of position, embarking on this retake. Kit is in play for Summer.
2 smokes as well. That's the big one. If Fnatic play too passive in the donut, they can get stuck. This is how these rounds go wrong. Donut is powerful, but not with a smoke in your face. They could be anywhere.
2 smokes down on the bomb, an extra wide smoke screen. They can't hit the lineup. Defuse getting out, but Fnatic, Blame F swings out and just keeps them in that. This time he makes his play out from the donut and saves them with seconds to spare on that defuse.
I mean, Fnatic needed that. They needed everything they can get. As soon as they broke the money towards the end of this first half, they had to close it with 4. Pistol or Force is a requirement at this point for Fnatic. They may have gotten swept up at the start of this game with some very aggressive rounds from Rare Atom, but it's not done yet. Keys are trying to drill it into them right now. Making sure everybody knows their role. Rare Atom know this is the most important pistol of their major so far.
Yeah, this is the one that could put this whole worry to rest. Never have to dig deep, never have to worry about this being a close game if you stick the landing in this pistol round. This is for all the marbles. This is Rare Atom to try and take Ancient away. And if they find the pistol, they are well on the way to doing it. 2 in cave to get past. Nork and Mattis chew them up. Oh. Child King shut down. And so it's left to Kaze. They clear him out. They run him down. Flawless pistol put forth from Fnatic.
I can't believe they make that look so easy. 2 USPs. That's not dualies in cave. They just body shot their way through Rare Atom. Big pistol for Fnatic. Oh, clean shots for Nork. Fnatic warming into this game now, getting more and more dangerous with every passing round. Better late than never. Full eco for Rare Atom.
Nork is the footsteps. He knows they're charging in here, but that was meant to be the easy lineup. He gets blocked. Crim's able to hold on at least. That's something. Kaze's Deagle delivers a blinder, but it should be the end of the line here. 1 on 3. He has slipped the net and made it through Temple. Body should be aware of this, but right now he's not looking behind him. We'll start to circle back. Kaze's Deagle shut down. And so the gap keeps closing.
Oh, making some enemies.
Oh, that's
they don't like that.
It's a risky move from Body. Fnatic certainly weren't favorites in the crowd eyes anyway, but now he has made them public enemy number 1.
Feel like it's DreamHack Winter all again. Explosive mid-take for both teams. Fnatic at 3 strong. They fight with flair. Good flashes over the top. Somebody removed and they reset completely. Oh, blade caught as Child King walks out late. Crims just has to smoke it. That's a sign of desperation right now. That lets Rare Atom walk red or walk right through. Pretty crazy move for Child King. They could line up. He's going right in. Body stops him in his tracks. And now they're forced into B. Li Hang dropped by Mattis. So much damage done, but none of it capitalized upon. It's only Kaze and a clutch.
Fully back to the drawing board for Kaze. I mean, pressure's starting to set in now for Rare Atom. They were 8-1 up in this game. Took a long while, but Fnatic have finally built back in.
I didn't see him. Oh.
Doesn't call their bluff on the smoke push. There is Crims on low HP pushed up in main, but there's only 30 seconds in this round. Kaze, does he have the time to be diligent in his clears here? Is he going to be ready for this? Crims hanging out. Kaze goes for the check, but Crims is faster on the trigger.
Fnatic relieving comeback here on this CT side. Not getting swept up in this series just yet. A very slow start, but this is where you would still expect Fnatic to be able to long this game out and show their experience. And if you're Rare Atom, you're no longer just running it down like those first few CT rounds. It feels like playing from behind. with 7 or 6 rounds in a row from Fnatic across 2 halves.
Just pistols to work with. Fnatic chomping at the bit to equalize this game.
Good round to just B-pop it. Looks like they want to go for cave.
This has been a good fight for Fnatic though. Util getting reined in, Body forced off alongside. The Molotov will miss its mark, and so Body is allowed to hang around on long. One makes it in, but Summer falls down on the lane. It's all Lee Hang right now. This Tech9 firing off for a double.
CT plant.
Plant going down. Mattis dead to the Char King AWP. Oh, but there's the lineup for Blame F. It's just Lee Hang. Top performer in the game so far for Rare Atom. One of the young hopefuls trying to put Chinese Counter-Strike back on the map. Now needs to deliver the goods for Rare Atom in Shanghai. First kill found. Lee Hang. The rope dangles over Fnatic. Spam through. Oh! Deleted! And Lee hangs them up. Fnatic gone. Wiped clean. The Tech9. The clutch again from Lee Hang. And that's how Rare Atom break through.
One bullet, a chance shot through a smoke. Boom. And just like that, Rare Atom are back in it. Breaking a 6-round streak, winning an eco. Money in the pocket, Fnatic's on the ropes. They go back for more, boost up, Kaze looking for a pick. Explosion on mid, but the molly burns out Child King. He can't escape after his kill. Blame is still here, tucked in at elbow. Rare Atom take a breath, they got somebody deep in A main. And Fnatic have no one in this bomb site, making a full gamble. 4 players, they must push, they have to get aggressive. You can't sit with this many resources wasted on B, so Fnatic start to move 2 together. The sooner Rare Atom go, the better. Fnatic are piecing it together, 2 clears, cave and ramp. They know where this one's ending. They're going to have really good flank timing right now. Rare Atom haven't thrown any grenades. As the smokes start to come down, Fnatic will realize. And they can even flank A main on fantastic timing. Blame F in a power position right now. Rare Atom walking into the trap.
Double setup back in Donut. And still that backstab to think about later on. Blame F is the first man to play. And when he gets going, Rare Atom locked out.
That's super awkward timing. Rare Atom actually go back to check the flank, but in that timing, Blame slips through main and takes the other side of it. So he's able to kill players in the site before the flank is even known about. Really good push from Fnatic. And Rare Atom maybe too slow. Would have liked to see somebody take space there on his own. But Rare Atom had no information. Now they have no money. 3 pistols, 2 AKs. This is a bit of a topsy-turvy buy, to be honest. Not on the same page. They've got to make the guns work. They've got to make them work. Summer, beautiful headshot. Matt is in the sight, gets tucked in time. Summer can't clear it, neither can Lee Hang. They fall. Still trading out, Rare Atom in the sight.
They've kept it competitive, right? Mattis was on a roll there, but locked out by Child King. Crim's calling for rotates over. Nork's AWP now looks to hold the long aggro. And so Rare Atom, if they think they can find their fortune on a long push, they might be sorely mistaken. Nork has just left the angle. The time would be nigh for a Child King peak. Missed shot from the Nork AWP. This one on a knife's edge, but Crim's has opened. Child King gives up the angle, backs off, goes back in. Child King, there's the lineup, and Blame F runs away. Tail between his legs, he gives over double digits to Rare Atom.
This isn't, he's not winning the flank. He has no kit. This is not a play. This is exits for Blame. Stats inflation, name of the game. I hate it.
One by one, though, the young stars of Rare Atom have stepped up and left their mark on this opening map.
There's a kit on Long, man. I just wish he would go for some of these 1v2s. They're so winnable. He's such a potent rifler. How many times have we seen it in the 3 games Fnatic have played? Winnable 1v2s. Avoided in their entirety. Rare Atom on the cusp. Another eco win. That's 2.5. That was 2 guns, 3 pistols.
For Blame F, yeah, you know, he's always one to put up good numbers, but he's more so, I think, remembered for the shots he doesn't take.
It's not the openers for me, it's the closers. It's the lack of.
Blame F, this hero
it's
gun
a stack.
has to stand and deliver. They're triple stacked in the donut. Damage on a Char King already. Lead
Nice
hang
trade.
falls. Blame F can make amends for it all right now if this hero gun is the difference in this round.
Kaze
2 kills deep. Kaze tries to leave. He's been able to get out of there. There's a full-on A stack for Fnatic in this round, and Blame F has provided the kills on that gun, but Char King taking space. Opens up the doorway for this bomb to rotate back round.
Char King is so low right now. Even though there's 2 pistols in play, Fnatic almost feel favored in this round. Kaze's not recommitting to A. In fact, he's going for the full wrap back round the world to the B site. Blame can get ahead of this. He's starting to re-clear middle now, waiting for his team. That's okay. Blame has played trades in this round. He's let the pistols go in, and he's found those impactful kills. They need to find guns in middle. Fnatic group up in the mid round. Rare Atom. They don't realize, again, like this last, like 2 rounds ago, they have way more space than they have any idea. And so with that lack of knowledge, Fnatic gain more ground, get closer. Long plant, it's really on Kaze right now. They split up, Blame going ramp. Matt is actually joining him. Nork on the big flank.
Flash him ramp side, and that gets him to fire. That's an info flash from Rare Atom. And it's helped them piece together this retake that much clearer. Kaze, the only guy with HP. Child King, always good on check. Child King gets the first. Kaze's backstand. It's going to be close for Nork.
He's got it.
But defuse held and round saved. Nork delivers in the clutch. Perfect timing on the smoke push. And seconds the difference on that defuse. Fnatic keep this a 1-round game.
So many low econ wins in this map. It's been crazy all over the place. Now Rare Atom used their final timeout. Fnatic burned 3 in 9 rounds. Rare Atom finally join them. Nice try. But again for Rare Atom, it feels too slow on those, you know, rotates around the world. Sure, Kaze's entering unknown territory. But that's 2 rounds that Rare Atom, it feels like they've lost to themselves. They would have better positions far quicker. Fnatic, a very active CT side. That's a positive to take away. Always grouping, going for re-clears, getting middle info late in the round. That's why they keep getting these flanks, keep getting these retake attempts off. Now money in their favor, but that's meant nothing so far.
Oh, Blame F with a good spawn, runs it up on towards Cave. Already breathing down their necks on the lane is Blame F. Aggression from Matt's whoa. Tag Blame F, key trade, and he's out of there. Quick as he arrives, he disappears, reclaims that 4-on-4.
All right, Mattis dies for Blame. Blame's now got to reinforce that B bomb site. He's dropping util, calling for a rotate. Body's there as well. That was all a setup for Blame. He makes it worth it. A nice opening move from Fnatic, but how will Rare Atom play the mid round? Back to middle. Crim's here. Trade available. They're not looking. Crim's. Oh, he goes back for more. Could be dangerous, but it pays off.
It's left to Kaze and Summer. 2 of the veteran players for Rare Atom, but as they go into this B site, they have Body to worry about. A late reinforce from Blame F over in Cave. Fnatic are teed up to play a retake here. It's a lovely shot to open, but you're going to need a bunch more exactly like that. Plant in, but Blame F brings the pain from Cave. It's just Summer, low on health, low on chances, double backstab in, and he can't get a handle on Blame F. A confident display from Blame there. Takes the jump up into the heavens and fights throughout that round to tie this up.
That's more like it. Fnatic playing as a unit. And Blame keeping the pressure on. Later into this game, the more effective Fnatic have seemed for sure. This was a super strong lead to start this map.
8-1 to open to the advantage of Rare Atom.
Yeah.
The tables have well and truly turned on this one. Fnatic are back in the game.
Have Rare Atom run out of steam. These eco wins have been frequent. Maybe another B pop. Smoked out of the ramp though. Fnatic start 4B. They know the economy's low. They know what the move's going to be. They come for the kills.
Body goes hunting, pushing down the ramp. Caught out on an island here. Blame F overrun as well. Mattis dead up on the lane. Crims has tried to save the day, but he can't overstay his welcome. The B site's been taken in the meantime. Kaze moving in. Him and somebody sitting down bottom of the board for Rare Atom. Trying to be the ones to save the day here, but they've got Crims and Nork to go up against. They split up in this defense. Nork moving in with this AWP. Early on in the series, Nork was the one guy keeping Fnatic in it. And as he closes in now, he'll deal with Kaze. It's just somebody. And not able to overcome Crims. Fnatic move into the lead.
Oh, it's just been a sweaty game here for Fnatic, but a big sigh of relief yet again as they shut down a near eco win for Rare Atom. That got very scary. 4 players crunching lane, and Rare Atom almost win it out with just Tech 9s. Huge double kill from Mattis before he dies as well. And Nork has been very patient on these CT rotations, letting the kills come to him, and they often have. Rare Atom are the ones scampering now. They're going for a full A send. They just saw 4B. They know A's going to be weak right now. They made a good read. But it's still going to come down to this post plant.
Nork saw missed shot to open. They're getting closer. Nades raining in. Nork forced off the line. Double spam out from the donut, but nothing connects.
Really good
Rare
nades.
Atom have made this throw unscathed, and their util is put Nork on the back foot, although they lose Lee Hang. That is such a big name to take out of this post plant.
Late smoke is going to be painful for Fnatic. They have to go through donut heavy.
Well, 3 players grouped there in the right place. Crims, first man in, looks to lead the charge. There's a re-smoke down in the way of Donut. They have to play through this. So much time has ticked off this bomb. Mattis and Body making it happen. Kaze and Summer, the 2 left in this. Kaze taps out one, but they have to defuse. Kaze denies. Has he done this? It's down to the wire, but Blame F believes in that stick, and seconds are the difference. Right to the extremities of the clock, Fnatic emerge victorious. And for being 8-1 down, they now have 2 chances to close out Ancient.
Oh dear, this has been a crazy match of Counter-Strike. It's only map 1, and it might be Fnatic taking their pick after all, against the odds, despite the start. Explosive retake there, jumping through the smokes. Fnatic on the tip of the win. Fast out mid for Child King, no support. The flashes are fantastic. Crims gets that kill.
Everyone from Rare Atom is succumbing to the pressure here. They're all feeling the urge to make these plays to try to be the difference maker, but it's left them in a series of 1v1s while Fnatic storm the board. Summer dead, and Kaze now with a whole minute to take it in. What looked to be a triumph for Rare Atom after they were 8-1 up ends up being a very dark day indeed on Ancient. Fnatic come alive. And under the bright lights and the charts of the crowd, Rare Atom gets swallowed up whole. And now they watch on As everyone knows, there is no winning this for Kaze. Fnatic on one hell of a recovery on Ancient after burning all their pauses in that first half.
Yeah.
After feeling like the momentum and the aggression that Rare Atom brought to the table had really stifled the Fnatic squad. Have dug deep, have picked this up. And so Fnatic look to course correct here to start this series. They lock in the win on their map pick. For Rare Atom, they will have to seek redemption on map 2.
What the hell was that, boys?
Well, it might be cold outside, but it was summertime that first half. Let me just tell you. I mean,
nice one.
They cooked on the CT side. And Summer, one of the veterans, was one of the key pieces of that. Also, got to give your flowers to the young guns we were hyping up before the game started. Li Hang and Chao King were popping off.
That was a sick game of CS. I didn't really expect it to pop off in that way, but Rare Atom really brought the fight to Fnatic. Fnatic looked really stringy at the beginning of it. They regained some composure, or even just gained it at that, and it really did feel like the crowd buff was working in the favor of Rare Atom. So many duels won early on in that series, and for Fnatic, a game of catch-up in which they overlapped Rare Atom and really at that point never looked back.
I mean, Blame F, it was like Fnatic were living or dying by the sword. Either Blame F was having crazy impact and winning them rounds, or he was making massive blunders in the beginning to the first half that was costing them rounds. So it was a really wild ride, but I want to give flowers to Rare Atom more than I want to, critique Fnatic, because I do think Rare Atom did everything they possibly could to win this game in the first half.
Let's talk about that first half then with Rare Atom, because Fnatic, there were so many blunders from their side, but let's talk about what Rare Atom was doing to get those rounds on the board uncontested.
Well, their mid-control, their lane fights early on, the space taking that they had, and I feel like Hugo did a good job in some of the rounds to highlight it. Just kind of the slightly off-meta setups that had Fnatic scratching their head, especially towards these B attacks. At times for Rare Atom, they had a player on the bomb site, they had a player towards CT, and they had a player kind of on the cave side, and didn't even play anybody on the long side. Like, it was really kind of awkward setups, and Fnatic, they threw this utility that almost tried to dissuade Rare Atom from playing in certain positions, and I'm not sure if it's off meta or it's actually Rare Atom did so much prep that they just kind of played around the utility that they thought Fnatic was going to throw. Either way, it was working. Like their CT side was explosive, and they did not feel perturbed by the way that Fnatic was trying to start many of their rounds.
We've got some rounds later on that Mario will break down just to explain a bit more about what he was showcasing there. But for you, Dust, I mean, the unanswered questions coming from Rare Atom?
I mean, it's exactly what we set up before the game started. For Rare Atom to have any chance on this map, we need to see their young guns come out flying, and they did. Chao King and Li Hang had a fantastic game individually. Summer, one of their veterans, also in particular on the CT side, had a hell of a game. And it goes to what Maui was saying. They were playing fearless. They weren't going into that game feeling like they were the underdog. They played with passion. They played with aggression. They got in the faces of Fnatic and rattled them and did not let them get comfortable. But then you kick off to the second half. I think just unfortunately they ran out of steam. The wind left their sails. They don't have that deep of a playbook. They kind of rely on just fast, scrappy plays. And I think Fnatic were able to at times kind of interrupt that before they could even get it rolling. And then secondly, even if they did give up a site, their retakes were good enough to get them through this game.
Dust, you mentioned it building into this, how important it is for these young guns to kind of, especially for the Asian scene, to step up here. Li Hang getting a chance to do that Child King as well. Let's move over to the other side. Fnatic, that first half, that was horrible. There are major winners in this lineup. That was horrible.
I mean, that was it was perplexing. I don't want to.
You don't want to say horrible. You want to say perplexing.
Yeah, I don't want to say it was the worst thing I've ever witnessed, but you could still see the Fnatic disconnect in mid-late rounds. I mean, that is actually how we've characterized this team. That sometimes the way they want to finish rounds can be a little bit stringy, could be disconnected, disjointed. We saw at times in the first probably 6 rounds where Rare Atom was gaining all that momentum, there were winning situations that Blame F could have actually gone for it. And instead, this was one round where I felt like Rare Atom actually on round 6, kind of this off-meta style. They're playing off the bomb site, they're playing away, they're giving Fnatic so much space before they even take a fight. But then they swing together as Fnatic are almost confused confused that there's this much space being taken. And Fnatic almost took that for granted. Like they were so stringy, they were so far back at that point because they really just didn't believe. Like, wait, is Rare Atom playing retake B? And then Rare Atom goes for a swing from CT and from the back lane at the same time. As Fnatic is just wondering right now, do we have all this space? Like, what's happening right now? And that's what I mean. It's confusing to play this team because they just sacked the whole bomb site and then they just swung dry. Like, I don't even know what that is, really.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time you're expecting people to fight you in cave, to put pressure on ramp, and to kind of force you to gain that control with your own utility and trade fragging. So when you're getting that space, you feel like, oh, wait, did they gamble stack? Did they push something that we're not aware of? Like, are we in safety? And it was just these off-timing swings and just good individual aim. I mean, they were winning so many 50-50 duels, and that does pile up at a certain point. So, I mean, again, it was certainly a combination of like Fnatic looking sloppy in that first half, but Rare Atom certainly were playing good Counter-Strike.
I think Rare Atom just make games look kind of awkward. Like,
yeah, sure.
I think Fnatic is playing it how a lot of teams would from Europe in those situations. Like, they're going to keep trying to take that space, but Rare Atom just swing back into you, and you're just like, how did that work? And it does. You know, they got off to that nice start.
It was so close on Ancients. It looked really scrappy in the first half there and looked concerning, perplexing for Fnatic. But now we move to Inferno, where we know that Rare Atom is strong. We know that this is their sort of hunting ground. How does this play out?
Yeah, I mean, looking at Inferno, this was the map I had kind of slated as their best chance at doing something. They have been very strong on Inferno within the region of APAC, and really it's because they do play this very up-tempo, bursty style at mid or at banana. It doesn't really give defenses a lot of time to read it and rotate properly, and so it comes back to those same guys I talked about already. You know, Lee Hang and Child King are going to be those aggressive riflers that need to create space and need to be able to follow through. And I think for Fnatic to 2-0 this series, it does just go back to blame F. I hate, a dead record here, but he is forced to play a more active role on this team because he does play banana. He has to be that active agent on the T side to help get them, space and to help get them openings. And so I think that is going to be like really kind of the key matchups to watch out for in this game.
The problem is if you rely on blame F, we've just seen it. He is not exactly being consistent.
Hey, look at the scoreboard at the end of the game. No, okay, yeah.
I mean, fair, but...
Honestly, yes. But because he is thrust in these positions at banana so regularly, he simply has to go for it. Like, he can't bait F his way through these kinds of situations. And in my opinion, this is where he's going to dominate. I really do think that this is where he puts an end to the series, unfortunately, for the Chinese fans.
2-0, we're saying goodbye to Rare Atom.
That was their chance right there. They had Fnatic in the ropes. They had a big lead. They had Fnatic looking very scared, playing not to lose, making errors. Like, that was their moment, I feel like. And unfortunately, I feel like now Fnatic will be able to be like, okay, we weathered that storm. Let's get back to business. And I do think that this will be probably a more cohesive win for Fnatic, sadly.
We'll find out if our analysts are correct and if Fnatic will continue their journey here at the Shanghai Major after this.
Said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
It's the perfect world Shanghai Major, and we managed to get a Chinese team through to the Major, and they did it in style as well, and that means I get the awesome opportunity to talk to Child King from Rare Atom. First thing I wanted to personally know is, what is the story behind your nickname?
这个名字的 ID 来源是因为我在一群小孩子，他们仰慕我，就在一个网吧里面，然后就觉得自己比他们厉害，然后就想就抢到这个 ID 了。
Now, you talk about that being a goal you were aiming for. You've achieved another goal here, your first ever major. So making it to your first ever major, the fact that it's in China as well, how special does that feel for you?
对我个人而言的话，我就觉得这次上海 Major 出贴纸这件事情是对我来说是非常重要的。然后确实我们也迈出了这一步，然后 对我来说是非常重大的意义。
If you win the major, do you go from child king to adult king?
有考虑过，因为我在外网的时候有觉得就是别人觉得这个 ID 不好，然后但是我也有想过改 ID， 但是Banks 说的话就是可以考虑一下吧。
Yes, for the Western audience, Child King was a strange name, which is why I asked, so now we have better understanding of the reason for it. I'm going to come away from the nickname though. I want to also learn from you just the feeling of how you guys qualified. What impressed you the most about that? Because you did not drop a map, you confidently beat both GR and Talon. It kind of looked easy.
怎么说呢？我感觉太简单了。打之前我们都是给自己就是心理建设，都是觉得就不要给自己太大压力。打他们就说实话就打好自己东西，打他们就随便打。
So I heard that you guys were spending a lot of time in Serbia. You spent a quarter of a year in Serbia boot camping, preparing. Can you tell me the level of improvement you guys saw during this and just how that experience was?
我个人认为提升蛮大的，但是有多少提升，具体我觉得对我来说应该超过一半吧，50%吧，就是50%、70%对我来说是非常有利的。然后能跟那些强队交手和吸取经验的话，我觉得是非常难得的，因为我们亚洲CS没什么队伍可以打训练赛了，然后就差不多这样吧，提升挺大的。
Was it easy to get practice when you were in Serbia, and what kind of teams were you practicing against?
我们经常跟Navi和绿龙打训练赛，然后跟小蜜蜂也打过，反正跟2线队伍的挺多的，然后1线队伍就Navi和绿龙跟我们约的比较多。
That's a really good list of teams to get some practice against, so it makes sense why you guys are playing very well. I want to get your opinion as well on the Asia scene and the Chinese region specifically. Who do you see as the best team? Is it Rare Atom? Are you the best Chinese team right now? We've got Tyloo who's like trying to make their way back up. Lin Vision, they weren't able to qualify here. And if you are the best team, how close are the other Chinese teams to your level?
我们队伍跟他们队伍其实实力挺近的，就是如果说真的打的话，也就互爆，就谁也第一不了，反正就是差不多这种，就差不多实力相当。
You have a very interesting dynamic within the team of a mix of older players with experience and then some younger players with yourself and Li Hang as well. But then obviously Kaze, Summer, somebody are quite a bit older than you guys. How is your relationship and like things you have in common outside of Counter-Strike? So when you're not playing?
就是其实没有代沟，就是我们相处的很融洽，就是也没有因为就是年纪大，然后我们就是跟他们有代沟，就是很开心，反正就是怎么都合得来。
Now, could you help me and the fans out here understand a bit more about your team and tell me maybe who's the funniest team member, who's the one who's very serious, who's like the older brother? Just explain the chemistry in the team.
就是小鬼的话就是比较幽默，然后西歪的话就比较和谐友好一点，然后阿航的话就比较搞笑，卡泽的话就比较内敛一点，然后我的话都差不多。
So you made one goal come true, you qualified for the major. What's the next goal that you guys have set for Rare Atom?
下一个目标就是尽我们最大的努力，然后达成下一步吧，就晋级吧。
For the Chinese community and the fans, what was their reaction to you guys as a team? What messages did you get from them when you qualified?
我收到了很多我的朋友、我的粉丝、我的好兄弟们的那些贺词，就是我不是消息已经爆炸了，就是嘣，太多消息我回不过来了。
Too many messages. That's a good problem to have, especially when they're nice messages as well. Now, we spoke about your boot camps in Serbia, but now you're in China. All the top teams are here as well. So what is Rare Atom going to do from now until the major? How are you going to get ready?
我们会约一些强队，然后锻炼一下最近训练的效果吧，然后去准备这个下一次比赛。
And lastly, before we end, anything you want to say to all the fans out there?
有，就是感谢你们一直支持我，反正我也是会一直打CS的，不要让我装完了。
Hell yes, that's what I want to hear, my man. Thank you very much. That's wrapping up. Speaking to Child King, learning a lot about Rare Atom. Positive signs for the Chinese scene, positive signs for a Chinese team as we go into the Shanghai Major.
Well, after an 8-1 lead for Rare Atom turned sour, Fnatic sit a map up, and now we head to Inferno. That's where Rare Atom need their redemption. At the end of map 1, mixed bag of feelings, right? Yeah. Really rough start for Fnatic to go 8-1 down. They burn all their pauses super early on. I think looking at heroes, Nork was the one who stood out for me. He was the one guy who outdueled Child King and Li Hang on the Fnatic squad. He posted great numbers against both of them, and those were sort of the two heavy hitters for Rare Atom, and I think a big part as to why the 8-1 lead went the way it did. So going to be keeping an eye on him as we get ready to head into Inferno. How are you feeling about it, Hugo?
Yeah, this is where Fnatic should hopefully, you know, save themselves and just kind of run over this game. Sure, it's not their map pick. We go to Inferno, but as Maui said on the desk coming into this matchup, it's not really... Rare Atom don't have a perma pick, right? They're kind of all over the place with their picks. They played the 2 BO1s on Anubis. They went awfully, and it was a good Ancient, or at least a good beginning to Ancient, but I don't know if they're going to be able to long out this series against a Fnatic who have now at least shaken off the fear from the stage, because, man, that crowd was against them. It wasn't going well. Also good to see not just all the multi-kills that Mattis got towards B there, getting a bit warm. This is a fragger I really wanted to show up in the major, but also Blame kind of evolving inside of the game. He was playing really passive. He wasn't closing any rounds. He was saving in 1v2s, and then by the end of the map, he was making a lot more moves. He was actually ending rounds as well. So if he can start doing a little bit more of that, keep that going into map 2 here, I think Fnatic should be surely favored to shut this out. Let's see if Rare Atom can harness the arena, harness the energy of the room, and surprise us yet again with a strong start.
I'm going to need to. But already this pistol round has some twists and turns. Fnatic start strong over in the top of mid and at this A site. 4 players here. And that's where Rare Atom are heading towards. Feeling like a bit of a read for Fnatic. They're going to start to aggress into the top of mid. They get their number, they spot Rare Atom, and they're left fighting here. But Mattis gets himself stowed away in the boiler. And it is a dominant start, 4 from Mattis.
That's the Mattis we want to see. Not his mouse pad, but the player. 6 shots. Star of the show here for Fnatic. Someone with the potential to be at least finally unleashing it. Towards the end of that map of Ancient, and now starting off on Rare Atom's map pick of Inferno. T-side, hard place to be, and the Force in round 2. Didn't feel like they got the chance to play the pistol. They run it back. 4 up alt mid.
Explosive out through short, but right into Mattis, the guy who started this game with the 4K and the pistol. Another chance at the multi-kill there, but Kaze's going to overrun them now. Him and Summer are both very low. Now Child King is as well. The spam from Crims is well found. Oh, and they're so wounded here. These last 2 for Rare Atom.
Gonna have to hit instant headshots.
Kaze up and over, dead immediately. And Summer doesn't know where to look. Crims opens up Inferno with a vengeance. It's his spam that kickstarts the retake. Brings Fnatic into the fold. Bomb plant found for Rare Atom means they can put a bit of money in here.
I don't want them to tempt them too hard and go for the full buy. you know, Kaze could get an AK, might just save for the AWP next round, but I'd like to see Rare Atom just do another half and play Tech 9 armor. Not enough damage to justify full AKs here, or full Galils, so Nork with an AWP early in this game. Kind of risky to pull it into this round, but he's been reliable, to say the least. Goes for the deep peek.
And Pistols on the receiving end. We'll have to see how the AWP purchase goes for Nork here. But it looks like Rare Atom want to try and contest this banana control early.
Spamming some re-smokes. Blame's got one more. Don't often see the players hang out at bottom logs anymore. They will just pull back. It's going to be a flash through the smoke. Caught off his body, but he's going to get his util in and dump it as they run through. That's a crazy entry, but they can't go any further, you'd like to think. Body salvages the weapon, re-smokes. Rare Atom, this is a rough round, but that gap is tantalizing.
Reason enough to go for it, but it's Mattis who really is a point to prove here.
Whoa.
Started this game off at a crazy level, has Mattis, 8-1.
Yeah. Very impactful double.
Rare Atom from spilling over into that B site, leaving just Kaze. And Mattis wants to clear this. Walking in, he's going to catch Kaze unawares. 9-1 for Mattis to open.
Compost. Can Rare Atom grow on this T side with a full buy? Kaze neglects the AWP. It is T side after all. They still haven't seen Nork's AWP in middle either. So don't know what they're in for here. Does have a good spawn if he wanted to attempt something here, but phase smoke comes down. Fnatic, control of middle. Rare Atom push up through ult instead. Oh, even Banana with deep nades as well. Body and Blame with a lot of real estate. Oh, and I like the setup. A high-low with Blame anti. We just saw Rare Atom flash through that Banana smoke last round, but rifles out. Child King gonna look for his entry. Oof. Team flash, but here he comes into the jaws. Double kill for Child King.
That's insane!
How's he done that?
That's the exact fight Fnatic are hoping for. You're supposed to trade that worst case. Mattis has been the guy making a world of difference for Fnatic, and that keeps up here. As once again he stopped the B play. In the meantime, Rare Atom have gotten out over towards A. And they're ready for Crims up in the apartments. Nork's AWP rotates over, deals with Lee Hang out on long. And so that crazy double from Child King might all be for naught. Crims is repositioned, drops into the passive hold. Left fighting all on his lonesome here as they walk up through short, but Crims is in a good spot to get rid of that first man in. Kaze falls, it's a lazy clear.
It's got to go, 15 seconds, can't wait forever. Crims forces it, and that's a little bit topsy-turvy for Rare Atom. Not going in to trade together, one clearing pit, one clearing site. Not realizing exactly where Crims had gotten off to. Maybe thinking he'd repushed apps. Rare Atom call a timeout. That's a disastrous round to lose. A double entry that clean. And they try and just charge B. But Mattis, I mean, he, like everyone comes up with impact. Crims gets a big double there. But Mattis coming through the smoke, stopping Child King from taking space. If Rare Atom get the site and they have the 5-on-3, 4-on-3, that's their round. So Mattis makes a big boy play. Does not let that double entry steamroll over Rare Atom.
I mean, in any other game ever, a double kill like that up through Banana is enough to win you the round, right? So you're dead on. Mattis playing with a huge degree of confidence. You know, that is a round-saving play, and it's what tees Fnatic up for this flawless start. Back down to pistols now for Rare Atom. Child King entrusted with the AK once again, going to try his hand at the push-up through Banana, but this time he gets messed up on the spam. Blame F brings him down low. And Li Hang not able to get that ball rolling yet. It was him and King on map 1 that were the difference makers for Rare Atom.
Almost an off-meta banana control for Fnatic. The amount of resources and the amount of success they're getting by just completely taking this part of the map at the start of the round. Usually you see T's able to get a lot more damage off with utility. If Rare Atom are going to allow this, Fnatic are going to keep doing it. So we need to, oh my god, we need to see some better nades for Rare Atom if they want to stop this. Instead they just drive by, run and gun, ready for the third. They are not. Mattis again, 13-1. As he shuts down that B hit.
He's a part-time B player. Oh, finally cancelled out. You've dealt with the guy who's caused you nothing but problems. But now you're not ready for Crims.
Ballsy.
Just going to commit to the plant is somebody. As he tries to put this first round on the board for Rare Atom. Can he finish what Kaze and Child King started here? Open the retake is not ideal for Nork. Especially not as this line could open for him to duel Crims. So yeah, Nork regroups. Somebody mollied out into the open. They forced a fight and Crims keeps it clean. Fnatic still flawless. And Mattis, he has been so defining in the early stages of this game. He's already done all the legwork for Fnatic on this CT side.
Feels like all these rounds are going the same. Fnatic win banana, Rare Atom catch him off guard and somehow get a dry double entry, and then Mattis just comes in and multi-kills the B hit. I don't know how he keeps getting away with it. Rare Atom will no longer be surprised by this third player. You saw after 2 kills there, they were knife out, they were going. Mattis just fed kills. Can Rare Atom stop this banana control? Because Fnatic with this deep smoke from T-Spawn, look at it landing on the minimap. It's already down. Rare Atom this time going to challenge it with a bit more pace. Great grenades. Blame just sprays. And he finds 2 kills immediately. Gets tucked in. They did see him. But Blame is not fearful in this map. He is woken up towards the end of Ancient. And he is putting Rare Atom down.
I mean, when you see Mattis doing this, right, it kind of forces you to play with confidence if you're Fnatic, and it's brought the best out of them here. They were undoubtedly favorites heading into this series, and now they're playing up to that.
Yeah, it was just momentum that was rolling out of control at the start of Ancient, with Fnatic playing some really fast rounds, and Rare Atom having heavy mid, some nice B setups, catching Fnatic out. And now we go to Inferno, where experience often reigns true. And Fnatic are playing a great game.
I mean, there's 8 kills on all of Rare Atom. 13 on Mattis, 8-0 on Crims. Which, by the way, is the exact stat line you want out of your A-site anchor.
Yeah, no deaths. He's not even got the bomb here, Li Hang, so say he gets this double kill, he still loses the round. But he's going to go for it anyway. Just looking to try and get into this game. It's 0-5 on both counts. Mattis makes it count for Fnatic, 6-0. And it's all about this banana control right now. If Rare Atom can't stop this, they are going to get swept aside by Fnatic. Even that round, when they play for it, when they hit some mollies, they pre-smoke the molly, they molly car, it's Fnatic HEing, getting so much damage, and Blame just swinging wide. Do Rare Atom have the depth to stop this banana take?
I mean, the thing that's worrisome is, like, for Fnatic, this is already a great CT half. T-side Inferno is where they do their best work. And so the fact that you're 6-0 with a chance to just keep sweetening the deal leaves Rare Atom in the most dire of straits. It's starting to feel like that 8-1 lead back on Ancient might be the best memory they get to walk away from. It's their time at the major. It's now very much called into question by Fnatic.
Oh my, again, bottom B with a perfect smoke. They're going to pop through mid, play as a unit. They need to trade out here. Crims realizes yet to die. This should be his first. Lihang finds that entry.
And Lihang finally on the board.
Oh,
another one, this time from Child King.
Nice
Kaze
trade.
there.
Big trade.
They get past Mattis. No heroic multi-kill this time. From the guy 200 ADR deep. And so that's Rare Atom finally breaking through. But they are going to need a lot more to shore up this map, to shore up this offensive.
Something more simple though, just grouping up with a deep mid smoke. They just hit it together, flash, push Fnatic back out of middle, and Lihang with a big entry on long, plus some trades. Rare Atom playing to their strengths. And Fnatic should be allowed to keep their weaponry here. Rare Atom want to build their own economy at the start of this half. Still a salvageable T side.
Fnatic drop one round and immediately come through with the timeout. They don't want this to be the dawn of Rare Atom finding their footing on this T half. And they've been very liberal with the pauses. That keeps up into this second map. Kita, a chance to talk to the squad and keep this defensive half looking clean.
Yeah, not much to say. Just keep it going. Really watch out for that a similar round like that again. Mid pop, keep up the banana control. Don't play 3B. There's no need to right now, it feels like. They are going to start 3 there, but probably just to drop some util and rotate back out. Oh, Rare Atom do go for the B hit. The read is in. Deep nades again. Look at the damage. Brutal utility for Fnatic, and they immediately rotate 2 out. They don't believe this will end B. But it feels like they have ended the round at B, finishing off Child King. Just excellent grenade work for Fnatic on this CT side.
Child King's so often been the guy to get the ball rolling, so losing him early is a serious blow for Rare Atom. He never even got to fire a bullet. It's all the nade damage. Fnatic 4-stack over in top mid. After a little while, you could anticipate they're going to look to aggress here, especially with, you know, double porch side setup, double long. Rare Atom lying wait over at Banana. Now, they still have a nade on Lihang. That gives them the option to blow this top Banana smoke open. So even though Body's going to replenish it now, that actually falls deeper than he wanted. Spammed by somebody. That's open runway. Fnatic full leaning over towards the A site. They only had Body to defend B, so they've now got to scramble this rotate over. Rare Atom have been burned before with their lack of diligence clearing out B. This time, they clear everything, leave no stone unturned, and they get the site for free. Fnatic 4 strong up through Banana.
Don't count them out. Backside orb is powerful right now. Fnatic will actually concede. They save it completely. They don't like what they see. Rare Atom not giving them kills. Man, rudimentary mistake for Body though. He's solo B. He drops his final smoke. Why is he spamming? What are you hoping to achieve? You're just giving Rare Atom the only way to kill you. You can walk across that and cross in. It's still dangerous, but spamming is just giving Rare Atom a way in a round that you cannot afford to fall. Just feels completely unnecessary. The risk reward not there. And look what happens. Fnatic literally give it up in a 4v4. They don't like their odds. Fair enough. Rare Atom were entrenched. They could have had CT. Fnatic don't know. So back to the drawing board.
It's one of those moments where the sort of off-meta decision after seeing all those nades raining down Banana does well by Rare Atom. Right, that very much felt like the idea for Fnatic. We've lobbed so much util in, they think it's a stack, but Rare Atom powered through.
Yeah, they believed.
Flame F, aggro down Banana, more smoke spam to come through. This time the util has done big damage to Fnatic.
He wanted to leave so bad, he just ran through a full molly.
Oh, and another for Child King. Owns Banana.
Oh dear.
Kaze, one more off the orb, and somebody even deals with Mattis. It's just Crims.
I feel like we see that so much more in CS2, like people just thinking the molly's almost done and just running through it. Like that molly was barely down. Blame already, he was tagged, he was like 60, but he just burned 60 to 0. Leaves his teammate hung out to dry in front of the wall. Crims is just trying to live right now. They will not let that happen.
Look at the hunt. Like, they really want to knock out this final AK. They spot him over here in middle. Right. Crims does not want to part with it, but has no choice. Child King, he's here to play.
Yeah, he's the hero right now. He's the one guy doing everything for Rare Atom, finding all the crucial entries that have won them rounds, even rounds they've lost. Getting that double kill up Banana. Can Rare Atom really find 6? This round will answer that question. They break Fnatic's money if they can take it. Rare Atom refusing to give up from 6-0 down 3 straight.
And the fact is so much of this is just coming from Child King and Kaze as well, I think. You know, flying under the radar a little bit more, but has been influential here.
Got those trades in the first round they won to get up on A.
With Li Hang falling silent, Child King has a lot of slack to pick up. But he is delivering on that right now.
Oh my God.
Opener!
How?
You have to pay your respect to him on Banana. This real estate that Fnatic were winning the game on fighting for is now starting to turn against them. And they're reluctant to give him that respect. They're reluctant to give him this room. They're looking like they want to re-aggress into this, but he is still aggressing up through Banana. Has support, Summer in behind him. Nork on the line. There's the trade from Kaze. Body fell. Child King can't be stopped.
It's crazy because it's not like we're even seeing flash peaks for Child King.
He's doing it dry.
The amount of dry fights he's just winning, running into the B bomb site is insane. One-man army, a fantastic support for Kaze to not let Nork escape with his life and with his AWP. And Rare Atom are fighting for 6.
After how this game started, with Crims having a flawless opening, he was like 9-0, 8-0, Mattis at 200 ADR, always in the right place at the right time. This felt done, this felt over.
Yeah.
It was a non-starter for Li Hang. Summer still doesn't have a kill, but Child King and Kaze, polar opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of experience, even in namesake. They're the two getting this done right now for Rare Atom.
Yeah, rookie at his first major. Child King here to stay, here to play. Even takes Mattis out.
He's hunting, like he's getting the opener and he's hunting down the saves every time. This is Child King versus the world.
Fnatic can't celebrate too soon in this elimination matchup. They clinch Ancient. They start Inferno rock solid, winning Banana every round. Well, now it's a different game. Now it's a different story. Another B-stat called by Fnatic. But these rounds have been decided in Banana for the better and for the worse.
I mean, look at what Fnatic have had to do to stop Child King. 4 strong in the B-hold. And all in stack.
Just try and bait him into the CT setup. It's really nice. Little jiggle there from Body will pull players into the M4.
Okay, he's had some crazy dry fights getting one. But this is Crims. This is Crims 10-2. Veteran player, safe hands. Boosted up in an off angle.
Oh, no.
Now looking to re-aggress. Child King needs to hold on! And it's all him! Child King is that guy! On for the ace! Rare Atom! For these veteran players, for Summer, Somebody, and Kaze, it was always the question of, waiting for the right man to come up. And it's the king of children becoming a man on the stage. 15-7. He is the one-man army for Rare Atom.
It just can't be put better, Harry. He has won them every single round of play. 5 straight for Rare Atom. It's the inverse of Ancient. The slowest start possible. A game that looked dead on arrival. And Child King crowning round after round for Rare Atom. Can they break even, split the half?
If you said they were going to do that when Fnatic is 6-0 up, I would have laughed at it. There was no way for this to happen. And it still doesn't even feel like there should be. Like, it's so insane that this is one guy doing it all.
And the way the rounds are going as well, it's not like there's ever been a B execute.
The rest of his team have 12 kills. He's sitting 15-7. He's getting all the openers, all the closes. He's doing everything.
I like this change. Fnatic actually play 4A, or at least a float player in Spawn. Blame bouncing between the 2 bomb sites just in case Rare Atom do something different. They don't want to die in Banana. They don't want the round to end at half wall. Fnatic play it a little bit safer this time. Nork's AWP has yet to really fire off. It's on the long side. Lee Hang in the apartments. Banana taken, smoked out by Fnatic. Rare Atom come back. Child King. Is he just going to fake this out solo in B? Because meanwhile, the rest of his team look ready and willing to pounce. 3rd rotation drawn into this site. It's Kaze with a bomb, with the nades to set up Rare Atom on this A hit. Double pit, Crimson Mattis. This should be a dependable hold.
You'd like to think, right? These were the 2 that did all the heavy lifting in that first half.
They found the gap.
Child King manages to get out deep over at long. Will he be in the position after insane impact? No.
Sick.
He falls first. They've got to do this without their hard carry. This will be the time for the rest of the gang to appear. Lee Hang throwing his name back into the conversation with a big double kill now. Leaves Rare Atom in a 3-on-3. Things will get weird. Things will get wild as for the first time in a long time, Fnatic have to try and retake this A side of the map.
Some lineups here. Some backside util. This might burn out Summer if it's well placed. Oh, it is not well placed. It's a flash. Flame's got the molly now. Out it goes, and it misses completely. So Summer, second one's perfect. Summer's got a repos, running in the back of the site. North finds that kill. They're all so low. The AWP's not the weapon for the job, but Lee Hang is 3 kills deep. One more repeat, bomb denied, and Rare Atom with 6 straight to pull back this first half.
Up until now, it had only been Child King, but in that round, he falls first. And so it's the rest of Rare Atom that have to pick it up. Lee Hang, who had a horrible start to this map, recovers the 6th for Rare Atom.
It's the 2 young stars, Harry. It's the 2 major rookies debuting on a home crowd stage, fighting for their lives in Shanghai. And you were ready to write them off, and fair enough. But they don't want to go down without a fight. Summer 0-10 on the half. Still, Rare Atom sits 6-6.
I mean, there are some games where you say it feels like a 4v5, but this one is a 4v5. And it hasn't seemed to matter yet as they move on to their defensive half. You will need something out of Summer here. He can't afford to have an entirely quiet game.
That makes sense. I mean, the shooters on Fnatic are, have been solid in this series. Mattis has been a bit of a monster. Think about the end of Ancient. He was getting so many multi-kills towards Cave, playing very aggressive, him and Blame in tandem. And while he, again, started this game really strong, sure, he was actually kind of locked out of a lot of those rounds with them ending B for 4 or 5 in a row for Rare Atom. So on this T side, eyes on Mattis. See if he can crack this game back open for Fnatic after a drought of rounds. Didn't have a choice over on A. Now it's up to him.
Kaze, very aggressive, but back's turned. Mattis immediately roars to life. Summer is finally on the board. And he puts a stop to Mattis's push.
Oh, the blame timing though. Has he heard this? He looks like he's heard this. Perfect flank. 4-on-2 now. Unthrowable for Fnatic if they group up, and that's exactly what they're doing. Trying to trade 4-on-1 on somebody.
Only 3 kills to his name. Left alongside him is Summer, who got his first kill in this round here. In a 2v4, Fnatic destined to pick up the pistol, try to get back to their winning ways. Safe smoke down on Moto as well means that Summer can't attempt this. Looking for something just to try and get his head back in the game is Summer. But these are nothing more than empty fights. So Fnatic pick up a pistol win with some sharp shooting from Mattis and great positioning from Blame F. They find themselves onto a winner early.
Fnatic answer the call. And Rare Atom go for the force, as they have so many times in this series. Kaze's got a Nova.
Nova on long. Even the name of the position doesn't speak volumes to its effectiveness there. But Fnatic seem interested in this B site and what it has in store.
They got a nade to break. If they want to change the timing of this play. CT Smoke goes in for the boost as well. 3 strong here. But Fnatic, slow and steady. Exec comes in. Molotovs cover the site. Somebody, Li Hang, hung out to dry. And Summer locked out by the util means Fnatic are on to 8.
Summer hangs around, but no kit. This isn't anything wild or cheeky from Summer. He just had nowhere else to go, and they even chase him down in the ruins. Save called for Child King and Kaze. Child King's actually going to go looking for something over here in middle. They've learned about that Deagle now, and he strikes fear into the ranks of Fnatic. They are still hunting him, but taking a different route, a different approach. Fnatic have stuck the landing versus the force buy. They might even remove these saving players in at the end. Body right there, walks into the Deagle. But it's not a lot to fight back with here. If you're Rare Atom, you save a Nova and a Mac-10. They buy up the double nades, looking to do something early. Fnatic, this is very much in their wheelhouse now. They're on the T side of Inferno, where they do their best work. They've successfully converted against the Force Buy, and they don't have much to worry about here. The triple nades are the big threat.
Oh, nice opener.
Oh, good damage.
They do pull back. Fnatic realize more are coming, and they respond with their own, but softened up on 2.
Well, Chucking even throws in that deeper banana smoke from Spawn.
They can leave Blame here if they want to go back and re-clear middle. Crims is doing it alone right now. Playing Boiler with the mid-smoke up. Kaze, Nova, doesn't fire. Maybe Crims saw it and wants nothing to do with that. The attempt to be him blocked. Unless a smoke kill comes through, Fnatic have to wait.
Great timing on the smoke block. You were worried that Chalkin would have got left out of that B hit. But given a second chance here, there's still more util for Fnatic to stream over, right? That's the first layer. They know that Rare Atom don't have a lot to work with here, so they've baited out what little util they had. And now they set up for the real exec.
Oh, Molly's everywhere. There's nowhere to stand. That's a great Molly in the open as well, but in so many positions. Child King.
You see him on the board, you run away.
See ya. That guy's hitting right now. Somebody's calling he's up A, but he might die here. They got a crossfire. Karze falls immediately. Mac-10's ugly, but Summer recovers. Second kill of the game. They're coming his way. It's him v the world.
No impact. No kill found. Summer dead. And it's just Child King arriving late with the Deagle. 1 kill, but 1 HP. 1 point of health for Child King. And a crossfire teed up between Nork and Mattis. They're scared about facing this guy, but they finally get rid of him. Did all he can, but Fnatic, they're playing to dodge Child King on the other side.
That's a fair strategy. I mean, especially when you have players who are going as quiet as the veterans of this team in Summer and Somebody, right? Like 2 and 3 kills. Even that Mac-10 spray is a backstab. It's absolutely ugly. So if I'm Fnatic, I'm looking to abuse these weaker players right now, especially on a map like Inferno when you can almost guarantee their positions. Child King back on A. Somebody threw the Molotov, 100 to 0 from utility. Li Hang not much better for him. Fnatic flash, he's fighting for it, but he can't escape surely, just about. No jump shot.
No accounting for that.
Can't really do anything about it. Karze's here, he's hit a couple on this T side.
I mean, yeah, when you see them fighting for Banana like that, you are worried about the triple stack, but in going back, they will play right into the hands of the one-man army. Summer up and leaves, but he has 2 kills. If you're looking for any intrigue in this round, it's got to be Child King up on the apartments.
Very tradable position. He's going to have to drop. They can overwhelm him. This shouldn't be the hero moment that we all dream of.
Smoke in, they're going to catch him down into the pit. Nothing found.
It's awkward timing. Smoke gives away his position. Fnatic pounce. 10 rounds. Can't say it didn't get scary in this game, but Fnatic are relieving the tension and looking to find that necessary win in a game they came in so favored to.
It was always T-side that was going to be the problem, both because Fnatic looked very comfortable here, but I think just more importantly, as you touched upon, right, like it is these more experienced names that have fallen completely silent, and that was always going to be exploitable in this second half. If you're able to isolate Summer and Somebody, you have advantages right there. Very plainly, they're just not hitting their mark. And so as Fnatic reach double digits, the final timeout is called in for Rare Atom.
And it's one thing to be that hero and to be going up Banana and getting 2, 3 kills around on T-side. It's so much harder to find that same success on CT Inferno. It's so much harder for a one-man army to be effective. You need your anchors to be dependable. And right now, Rare Atom feel anything but. Fnatic handling business. And Maddie's and Crims with a great game between the two of them.
A 6-round streak giving false hope to Rare Atom here. Fnatic still have many more tricks up their sleeve, many more individuals to rely upon. And while that first half was a brawl for Banana, more often than not, Fnatic are constantly looking further afield. BlameF loves this lurk position over towards Banana. He feels right at home there. So he keeps a back door open for Fnatic. If they don't like what they see on the A play, BlameF can always alleviate the tension later in the round. and provide that opening runway for the B hit. Summer at long, 2 kills in the map so far. Finds his third now. On to Mattis, no less. That is a big voice to remove from the Fnatic squad.
Well, an entry here would complicate everything if Blame can find his contact into this Molotov. Is a swing wide enough? Somebody gets a spot. Blame goes chasing. The Molly's not down. Somebody's in trouble. He gets overwhelmed. Blame can't find both. It's up to A. 20 seconds through the smoke. Kaze hits a no-scope and body in a 1v3, but it's only 1v1 inside of the site. He doesn't know where Summer's off to. And CharlKing rather with the kill. Grabs the orb, saves the round for Rare Atom. And they find their first in the half. Can it be the start of something for Rare Atom, or is it just a blink for Fnatic as they go back to their winning ways in Banana?
Very fast on the hit here from Nork. Plays with the spawn on this AWP. Not something Rare Atom have really had to worry about yet, but they learn about it here and now. They managed to get out at least. Li Hang not sacrificed to that AWP.
Mattis is through.
Seems like Kaze got the spot there. Nades rain in over it short. And he drops off down into the pit. It's a strong position for that AWP, but Fnatic are gearing up for the B hit while they're faking this A play. CharlKing flashed into the top of middle. This is a big info play to have later in the round. Look, it's freed up Summer to start rotating away. Fnatic are in 2 minds about where they want to end here. They're teetering back on Banana. They've still got 2 players in top middle. They're leaving options open, but right now they feel like a jack of all trades, master of none, so they start to group up for this B hit.
Fnatic against the stack. Summer, he needs to stay here to give Rare Atom a shot. He's got a flash, he's got a Molotov, he's got options available. A few more seconds bought by Rare Atom. Fnatic don't tick in that molly, most importantly. They don't reveal how close they are to hitting this bomb site. Summer's Molotov, a T-molly, no less, can have a lot of impact as Fnatic come in for the kill.
Molly goes into pool. Somebody low on health, but Li Hang tries to hold the line. But out on an island is Li Hang. Need numbers, need a big defense. And the stack of Rare Atom repels it. Kaze, CharlKing, the 2 top performers not required as Li Hang shuts Fnatic out of the B play.
I'm shocked he doesn't kill his teammate in the process. Somebody's 1 health on that pillar. They're just jiggling. Great supportive util from Summer. Piecing together a 5 alive round. Gets the molly for pool. Gets the flash in. Separates Fnatic on the hit.
I mean, this was the big what if of this game, right? With CharlKing playing so well and Li Hang is that other young star alongside him. The guy storming the board from Ancient, but going entirely missing at Inferno. What if he got switched online? What if you were getting more out of Li Hang? Well, he just stopped that B play there. Fnatic burn their final timeout.
Rough round for Fnatic to lose because they don't necessarily make big mistakes or anything. They do their default early. They get seemingly a few nades out of Rare Atom, but it's the rotator who holds the bulk of them, and Rare Atom who make a fantastic gamble on the B bomb site. Fnatic don't lose a player early. They just exec into the stack.
And even that links back to earlier in the round where CharlKing got the info that mid was clear. That's what allowed Summer to rotate. And so he got there just in time with all the util to facilitate that B hole.
Rare Atom not playing scared, they're playing smart. Nork playing loose and fast, up Banana with the orb. Are they ready for this? They didn't see it last round. They might know it got saved, given the name. Some good grenades down Banana. Li Hang and somebody on this B bomb site. Fnatic have 2 smokes. If they wanted to do an exec, it would be flashless, but it would be also their only option in this round. They have nothing but Banana. Gonna check their flank, make sure no one's pushing. Mattis left at top B. And Nork would love desperately an entry kill on this AWP just to soften the defense.
I mean, Rare Atom are aware of what was saved out of that last round, right? They're all just tucked in, no one giving an opening pick away. Chalking was just leaving the A site, and so temporarily a gap has opened up over at long.
Yeah.
Smoke now down. Molotov stops the orb, linking up with Body, but he's made it through. 4 HP and a Glock.
It's only a Glock, Harry.
But it's Summer back turn. Freebie offered up. Surely the Glocks aren't enough to do this. Kaze's eyes taken off the prize on the short side. They're getting closer with each missed shot. Finally, Kaze delivers the goods. Kaze holds on. And this round with the pistols that was on a knife's edge. They pick it back up. Rare Atom, a 1-round game. Kaze with 4 in the hold.
On 5 health as well. Say what you want about Rare Atom in this game, right? It's the supportive utility. This team is playing together right now. The numbers may not be good for a couple of the fraggers, but the flashes to assist, the way they're trading off each other's contact, it's looked really nice. It's drawing this game back into question on the CT side. 1 round behind Fnatic, 3 in a row. This game's not done yet. Rare Atom hanging on by a thread. Fnatic just go for contact mid-crunch, walking through the smoke as Summer peels back. Chalkin's going to get hit, but he's not going to have any idea what's behind this smoke.
Hang on, he seems aware of it. He seems aware of the creep in through spawn. Chalking, right place, right time. Mattis, he sees him. Chalking doesn't take the immediate fight. Swinging it out late. Chalking falls first. Somebody has got to hold on. Someone's going to save them. Can somebody be that man? Dead after the first. Summer's aggressing in through middle. That's the bomb away from Fnatic. Rare Atom could still try and recover this, but the push from Li Hang gives away the aim of the game, gives that bomb back to Blame F. Can Kaze be the one to stop this? Bomb's not picked up yet. Blame F goes looking for it. Backstabbing from Summer. He's playing the trigger discipline.
He needs his kills.
They've smoked off Banana. He's missed the timing. He's missed the window. Both times over, Summer has not hit the mark.
But
playing late into this. Mattis is now suspicious about Banana. Back on the angle. Summer secures it. 2v2. Plant stop. 20 seconds left as they have to retreat to a safer angle. Fnatic get that bomb down. Rare Atom, the ones on the clock. They know where both players are. Summer secures his kill, and it's just Body. Kaze stops him.
You're joking.
Summer struggled to ever get going. 0 kills in the first half, but that 3K right there ties this game up.
He had so many chances, so many seconds to take that kill, and it felt like not doing it was the undoing of the round. Instead, it gives Rare Atom life. He holds his shot till the last second, forces a new plant, forces an uncomfortable post plant for Fnatic. And Rare Atom clash their way to double digits. Even with the plant, Fnatic have broke. Half by Tech9's Rare Atom favored. Out of absolutely nowhere.
Oh, there's the nades. Li Hang! They're still fighting for this. They want even more. Will that be their undoing, or will this be the beginning of something beautiful for Rare Atom? They hang around for just a moment, wait to see if they can collect any more kills through Banana. And now it all falls quiet as Rare Atom ease back into the 5-on-3. Li Hang with a jiggle.
Oh dear.
Support in the side. Both players with nades out. Smoke's wrong. Li Hang has to stand and deliver. 3 kills deep in the round, but the B site lost. Fnatic just with pistols now arm themselves. Now get a bomb to play around.
Still, there's so much util. 4-on-2. Grims has to put this gun to some insane use. They stop him in his tracks. Norm grabs it. They're spraying away, and Chalking will finish the job. Rare Atom are in the lead. 6-0 down, and even after their T-side comeback, that was Fnatic. Both pistols converted. First gun round, 10-6. And now Rare Atom have drawn this game back to their favor.
The rebuild of Lee Hang across this game has been almost as cool to watch as Child King's one-man army to keep them in the first half. It was those two, Lee Hang and Child King, on Ancient that were the difference makers, that were the guys keeping that map going. But Lee Hang did not start strong here. He had to build up, he had to power up as the series has gone on, and he's managed that.
Fnatic are crumbling yet again. It felt like the start of Ancient, they brushed it off. Well, now it's the end of Inferno. Dirtied again by this Rare Atom CT side. Fnatic getting desperate, walking through the smoke. It's worked before. There's Summer on the line. Poor game, can save it right here, right now. Summer with two. Body spots another. He's got the bomb, they come for the kill. He will get revenge, and another spray for Lee Hang leaves it even in the balance. It's only Nork. 1v2 now, no AWP.
And double AWP between somebody and Kaze as Nork goes back. He's going to clash with that Kaze. AWP. Kaze delivers map point to Rare Atom.
He's had impact as well. Think about that huge 4K down in pit on the anti-eco. That's a back-breaking round if Fnatic win it. Kaze hit only the shots he had to. And that's enough to put Rare Atom with two chances to take us a distance. Vertigo. Is it inevitable? 6 rounds in a row. Rare Atom just need one more.
Kaze trying his hand at the mid.
Oh!
Went from being the guy to end rounds to now the one looking to open it all. 4 kills between Rare Atom. And a third and final map. One more map in front of this crowd, the home stage. And a chance to keep that major dream alive. Summer ices out Mattis over in middle. And so from the cold depths of this start, summertime has dawned upon Rare Atom. They bask in the warmth. Just Body and Crims left to beat.
Felt like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to play in front of the Shanghai crowd. But Rare Atom will keep the dream alive and will go all 3 maps in this elimination game against Fnatic.
I started the death segment after the first map going, what the hell just happened? And I feel like it's the perfect question for Inferno as well. What is going on?
This is just unreasonable from Rare Atom. The way that they're able to find these little gaps in the mid-late round, the way that they're able to read what it is that Fnatic are trying to concoct, the replies, the answers, the catches from Rare Atom from this one, that was good. That was nice stuff. I'm not going to say that it was always the most pristine, well executed, well drilled, but at the same time, it gave us something to be excited about because they were popping off.
I mean, you just have to respect the grit and perseverance of Rare Atom in this game. Both halves, they started down so badly. I mean, with Fnatic up 6-0 in the first half defensively, it seemed like Rare Atom could not get anything going, and then all of a sudden, the Child King himself stepped out and had beautiful play after beautiful play going his way. Even Summer, not with any kills essentially in that first half, didn't matter because Child King just popped off. So many big impactful entries, so many beautiful multi-kill rounds, just got Rare Atom back into the game.
I want to call him, do we call him Adult King? Those who know, those who know. That interview was crazy, by the way, but okay.
He has become a man. Let's forward on though and talk a bit about the unanswered rounds, because obviously Rare Atom right at the end, there's 7 rounds unanswered to claim the victory. What were they doing that Fnatic just couldn't figure out?
That's really tough to say because I don't think that Rare Atom did anything particularly special. There was even a couple of rounds where they were doing like some really bonehead things, like pushing T-stairs through smokes and like doing these weird things that were actually giving Fnatic's ways back into rounds. But it just came down to just performing very well in doing the basics. Like they defended well all across the map. They didn't allow Fnatic to slip through any cracks. You know, Summer, who had such a weak first half, stepped up in the second half, and the young talent played well. I mean, I think they just did all of their jobs respectively on each end of the map.
The one thing that I did like about Rare Atom, though, is that they didn't give a steady diet of anything. They weren't just sat in the bomb site. They're always trying to fight Fnatic in these moments of transition in the round. When Fnatic are trying to take space up the long side, they're fighting them at the corners. When they're trying to take space up banana, they're fighting them at the half wall. They're not just sitting back in the bomb site, because I can name a couple teams that have played at this event so far that when push comes to shove, they just turtle up in the bomb sites. They just sit on their hands and hope for the best and that the execute isn't going to be strong enough. But Rare Atom, they take the fight on their own terms. It's something that keeps things chaotic. It keeps Fnatic guessing, and it allowed people like Child King to pop off because they're taking they're just taking the initiative in these micro moments.
I mean, just look at that timeline. 3 kills, 4 kills the last few rounds of the first half. That made the world of difference to allow this team to be in contention. And then even after Fnatic had a hot start in the second half to look like they might still walk away with it, again, Child King stows up and does his job defensively. But you notice it's only just 1 kill apiece here. It was really everyone coming together in that second half, I feel like, on all fronts to be able to hold Fnatic off. And I mean, man, wow. It's cool to see the hometown heroes actually able to perform against this Fnatic team and get a win.
It's the major.
Yep.
Everyone is equal, right? The opportunity is there to be the best in the world. But it is fair to say that we hold European teams to a different standard, correct?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
We do. They're privileged.
So why the hell is Fnatic so below the bar that they're just not even featuring?
I mean, it's wild because they actually got a good performance out of Mattis. I mean, that's something I have been kind of waiting for a while. Like, you know, he's one of their more aggressive riflers. He's someone they kind of rely upon to create space. He was doing that, but this is a game where, unfortunately for them, BlameF went completely quiet.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't really have any impact in the trading game. He wasn't really able to make his presence known on Banana like he normally is on this map, where he's forced into a more active role on the T side. He wasn't really finding it. He was getting shut down, you know, by whether it was gimmicky boost plays or whether it was just sheer just not being able to trade. I mean, again, we talked about this time and time again. It pops up once more in Inferno. Their mid rounds are ugly.
Yeah.
They just do not seem to have a good cohesion on how to navigate those pressure moments.
The finishers for Fnatic in that game, especially towards A, lack a little bit of that extra punch. And by punch, I just mean flashes. I've never seen an Opper in Pit so unflashed as much as Kaze was in some of those moments. Like, that's not even a position you're really supposed to be able to get a multi-kill from. And I feel like when Fnatic don't have BlameF popping off towards Banana, taking good space over there, getting like 25 kills, Fnatic just run out of ideas. They're just so used to that singular win condition, handing them a victory on Inferno, that their A attacks, when that does lead to a contingency plan, it just fizzles out right then and there.
There's around 20 where you actually see that like lack of cohesion and the lack of plan from Fnatic coming through. It's so scrappy and messy. Hopefully we can pull it up. I mean, walk me through what the hell is going on here with this team.
Well, they actually take some long side space this time around. They find the 5v4 advantage. There is a player towards CT that's able to dance around the truck, get a singular kill, and Fnatic should just crunch onto this B site right now. It should be no questions asked, but for some reason, the bomb's actually on top of the pit right there. BlameF was smoked off at the ramp. He gets the bomb, they get away, 3 versus 2, but this is what we mean about diligence and just making sure that you're actually covering all of your bases. Mattis lets the player walk through the smoke right behind him. They're able to even out the numbers here, and Rare Atom turn a situation that looks dire into a somehow win condition through kind of the negligence of Fnatic and also carving out their own win conditions. They are taking the initiative, they are pushing the smoke, making sure that if Fnatic aren't actually covering these things, they will punish you for that.
They're proving that they had the firepower to match Fnatic, right? We've now seen it 2 maps in a row that Child King has been exactly who we thought he was, a young star who could definitely come out and be able to duel these players. And now you're also seeing Lee Hang come alive. Summer, who looked so awful in the first half, had a resurgence in the second half. And you're seeing that they can match them now when it comes to duels. And so it will now come down to how do you navigate those mid to late round moments. And it seems like, strangely enough, Rare Atom has way more poise than Fnatic in those moments.
You mentioned Child King. We have a round that showcases that firepower. I think it was round 11 that came up. And as you get to rewatch that and experience that again, let's talk about how this particular player could be impactful on Vertigo.
Well, the thing is, he's the lead man. He's the tip of the spear for a lot of the plays that this team makes. And what I love about him is that he is fearless and his aim is just so crisp. His ability to get that first shot off, to get that initial entry, is something that I think we're going to see as well in Vertigo. It's a map that allows aggressive riflers to have a playground to act upon. And I think that Child King should feel pretty comfortable in that space and be able to deliver those entries as well there.
How do you think Vertigo plays out?
I've seen better utility layering from Fnatic on this map. I like the way that Crim sometimes just is the linchpin of the team, throwing good support flashes for their efforts. So I don't think that we're going to see the same flat attacks that we did necessarily towards A, especially on Inferno. So that's something where I would still give Fnatic a pretty strong edge in this one, though. Inferno upended my expectations. However, I do think that Fnatic reclaimed the situation.
It's tough for me because, you know, I've seen Rare Atom do good things on Vertigo, like when they beat Talon in the RMR, but then I've also seen them lose to Spirit Academy. So it's like kind of up in the air for me, whereas Fnatic, they have a pretty good record in Vertigo, but they don't have any big names to their credit, and their only loss is to Mouseport still offline, so it's kind of like, eh. But I feel like nothing's gone the way that we thought this series, as far as like trying to rely on data, historical evidence, you know, what we anticipate should happen, and it's really just going to come down to like whose riflers are better. Like, is Madison Blame F able to come alive and deliver some aggressive rifling on Vertigo to get him a W, or does the young couple of Lee Hang and Child King continue to have these heroic performances in front of their home crowd, and that will determine who wins this series.
I like that Dust said you can't rely on data anymore, so you'll notice no more papers in front of you. Toss them all out.
I mean, they haven't mattered at all in this series, if we're being honest with you. Think about this. This is crazy. This was almost a 2-0 for Rare Atom, by the way. This is an 0-3 pick for almost everybody out in the universe, including myself, and I'm sure everyone here. So yeah, like the fact that they almost 2-0 the series is wild to me.
It is pretty wild, and maybe they can take the win and knock Fnatic out of the competition. We will find out, but first, a short break before we head to Vertigo.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Hello guys, I'm Kaze from Rare Atom. Today I'm gonna read a letter 1 year ago from CAC that I write. So I'm gonna open it and read it. What I wrote in the letter was, "Hello to the only K God. I hope you will not miss your shots often in official match. Hehe." During last year in CSGO, I often miss my shots a lot and become a meme in China because everyone says I always miss my shots in CSGO back then. So compared to this year, I did think I improved a lot. I'm becoming more stable as usual for now. It's been 5 years I haven't made it to the major, so I would definitely say I definitely improve a lot to make to this major. The past message I think will definitely motivate myself to hit some insane shots, maybe this major, I would say. Yeah, definitely will be great to play in front of my home crowd. Is definitely will try our best to play better and maybe make it to the playoffs, I'll say. So yeah, thanks for supporting us.
After defying all odds, Rare Atom have taken us to a third map. Vertigo is where the score will be settled here. Inferno started off so strong for Fnatic. It felt like this game was dead to rights, but there are two names who wanted anything but. Child King and Li Hang. The two young stars of Rare Atom rose to the occasion. It started with Child King keeping them in the first half, winning 6 rounds straight, damn near single-handedly. And then by the end of the game, Li Hang finally got activated, got switched online, and left his mark in this series.
Yeah, MongolZ on your screens now was no sleeper either on the AWP. He had some big rounds on that CT side in a game that you're ready to just completely write Rare Atom out of, especially with the way it begins. Fnatic destroying in Banana, Blame F up to his usual tricks, and somehow, some way, Rare Atom cling on. And now we go the distance. Map 3 of this series, a map we've yet to see Fnatic even play during this major circuit. And a map that may eliminate them if they don't sharpen up right now. I'm shocked it takes Fnatic that long when you consider how well players like Mattis and Crims started in this game.
Yeah, for legendary organization, but one that had been on hard times for a while in Fnatic. This was meant to be the rebuild that put everything back into place for the Fnatic squad.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's a project that's felt like worse than the sum of its parts somehow. Solid pieces, future players, a legend in Crims, and the results have been rocky. They barely scraped through the RMR. Now, against the bottom seeded team of this entire tournament.
Yeah, a team that's barely inside the top 100 in Rare Atom.
A team that comes to Europe and loses to almost everyone they play, tier 3 teams online. Rare Atom can't even get a grip. Right now, individuals showcasing some fantastic CS. And also not just, you know, 1 or 2 man army by the end of that game. That was a team game. We were seeing great support. We were seeing Rare Atom refuse to stop believing. Supportive utility from Summer, from somebody, trying to find value in different ways. But Fnatic almost have to exert some control on this game and not let go of it like they have in the previous. Because this one's for elimination. One map makes all the difference between Rare Atom and Fnatic, and it's on Vertigo. We finish this series. We say goodbye to our first team.
We had that video with MongolZ play in the break. Talked about becoming a bit of a meme in China. The idea that in CSGO he was most known for missing his shots. Well, it's safe to say he was a pillar of Inferno. Might not have had, you know, the same groundbreaking moments as Child King or the recovery of Li Hang. But MongolZ was a rock. He was not missing. And if that's what he was known for, he's looking to rewrite that part of his history now. Talked about how he's improved a hell of a lot. How that was a requirement for him to make it to this major. And I feel like he's lived up to that across the series so far. Gonna need to see him keep being a stable pair of hands. 30 years old, showing there's always room for improvement. 5 years since you last saw him at a major. And so he doesn't want to let go of this feeling just yet.
It's got to be incredible as well, especially in front of a crowd supporting Rare Atom this hard. Live in Shanghai for our first elimination match of the Perfect World Major. Rare Atom, Fnatic, Vertigo. A hard-fought battle across 2 maps, very close games. Can Vertigo live up?
Going to be a different pace from Fnatic. They start this very, very slow on the T side. No bombastic pistol round. Grouping for the B hit now while Rare Atom are poised. Very strong over in middle. This means they're going to have fast rotates at least. Oh. First man in. Body fed to the Wolves. Summer secures it, and a little bit more back the other way from Li Hang. Fnatic might get all the space. They might get the bomb plant, but they're lacking the manpower. Can someone make up for this? Blame F tries to be that candidate. Has support from Nork with Crims left to try clutch up should it be required. Blame F, just the one and done, and it will fall to Crims. All alone, they're running at him, they're running him down. Defuse being held, and somebody holds strong.
At this point, it's such a hard game to predict because there's so many external factors. It's not just the crowd, it's not just the pressure. You can forget the win-loss on these maps, the experience these two teams have. Rare Atom are playing like there's nothing to lose. And Fnatic are fighting for their lives in a game they were never supposed to be threatened in a game that no other team was. Rare Atom were destroyed against VP and the Mongols. 6 rounds across 2 BO1s. And now in a third map versus a legendary organization. Child King back to his usual ways. Down the ramp with a vengeance. Opening kill goes away of Rare Atom. He swings again, he pays the price. It's a huge trade back from Blame. Rare Atom take a breath. They have the better guns, they have the better position. Fnatic leave the ramp as 3 players group here. B is a complete chasm right now. There is no one here. It's going to have to be a retake here for Rare Atom. Blame F going to throw the execute. He's got full nades. Rare Atom starting to shift to the right place. Quad molly in. Blame flashes up. Fnatic make it clear.
And they come.
Bomb up close.
MongolZ swinging a hit, swinging out wide on that MP9. It's just left to Blame F, 30 seconds. And Rare Atom, much like how this series started, they are throwing themselves into these fights.
Looks like Body doesn't know he has the bomb. He's pushed up to Jens as the first player in with his teammate. Then tries to pull back, gets caught between positions. If he could get that bomb stuck in, that'd be big money for Fnatic. He'd have teammates to cover, but he's just caught in the open. Fnatic flustered at the start of this series. Force buy goes nowhere. Full eco now, couple of deagles. Some chance headshots will go a long way.
Blame F first to fall. Rare Atom looking to do good on sticking the landing in these early pistol conversions.
And think about how last map Fnatic won both pistols. They went on 6-0 streak and 4-0 streak off the back of winning those pistols. Now, first one firmly sits in the favor of Rare Atom.
Working his way up through ramp is Crims, but silent swiftly. It's MongolZ throwing himself into every one of these fights.
They're playing so confident right now. Of course, it's only anti-ecos, but the fact they're going for all these swings, they're playing together, they're trading peaks. Rare Atom are playing to win.
I mean, it's exactly what you want to see, right? Like, this is once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It would be a hell of a win to pick up in front of the home crowd, no less, to keep yourselves on this major stage that much longer.
Yeah, just winning this one map guarantees you at least 2 more in a BO3. Body popping out B through the smoke. It's an ugly situation for somebody. How does he even get damage? Crims recovers. Does get that kill. The nade won't finish the job. Players so low at bottom B. Fnatic just leave. 5-on-4. Huge opener, even if it is costly.
Man down CT side, Vertigo can be very hard to try recovering. Rare Atom haven't made any aggressive moves here. They've just split the defense. They've put faith in KarZe's AWP.
Can't miss now.
Said he was known for missing his shots. Well, these ones have to hit for KarZe. Flashes in, Li Hang front of the pack. A lot of damage done, and KarZe storms the board. Rare Atom explode through the util. KarZe, every shot has to hit, and every shot does. Rare Atom care not for your exec utility. They play right through it.
Yeah, KarZe gave it up right before he had that chance to get an opening kill. I thought that was Fnatic's way in, but the call is just flood. Just run them down. 4 CTs all rotating. Felt like a weird round for Fnatic as well, because despite the 5-on-4, they had no ramp info. It was Norg to go back. He checked ramp. He saw no one there. They still committed to a B exec. With no fake on that A site, Rare Atom were willing to believe the execute. And they flood B and find a 4th, win the first rifle, and set themselves up on a historic start to this final map.
I mean, we talked about Fnatic as this once legendary organization. Crims has obviously been a part of this squad now for 10 years across various rosters. He's trying to dodge the worst case. He's never been to a major before and not won a series. Summer and KarZe, quick work made on the up-tempo A hit. Summer not missing a beat this time. No slow starts here. It's just Crims left standing. And Li Hang deletes him. It's another one of these flawless starts for Rare Atom, same as how they opened up this series.
Yeah, in this game, I'm never getting ahead of myself. I'm never buying into this map being done. We've had Rare Atom start 8-1, lose the map. We've had Fnatic start 6-0, even take it to 10-6 and lose the map. You've got to hold on. But this is a bloody good start from an underdog. 5-0 for Rare Atom. Fnatic, a bit more pace on both sides. BlameF up the ramp with a smoke in his face. Chalking holding on to it, but he just moves behind the cover. Silencer can give him away. Is Blame really coming through? He looks tempted. Nade out. Chalking. Gap missed. Blame sneaks through. I think he knows he got past Chalking as well. He heard that Molotov go through. Blame's calling for this kill. Flash comes in, it's perfect. Oh, it blinds Chalking. He doesn't know, he walks right into Blame's trap. 5-on-3. Fnatic's best bet yet.
Couldn't stick the landing in the 5-on-4, but you think they've done enough heavy lifting here. They slow it down. Look to group. I mean, taking out 2 big names from the running.
There's only one molly. You probably won't use it here late in the round. You'll probably use it quad or default. So somebody, if he stays in this position, it's going to be potent. He's going for kills instead. Repause, a different angle, a new attempt.
Rotates so far away, and Body gets the spot off. Somebody dead. Rotate in for Summer, but he is alone in this push. Plays out around the smoke, and Body's able to find him. So Fnatic, thanks to a bit of trickery from BlameF up through short, manages to get on the board.
Very nice move for Blame. If Chalking never throws that molly, I think Blame probably just walks the whole way. Goes very wrong for Rare Atom. Caught in a bunch of one-on-one fights. This feels like a very good map for Blame, in theory, for him to play his lurks, to actually sell bomb sites, stay on A while his team are going for the B exec, getting yet another kill.
I mean, it's always one that his old teams look to adopt as well. So yeah, BlameF should feel right at home here. Very heavy lean over towards A for Rare Atom to open up. But this is just Fnatic posturing, right? They put a lot of attention on ramp. They jiggle around this defensive Rare Atom. And now they go quiet. No one wants to be that first man to fall. Very passive for Child King and co. Kaze posted over on short with the AWP, hoping this time they can contain a Blame F push.
Matt is faking mid before he resets. Oh my god, full wall bang, no info. Just spams him. That's despicable.
No accounting for that if your body.
They go back to B now.
Somebody did get the spot playing out behind default. He's seen that, and now Li Hang picks up Mattis on the mid lurk.
Very early.
Fnatic down to 3. Somebody rushing the smoke. Does give one over, but gets out with the dink. Krims a little further here.
2 low players.
He's offered up this on a Li Hang. Krims plays for the fight. Dropping down now. No more for Krims as Summer silences him. Blame F is the one guy with HP here. This might have to be a Blame F heroic moment, but there's the backstab out of Child King, and Nork low on health, low on chances. Child King arrives a little later into this game, but opens it in a very on-brand way. A crazy spam, commits to the wraparound and seals the deal, keeps this strong lead coming in for Rare Atom.
That flank felt necessary. I know it's 2v3 with a low player, but Nork on the AWP in a post plant can be potent. And Blame F playing around the smokes, but it's all about the flank. Huge double up for Child King, saves Rare Atom from throwing away a 5v3. And they break right back in after one loss. Akin to Ancient, Fnatic, spamming timeouts, 2 down already, 6 rounds in. Their major attendance on the line. Keita frustrated. Up the pace, Fnatic put pressure on B. There's a huge boost going on in middle. Look at this. Over for a lurker. There's no one in position. No one's going to see this. Fnatic show face at B, throw some nades in, but they are not committing with this fake. Meanwhile, Child King clears A right now. Rare Atom actually getting misinformation. Fnatic announce their presence back on A. Rare Atom might just look to do a double gap push, try and trade out these kills. Ebb and flow of traded util. Child King pushes with the smoke. It's Blame who finds that entry.
Oh, Summer, they're already in. Tries to control the AK spray, but split on by Body and Mattis. So plant secured. Somebody's making a move here, creeping all the way down the catwalk.
They have no idea.
No one's looking at this. Rare Atom deciding now in this moment, do they want to attempt the man down retake?
Gotta try.
They would be risking everything in doing so.
Oh, they're not. That's such a shame. Somebody doesn't know how potent that position was and he dies trying to leave. He would have had Nork dead. Almost certainly there was no cover. They were heavy gap. But Fnatic break in with an A-pop. Blame with a crucial entry. Nice shot. Oh, and all the kills. Rare Atom played a save, but they keep nothing. Back and forth now is only good for the T side. Rare Atom are broke, they're buying up.
Yeah, timeout called in. It's a punishing hunt in at the end. And it will leave a mark on Rare Atom's CT side. Gives Fnatic a serious leg up to start trying to build back into this T half. They commit to the force buy. Rare Atom. What have they planned in that timeout? What have they cooked up? Hero gun on Child King. Good deal of util to work with, so they certainly have options here. Early boost for somebody over in middle. He's the one guy without any util, and playing that with the SMG, it's a good angle. Fnatic once again slowly work this ramp control.
I mean, this would be a shocker of a round to lose for Fnatic. They've got to keep a tight grip on this one. Make sure they're trading their players, not letting a pistol get a multi-kill. Avoiding Child King at all costs. It's akin to Inferno.
Very passive over towards A, right? Just Summer here, floating around elevator.
Yeah, I think Fnatic are realizing that. They're pulling players back from the extremities.
I mean, he's the guy with all the util, right? So he's able to kind of dump that in, trying to give the illusion that there is still this pocket of resistance over on A.
Yeah, Crims is selling this, and I think Rare Atom are buying, hoping this, more hoping than buying that this just ends on B, where worse weapons will get more bang for their buck. Re-smoke down, Summer's out of nades.
It looks like it will end B. Rare Atom might get their wish after all.
And as Summer's taking gap.
Wait a second, Rare Atom start to scramble over. They're rotating into A. This fake, the body is selling. Rare Atom bite down on it. They deal with body, and now they've spotted he's the one man. They start to try and make their way back over. Flashes keep Fnatic from moving in. Molly burns them. They've got to go through this. Rare Atom have got time to get set up. They've got the manpower here. Can they hold on? SMGs try to spring to life, but it's Child King's M4 that's going to have to do the heavy lifting.
Oh, the Molly!
Molly's burning them alive. And it's all eyes on Summer. 1v3 around the smoke. They haven't seen him yet, but Crim's tucked in. Summer dodges death for the time being. Spots blame F out on double. Now they know, and Crims will reply.
Oh, Rare Atom panic. They absolutely panic. They see the round in the palm of their hand. They let it fall from their grip. I don't know how Fnatic saved that. The comms must have been insane, having to smoke that molly, trade those close players. Rare Atom just swinging, pulling out pistols, getting desperate. My God. And regretting that last second rotate. Leaves them with no one in the bomb site. An open runway for Fnatic, who are starting to warm into this game. Letting Fnatic in could be their worst mistake. Oh, Summer jumped. Why did Summer jump?
And now blame F. There is just a flock of Rare Atom players here.
What? Two headshots.
Crazy kill, sure, but Fnatic are able to get up B in the meantime. Lee Hang's Deagle needs to find its own success now, and the util leaves him blind, high and dry out in the open as Kaze chant spam from the Deagles, their best chance here. Their only chance as Fnatic have broken through the B hold. There is this backstab out of Child King, but this should be considered. A lot of noise made. No one's looking, but one and done. And now everyone homes in on this ramp flank. That previous round, that could be one that really leaves a mark on this half for Rare Atom. You felt the pressure get to them. They very much overplayed their hand in a winnable spot.
Yeah, on a low econ round, that would have completely changed the half. Would have had full money, would have broken Fnatic's.
Suddenly, it's all dependent on this buy round for Rare Atom.
Yeah, it's still, don't get me wrong, still 6 round CT is good, but as we talked about, exactly what I said, at 5-0 or 5-1, in the... This game's not done till it's done, right? We've had comebacks across both maps so far. Early leads have actually meant nothing. Rare Atom's best chance to have a winning half is right here, right now. Blame got the spot. Nade avoided. Second one collapses on Kaze. Child King trying to fight with his team down the ramp. High risk play.
Someone said in interviews coming into the major that the pressure of the game doesn't get to him. And you might be tempted to believe that for someone as experienced as Summer is in this squad, but then you look at who's done a lot of the heavy lifting to get them here, and it is these younger, less experienced players for Rare Atom. And so as that pressure builds, as the scoreline creeps closer, will more cracks start to show for the home team? If one thing's clear, it's that Child King's felt a lot of pressure to be involved in these last few rounds, and sometimes to his detriment. Needs to regain that composure. This double push over towards short. Somebody gets the spot in middle. They know this A site now is getting wrapped on. Kaze goes back to try and watch this, but the rest of Fnatic have made it into the site. Summer and Kaze kills a piece as they crunch the mid component. It's just Blame F. It has to be Blame F, and there's the backstab out of Child King. Rare Atom had to win that rifle round if they didn't want this to be a tied up half. Not only have they secured 7, but they've given themselves a fighting chance to really run away with this CT side now.
Opportunity is not going to get better than this. Fnatic used their final timeout in the first half. Absolutely feeling the burn. And acquired a game from the stars of the show who have showed up in this series, from Mattis, from Blame, both 6 and 7 kills. It's Crim's star of the show here for Fnatic. Like you said, never gone to a major and left 0-3. This would be a new low for Crims.
I mean, right now it's the two 30-year-old talents for either side doing the heavy lifting. Crims and Kaze.
Faster on B on Fnatic. They've set up here a lot to look for early kills, but Rare Atom have been pretty passive. No warp for Kaze is a shame. It's up to somebody instead in this site. Nice grenade. Somebody holds for the commit. Third HE. None of them match the damage of the first.
Yeah, he found a sick angle there to dodge the HE damage, but risks it all on a swing to Crims. Fnatic get very annoying when they get this early advantage. Crims provides it in this round. Now they slow the game down. They start to walk up and look for this ramp control, but they're always going to leave you guessing. Rare Atom can't overreact to anything in this 4v5.
They've done it before. They paid the price.
And they have again in this round, right? 3 strong over towards A. Li Hang not inside of B. The decision to go and clear out ramp is a good one.
Got to run now. Child King again is going to be flanking in this round. They block B. They're just trying to buy time.
Li Hang buys an extra few seconds for the rest of Rare Atom to move over. Plays through the smoke. Backstab in for Li Hang. Wow. He's going to get away with murder. Blame F left up in this all alone. Kaze, first point of resistance, but it's the Child King flag that looks to seal the deal on a strong CT half for Rare Atom.
I mean, they're playing the best CS we've ever seen this roster play, right? There's a reason this team is an underdog of huge proportions. They beat a brand new Tyloo to get to the RMR. They beat 2 underdogs to qualify to the major. And now they're about to knock out Fnatic to stay alive after 2 dismal BO1s. The most important game of Child King and Li Hang's careers. And they are stepping up to the plate. And you know, Fnatic are just tilted. They're frustrated. This is not going to plan. It hasn't been from the dawn of this game. They started this series on the back foot. They are ending it on the back foot. Fnatic need to pull a monumental comeback on the CT side of Vertigo.
Coming into this, Summer said that Rare Atom had a number of things they wanted to prove. They wanted to show that Chinese Counter-Strike is on the rise. They wanted to try and inspire a new generation of Chinese players. And they wanted to prove to the orgs that left them to the wayside that it was the wrong move. It's a lot of things to prove for Rare Atom, but it would be one hell of a step in the right direction. Eliminate Fnatic, live to fight another day. Get one more game in front of this home crowd. Body jiggling mid. Rare Atom about to play right into his hands. He gets the spot off and even goes back in for a little bit more. Smoke in the way now as they push up towards the spawn. It's BlameF left to worry about, but he falls straight away. Kaze on for the opener.
They can take either side, but the bomb's kind of committed to B right now. Kaze needs to be careful. Lihang with another pick. It's only Crims being sandwiched.
Yeah, they're all around him. Goes back, tries to fight somebody, but Crims is left with nobody. And now Child King looking to bring it home. Him and Summer combined in mid. Pistol round secured. Rare Atom approaching that sweet finish line as Fnatic get nothing done in their pistol round.
They're just getting shaken around, right? They don't know where to look. Mid rush, over con, A lurk, bottom B, surrounded on all fronts. Rare Atom, well communicated, slow mid-round in the pistol. They let the kills come to them, and Fnatic, desperation setting in, a full eco to give away double digits.
Somebody a chance to go on a tear here as these pistols are running him down.
Nice Molly, just containing.
He's got support back in the spawn, not even fighting alone in this. Lihang hangs around, bested by BlameF as he finds a double.
There's no win in this round though.
Gonna get out of it with the AK at least. Which, you know, put in the hands of BlameF can be devastating. I think that's cool here for Rare Atom is, well, it was the fresher face stars of Rare Atom, the major debutantes that kept them in this series across that second map. Now it's the veterans that are rising to the occasion in the high pressure third and final map. Summer and Kaze bringing the heat to reach double digits for Rare Atom. For Fnatic, this is their last stand. This is the last big chance to try and recover in this series. It all comes down to this rifle round.
To have the in-game leader as well, putting up the top numbers in the team is a great sign. It's going to make calling feel a lot more fluid, going to give you a lot more confidence in making plays for your team, going in first, getting traded. Summer feeling a bit of freedom here with a MAC-10, charging up A. It's a good round. You can burn around on a faster approach here at this scoreline. And if it works out, that's all the more devastating to Fnatic. Rare Atom, though, don't jump the gun. Nades go up A. Fnatic go for deep peaks. They see nothing. Even a break confirms what they already think. And as the late smoke comes out, Rare Atom start to scale. They're going to run through the smoke, but he has no ammo, he has no vision, and Summer, the in-game leader, takes down two.
BlameF still in the round here, but not for long. This was the rifle round that Fnatic had to win, and they've been steamrolled. No contest, no chance, smoke blowing open. Goodbye, Nork. Hello, Rare Atom. They stick the landing in the round that tees them up for victory. Fnatic can feel this one slipping right through their fingers. And it's this call that does it. Flash pop through the top of ramp.
Such a beautiful play. Fnatic just they get baited in, right? They break the smoke, they re-peek, then when late smoke comes up, Body burns his entire mag in the smoke. Then they just run through and overwhelm him. Rare Atom making the absolute most of the opportunity Inferno gave them. You could have been ready to write them off after losing from an 8-1 lead, getting crushed on Ancient. But they pull back their map pick and they dominate the third. Fnatic, an organization that's attended near every major, only second to Na'Vi. And while these aren't the legendary Swedish pieces of so long ago, this is still going to be a devastating loss against one of the biggest underdogs.
I mean, it was after failing to make it to Copenhagen. That's what spurred on changes inside of this squad, right? That's where Blame F came in. That's where Nort got added in place of Afro. Was supposed to be the turning point. And a chance for them to build back stronger.
And instead they're getting pounded by a guy called Child King. Another entry and Fnatic write it off. Rare Atom, match point.
They now have 8 chances to eliminate Fnatic.
Am I hearing send them home?
For this Rare Atom squad, some old veteran players linking up with that next generation. They are on to something special. It took Child King and Li Hang to keep the dream alive. But in map number 3, it's all about Summer and Kaze. Chart toppers with the young guns in there to back them up. And if the goal of this run for Rare Atom was to inspire, it's games like this that do exactly that. Chaos for Fnatic as they try to break through that ramp smoke early. They do land a couple of openers here, trying to drag this game out for even one more round. But Rare Atom have been anything but fearful here. Even now in a 3-on-4 with damage done onto Kaze. They won't go quietly into the end of this round.
Rare Atom take a breath. And Fnatic recommit for info, but akin to the first gun round of this half, Fnatic might get more than they bargained for. They clear the ramp, they see nothing again. Mattis looks to hang around, but the rest of Fnatic making that rotation to B, believing what they don't see. But Rare Atom contact the entire way in. They're about to execute, they're about to make it very clear. This is still an extremely difficult round for Rare Atom. But Mattis is all alone for the time being, looking to flash and swing his way out of elevator. That could have been a kill for Summer. Low health on body, even worse for Kaze. Fnatic fighting here with 3 players, still not certain. Crims on the other side of the map. That bomb getting stuck, nothing to do. Li Hang gets off it, that Molly pushes him out into the open. Summer with a kill, and he's overwhelmed, but he still turns around for the headshot. Somehow, some way, it all comes crumbling down, and the king of Crims must hold on to this tournament for Fnatic, or Rare Atom eliminate them in an embarrassing third map.
Now's the time for Crims. Can he stop the wash of Rare Atom? Summer's dodged him. Crims doesn't know where to look. So much time ticked off this bomb already! And Rare Atom, in a legendary moment, a legendary call, they make it through. They stay alive, they live to fight another day. They deal Crims the worst loss of any major he's ever attended. And Rare Atom, if the goal was to inspire, they might have just achieved it now.
What an incredible moment for Asian CS. Their hometown heroes stay alive at the Shanghai Major. They live to fight another day. I don't want to take anything away from them, but we have to have this conversation. Fnatic was, the caster said it, absolutely embarrassing on Vertigo.
That was dreadful. That was dreadful. But I'll get to Fnatic. Like, this is the kind of moment for Chinese Counter-Strike. This is why Valve put this major here. This kind of moment will inspire somebody in that audience, somebody at home in China, to look up to these players, to try to emulate what they have done, to beat an international, storied, and legacy organization, and try to etch their name into the history books, to try to one day eventually play in front of their own home crowd too. We may see from this singular win somebody in 3 years' time coming up to be the future of Counter-Strike, and it's exactly what this whole major is absolutely about. Yes, Fnatic played poorly, but Rare Atom delivered on their home stage. This is what we needed to make this a real Chinese major.
I mean, they say that hope dies last. And there were so many times throughout this series where Rare Atom put themselves in winning positions and it just kind of crumbled. It kind of just got away from them just a little bit. But on Inferno, they were able to actually make it happen to force a third map. And when they got to Vertigo, they absolutely dominated Fnatic from start to finish. There was never a moment in time that Fnatic looked like they had any footing in this game. And, you know, I couldn't have said it better myself as far as Maui. You know, this crowd has been incredible in the sense that they have shown up for every game, not just for their hometown team, but just to celebrate Counter-Strike. But now they get to marry the two. They get to celebrate CS with the world, but in a moment where their hometown team has prevailed when no one thought that they could. And I think it is kind of special that we're seeing a mix of veterans like Summer and Somebody who have been around the scene for such a long time, and they get to share with this next generation of player and guys like Lee Hang and like Child King to be able to put up a result that just no one can anticipate. And you have to give Rare Atom their flowers. Like, this was a fantastic series from them.
It's not over. They've maintained a life. The mountain that they're going to have to climb is still extremely high.
Sure.
They will still have to battle to stay in this event. Fnatic, though, are going home.
Oh, man.
Yes.
We have to talk about, it is one of the most tenured organizations in Counter-Strike. Crims has been at almost every major. This was not good. It was embarrassing for this team.
The Fnatic need to take a good, long, hard look in the mirror as to how this could even transpire. To lose Inferno in the fashion that they did, to have a singular win condition seemingly in Blame F, and for him to not deliver, and then for Vertigo to go this poorly, I'm going to tell you right now, there are a lot of haters of Blame F, of Fnatic, that are feasting right now to say once again that they showed everybody, and Blame F unfortunately showed everybody, that even if he puts up half decent numbers, it's not winning Counter-Strike. I don't necessarily agree with them in the long run, but tonight they won.
I mean, here's the bottom line. Knock has been a non-factor since he's joined this team as an opper. Their T-sides look absolutely shambolic. The body is not a good IGL. I'm over it. Like, their mid-rounds have been so poor for so long. Maybe you have a decent openers. Maybe you have some concept of how you like to finish a round, but they don't connect the dots, and they're never on the same page. They don't flow well together. There's just nothing inspiring about this Fnatic team, and they've tried to make changes. They tried to bring Blame F on board to bring some extra firepower. That's what they were hoping to do with Knock as well. He was the latest addition to the team, but none of it has happened. And look, I'm even getting past the players now. They have had some of the same coaching staff and management for years at this point, and this is what we've gotten down to for them. I mean, this is utterly embarrassing for the Fnatic organization.
I was about to say, it feels somewhat disingenuous to put all the blame at Blame F's feet, though, because I do think that some of it has to fall onto the IGL making those calls.
Oh, of course.
The coaching staff, Vertigo was a mess. They didn't call for a timeout. No one stopped it. They just continued to let that Rare Atom train run right over them. Nothing's changing.
I'm probably just gonna pin it mostly on body, if I'm being completely honest with you. I feel like his individual ability doesn't merit how badly he calls. If you put in somebody like, honestly, Hooksy, the fragging output would be relatively similar. The calling would be leaps and bounds better, be more simplistic. But to the amount of times I see in a mid-late round, body calls for all 5 people to group and go somewhere, you're asking to get flanked. Rare Atom is a team that is constantly playing to punish those kinds of moves. If you're too obvious with your groups and your moves together, then Rare Atom is going to get right behind you, and they did it on Inferno, they did it on Vertigo, and continuously, Rare Atom, Summer, somebody, Kaze, it's like they were calling circles around a European team. That's something I did not expect from Rare Atom coming into this major.
But you find Fnatic in those situations so very often where their timing is just off, the pacing's not there, they look indecisive, they look scared. Like they look like they don't know what to do. They look completely lost, and it happens far too often. It's like if they don't get a quick hit like right away at the beginning of a round and get like a huge opening to go their way, when they get into those mid to late round equal number situations, they don't know what to do. They don't know how to fight their way out of a tough situation, and they also just don't have star performers that can break them through if they tactically can't figure things out. They don't have someone like that on their team, unfortunately. And it's time to just nuke this team from orbit, in my opinion. Like, just I would almost keep nothing about this team.
I was going to say, I would keep some of the pieces and maybe, like Maui said, look at a change in IGL.
But who would you keep? That's the question, right? I mean, blame F, obviously, talent-wise, but then after that, I struggle to think of who's the next person I would keep. Like, Mattis sometimes looks good, sometimes I don't really know. You know, like, nothing else really inspires me consistently from this team.
There's something to build on with Mattis and blame F, and frankly, with how Knock. Okay, well, it looks like we got an interview.
We get to hear from Buddy now, so let's find out. Well, I mean, maybe he'll have that conversation about the future of Fnatic.
Win?
I think throughout this tournament we've been quite having sloppy starts. It's not like it's kind of a big reason we're here right now in 0-3 and we lost all our games. Ancient started as sloppy as it could when we're like not being sharp enough in pistols, and then the first Baron and stuff, we're messing up quite a lot of things prepared in the plans. I would say that we kind of got back into track by playing our own game and being confident in the rounds that we like to do and stuff. And it showed that we could have the resilience to come back to this game. We were quite happy about coming back into that game, even though we're doing quite some mistakes, but you have to accept that it's going to be like this in that kind of tournaments, I would say, and in that kind of games. Then we can go through Inferno if you want.
Looking at that Inferno, you were up 10-6. It looks like you've got the game in your hands, and that's what I want to say. When it started to slip away, what was it that you were struggling with? What couldn't you adjust here?
We had a clear understanding of how we would play this game. City side, I think we could have gotten way more rounds. Like, it was a 6-0 lead into a 6-6, something like this, and I'm not really happy about that one, to be honest. Like, we could have pretty much closed out Inferno by switching up a bit more our style. I would say that on the T side we knew what we wanted to do, but we had a clear problem to execute it, and I think that's what cost us pretty much those 3 games. Like, I think we have pretty clear plans and we want to do the stuff, but it's either pressure, either a lack of, I don't know, like understanding on the moment, or balls, let's say. And yeah, I think we let the pressure come back into us and letting them crawl round after round, while we could have just, like, you know, pop through a smoke and get that B site or whatever. Like, we've been like struggling to execute our plans like as fast as we wanted to, so it was pretty easy to read us, I would say, in this game.
Looking at the pieces you have and the players you have, there's a lot of experience on this lineup, right? You guys have been here before many times, other than Matties. So I want to ask, when it comes to that pressure coming in, why did that affect you the way it did? Do you have an understanding of, was it like a fight against yourselves, or how do you view it?
I think sometimes the struggle that we face the most would be to fight as a team and be like, I would quote my French shocks, 5 fingers of a hand. But I would say, yeah, sometimes it hurt us a bit to like try to get as connected as we can in theory and practice and stuff, and sometimes in official it gets a bit harder to find a connection and like be ready to sacrifice for each other. And I would say that, yeah, it hurt us quite a lot in those pressure games, and props to them. I think they played their game pretty well, and like they've been shooting really hard, honestly.
In terms of them playing the game well, obviously they came back on the Inferno, but on Vertigo it seemed like you guys not only started on the back foot, but then you started to play scared. Would you say that's right? Did you notice that you weren't playing the same way you should?
On Vertigo, sorry? Yeah. Once again, on Vertigo, we knew what we had to do, what we wanted to do. I think at some point CS is all about headshotting people and running together, and I think on this game we were really slow on executing and making a great plan at the moment. We knew what we were supposed to do, but I think it's always getting tense at some point in pressured game. I think it was really bad from us, but at the same time, I feel like whatever you do on CS, if it's not executed properly, you still have a way back to win a round. And today it was not like that at all. And I think we crumbled in that situation where we just need to fight together and trade each other.
The positives are, right, you made it through the RMR, you got to the major again, which was obviously the goal here. This is obviously very disappointing now, but anything you lastly just want to say to the fans out there and just the supporters?
I was quite happy to qualify to the major, but I gotta say that going out in 0-3 hurt my feeling quite a lot. And yeah, and I think the team overall, we could all say the same. Like, we were really happy to qualify to this major, coming really like relaxed into like actually making the RMR. That is probably the hardest part for everyone. And yeah, I would say like thanks for the support, and obviously we have to get back stronger from this. Like, there's no, you can get lower than this anyway, like 0-3 at the major, and nobody would wish that to their worst enemy, honestly. And yeah, just props to Rare Atom. They had a really good crowd. Chinese fans are awesome, honestly. And thanks to Fnatic to support us throughout this tournament. And I would say thanks for everyone to support us and keep supporting us. We're gonna get back stronger.
That's the key word here, get back stronger. That's what we look forward to seeing Fnatic do in the next season.
Fnatic's run in the Shanghai Major is over, but Rare Atom's tenacity is going to see them continue. And what a story that's going to be for the Chinese fans, but also for everyone watching at home.
And to wrap things up nicely, I mean, Summer and Somebody, they were the part of the Tyloo team that won the 2016 game against LG, fresh off of their major win, inspiring many people from the Asian region to show that even though they play an off-meta style of CS, it can be effective, it can take down European opposition, not the same level of opposition necessarily as what they did back in 2016, but an inspiring win that I hope will actually embolden their fellow countrymen to play Counter-Strike more. Honestly, that's all we want from this major. More people from Eastern Asia, or Asia in general, just to play more CS.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where we have put so much focus on MongolZ and what they have done for the Asian scene, and they deserve all those flowers, by the way, because they have been a fantastic squad. But it's nice that we finally get to spotlight somebody else from that region, that we haven't been able to do that in a while with Rare Atom. And I think the cool thing about Rare Atom is the young talent that looks so good. Like, the mechanics look so fantastic on guys like Chao King, like Li Hang. Kaze still got it with the AWP all these years later. Then their veterans are still there to kind of bring the experience and kind of be the glue for the team. And as you said, it may be off meta, it may be a little bit scrappy, but at least it's inspired and it's confident, and they are all in it together, and that is something.
You mentioned MongolZ. They are going to be fighting it out to try and make their way to the elimination stage, going up against GamerLegion in a little bit. Hopefully, they may be able to join Team Liquid in that second stage. Richard, Lewis, Yanko, and Blair are going to be here to take you through that, but first, a short break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
Yes, welcome back to the Perfect World Shanghai Major. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, for this segment, this one best of three, the shortest of days for us. But we're going to bring the hype, as you might say, and bring the energy. We got Yanko, we've got Blair. Blair, I'm going to start with you because this is going to be a super short desk segment. We're about to get into the action very quickly. But you're getting everything you want today.
Really now?
Your region is just on top right now. And of course, you are about to see the Mongols, your favorite team, take on GamerLegion. So I'm starting with you.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, obviously the FlyQuest lost to Liquid. That was a bit of a disappointment, I guess, but good for Liquid fans. But yeah, a bit of a shocker. I'm still recovering from that Fnatic dismemberment by Rare Atom. But yeah, for MongolZ, look, this is the easiest chance for them because last time when they played in the Copenhagen Major, they had to stumble. They had to fight all the way back after having lost the initial games to squeeze their way into the next stage. Now they come a whole different team altogether. Now they come with the expectations of not just the region, but themselves as well. So for this is the easiest way forward. And I'm expecting to take it.
And I'm going to say, Yanko, these are the games where I always worry about MongolZ. I never quite believe in them. I know they're very good. I know they're a young team, have a lot of talent on the roster. But I do think sometimes when the lights are bright, that's when they have a tendency to have a blind spot and not get over the hump, so to speak.
Yeah, true. In some of those, when the last hurdle comes along, I think they have a little bit of an emotional problem in games. Like they tend to get frustrated maybe, and some players tilt a little bit, and then the game gets out of hand. But I think we're in for a good game of Counter-Strike. We have two teams that are having a hot hand at the moment, right? MongolZ on a 9-game win streak, GamerLegion on a 6-game win streak, starting from that 0-2 at the RMR, 4 best-of-3s in a row, now winning the 2 best-of-1s. And, when it comes to the veto, the permabans of the teams being out of the way, I was wondering, what the picks can be for the MongolZ in this scenario. I was thinking Inferno would have been, sort of a clearer punish, although they haven't played it in a while.
I'm actually a little bit surprised. I agree with Yanko. I thought Inferno pick coming in, and GamerLegion's nuke actually looked good yesterday, and it is a map where MongolZ, even though the recent results have been good, have struggled historically. So Ancient and Decider, that's a map both the two teams love to play all the time, and MongolZ knowing that GamerLegion aren't going to ban Ancient, they're going to 100% allow it through, going for the Mirage pick. And again, you got to remember, Anubis, despite the fact MongolZ used to struggle on it earlier, I think, out of the last 5 or 6 games they played, they won 90% of them. Yeah, this is looking good for them.
I thought GamerLegion might pick Ancient. Like it's one of their most played maps, but also I guess MongolZ play it a fair amount, and I don't know what caused MongolZ to not pick Inferno, because at the RMR GamerLegion struggled on it, right? For MongolZ, it's been historically one of their favorite maps and most played maps. But yeah, maybe they have something cooked up for Mirage.
I'm just thinking MongolZ haven't really played Inferno recently. Maybe that's why, because most of the high tier games they played have been on the Mirage and Ancients and Anubises. So maybe they're feeling a little bit dry on that map. Maybe could be the reason here.
All right. Well, I think we can bring our commentators in to talk to them. Here they are. We've got Moses and Dinko, young Dinko. I'm going to start with you. We're going to put youth before beauty. What do you think of this one?
I think this is fantastic. I think it's a great matchup with 2 young teams, very young teams coming into the major. And I think it's a team of 2 streaks, right? We've got GamerLegion who have been on a run, and MongolZ as well. And I think for MongolZ, it's finally time to get through cleanly and start taking the next step. Just
quickly, Jason, your thoughts, and then we'll get into the action.
I agree with everything Dinko just said. Absolutely. It was spectacular. I think he nailed it.
Great work. Carrying him through another broadcast, Dinko, of course. All right, anyway, guys, have a great cast. The action's ready to start. It's going to be GamerLegion versus MongolZ. Take it away.
Thanks, Rich. Yeah, GamerLegion, MongolZ, and GamerLegion's looking to complete this crazy run they've had, having to win so many series in a row. 4 best-of-3s. They went 0-2 in the RMR, coming all the way back, and now just get to extend it for MongolZ. Can they break through?
That's the thing, right? This is the MongolZ team who have, at times, been on the precipice of breaking through the next level at the biggest events. Earlier in the year, we had Cologne where they lost to Seoul when they could have qualified into the playoffs. Lost to them, went on to be eliminated from the tournament. So you got to get the job done now if you're the MongolZ. And I'm imagining they're going to have quite a bit of support out there in Asia.
I mean, and also they're in a good position for it. They got 4 players in the top 6 performers of this opening stage so far. They've been absolutely on point individually, and it's lent themselves to having very strong T sides. Flamus, okay, gets swung wide. Slen gets shut down. Good trade, but it's a 2-for-2 exchange, and now we descend into the bomb site.
Well, Blitz into the open. Damage done to Towson, who still is able to manage a headshot back on Blitz. So 3v2. GamerLegion with the advantage on players, but certainly not health, and they don't have a kit to play with either into this retake. Mizinho and Senzu just playing between CT and Triple. Strong positioning for the Mongols to close out this pistol round despite being down on players, and Senzu close on Triple. Here comes that fight forward. ZTR to eradicate Senzu immediately and put it all on Mizinho, and this monster's only got one. A headshot onto ZTR, couldn't get all three, and they'll get back to the defuse for the pistol round.
Well, there you go. It's all down to the utility in that retake with 2 players at low HP. That flashbang perfectly disconnecting the 2 Mongols players. 2 Gushes on Volt and Towson, and they can't clean it up on the exchange.
Well, Bai coming right up here for the Mongols, you'd imagine, with that bomb plant coming in. Despite losing the pistol, they'll have enough to get a good force buy here. Mizinho yesterday was the standout player by far on Ancient for the Mongols.
Yeah, he was lights out. He had like 18 kills in the first half of that game, just went on an absolute tear. We'll see if he can do it again. When I saw Mirage come up in this veto, I mean, it makes sense Mongols picking it. You get this skill in the open space of Mirage, and GamerLegion might have a tough time of it. That's what makes that utility usage in the pistol round so impressive.
Yeah, and the rest of the series looks really good for the Mongols.
Did they throw out 2 window smokes and 1 missed?
Yeah, looks like it.
Okay, that's a miscue from the Mongols.
Smokes in mid at the moment.
Yeah, shaky start. They'd love to have that smoke to use it later on in the round, but it's no longer obviously available. So a little bit brutal. I'm gonna wait for the smoke to fade. Volt.
Mizinho on the other side of the palace smoke. Senzu just in behind him. And Volt looking to take them down, but the MP9 not good enough to remove Mizinho.
Yeah, but remember, no smoke. Now they have to kind of close the gap against this M4. They do have a lurk over in Khan, over in jungle. This is not a bad setup for Mongols. Good positions, and Towson goes down.
9-10 switches out to the rifle now. Smoke down at bottom. Khan does not allow Flamis to get the trade back.
I think they're saving.
And GamerLegion starting to creep away from this, realizing the objective is not possible. So the save call set up instead.
Got to make these conservative decisions early on in your CT halves. A chance for Techno with the Deagle to add another kill on top of it. But a good round from Mongols. Well struck, 1 kill towards Volt on the top of the balcony. You get that lurk kill in Khan, and there's no access for GamerLegion. Really good round and a lot of space given over to the Mongols to work with. Slend has been the standout player for GamerLegion, so he's the one you want to keep your eyes on in terms of his performance to be the engine for GamerLegion. Yeah. Flamus has also shown some really cool things within this team.
Yeah, and it was interesting to hear from ZTR talking about some of the impact that Flamus brings with his personality outside of server.
Damn.
And yeah, well, we heard that he's kind of the hype man for the squad. He's a really integral player when it comes to the energy. And yesterday when he was winning some important clutches, some important rounds from Flamis, he would just get hyped and bring the energy to the team. And ZTR said that's been incredibly important, especially when you're a team that are down 0-2 in the RMRs, having to come back, having to keep a strong mentality, and he's been a big part of that.
And we have to remember too, like this team, as much as they've had success to this run, another team that's kind of had to be put together from nothingness by Coach Ash and bring him forward towards the major. Been an impressive, a really impressive job that he's done with this team time and time again.
I mean, you lose Ima, you lose Shuei from that Paris run, and you've got to rebuild a project that had major final success and have to build from the ground up again. And they've gone for the avenue of taking young players and finally committing to ZTR, who's in and out of the Ninjas, stood in for the main team every now and then. I think earlier this year we really seen some strides from him with the Metasport upset earlier on in the tournament, early on in the season rather, and now gets a chance to be the GamerLegion in-game leader. And he's shown some improvements, but I think that link up between him and Ash is really seeing him elevate.
Sure, seems like Ash is able to do that with all of his players. Smoke up in the window. Mongols progressing across the map. They're taking this round very cautiously. Want to finally win this economic battle, this struggle early on to establish themselves. Clearing out connector. Dotting the I's and crossing the T's. Not missing any detail on this progression through mid.
45 seconds left. Connector taken by Techno. He's going to peer over the top of the smoke. Not seeing too much for the time being, but the Mongols got to respect it, take their time.
This will be another save, obviously, if this A bomb site is struck by Mongols once this utility clears. They're going to work their way in. It's only Volt up in Palace, unless he does something magical. But when Mongols encounter no defense, it's got to be the alarm bells. It's got to be like, okay, they have a player over at ramp. The only position they have to be worried about is CT spawn and Palace. Techno, gonna clear hard right. Finds Flamus, and now there's no access to the bomb site yet again. So I think GamerLegion, you just fall away with these rifles and try again in the next round. Again, a simple, uncontested progression down the mid-ramp through connector.
No Volt. Able to pick up Mizinho.
Not going to be able to get that gun.
He's under a bit of pressure here from Blitzy. was aware of that possibility. But that grenade should eradicate any opportunity for Vol, actually. Somehow bounces back far enough to stay alive for the time being. But Blitz coming over the top, going for a little bit of a jump. Awkward fight, but eventually Blitz comes out on top of that.
All right, so 2-1 for the Mongols, getting started strong, taking this lead out of the lost pistol round.
Now, when Volt obviously was playing with Into the Breach, he was talking about how GamerLegion and the project they had long term and the structure that Ash had been able to tell him that they were trying to build and the ambition that they had was the reason he selected this squad. Because I'd imagine a lot of players from that Into the Breach team were being offered better contracts than what they would have had originally, and coming here to the GamerLegion squad, he believed in the long-term project.
Well, and also, I mean, it's a cool idea, because that Into the Breach team, like, kind of saw the limitation that they had, but you also saw a lot of skill on the individual players they were they were able to unleash in Paris, and so you give that a little bit of love tactically and teach them some more fundamentals of the game and get them playing some smart Counter-Strike, and that skill can have a lot of impact, as we've been able to see from Volt.
Yeah, for GamerLegion, it's always a pragmatic approach of realizing it's going to be a long-term project, and Volt obviously realized that with taking Imma's roles, he would have to switch a little bit of how he plays and learn and adapt. And GamerLegion not necessarily having the greatest of years, you know, not the greatest of seasons, but we're starting to get into better form as this major circuit.
It's just a conversation we have all the time, is like, yeah, you can have a really rough year, but obviously the goal, especially for a lot of the teams like a GamerLegion that you put in like the tier 2 kind of area, is like, you know, that major is a point where you need to have everything kind of peaking and coming together and coalescing at that moment. And for them, it has been rewarded with such a good win streak. Patience now from the Mongols after taking map control, and Senzu's just going to wait for players to walk into his crosshair. Here's the footsteps over in window, calls it out. Goes down, however, can't win the fight. 3 on 4, and they're going to come in and test this.
Mongols looking to keep this one stable, but another kill from Towson. Oh, how has he got that? As he drops down from short into the connector, Blitz blasted away, and suddenly a chance for GamerLegion erupts, but there's lack of kit and lack of utility to be concerned about here for GamerLegion, but a missed shot, and 9-10 forced into the open. GamerLegion running thin on time, but Mongols running thin on players. It's just Mizinho left in Palace. They get back into the site. ZTR holding that defuse all the way, not covered by his teammate, and Volt picks up the kill, but has he picked up enough time? He's going to get to that defuse.
He's got it.
It's going to be close, but he feels comfortable enough to stick on it.
Ooh.
And just about on the final tick, Volt is able to get the job done. The 1v1 against Mizinho.
Unreal. Good patience from Volt. With low HP, he really had to bait the defuse and hope and pray he'd have enough time. It just works out. That shot is
really shouldn't have happened.
No, absolutely not. And that's 2 that Mongols probably feel got away from them. You go back to the pistol in that 3v3, they probably feel like that was round where they had a huge advantage. And once again, GamerLegion just snatched one away. Those multi-round saves of enough rifles to keep themselves competitive pays off. And tie things up at 2. And over the flames, 9-10 finds Volt.
A great boost. A great way to open up the proceedings in round 5 with a kill here for the Mongols. Reaction for GamerLegion to send 2 players a little bit more aggressive short, with Flamis applying pressure into the underpass room connector.
There's been a lot of love in middle from Mongols, so you can understand GamerLegion want to contest it. They just don't want to keep giving up this ramp and access to Con for free. Techno timing is everything. Flamis has slid out. Oh, I never expected it, never saw it, but Blitz is still here.
Out comes 9-10. Spots the head of the ticket box player, but Slent, he has been the standout for GamerLegion. Looking to deliver again. With his teammate going down, there's more pressure and there's Op to deliver. As the Mongols are up a player and Mully's going in towards CT, things heating up. But Towson, he was the difference maker in the last round when he's coming around the back, but he's been noisy about it. And 9-10 is scoped up and ready to claim his life. Now just 2 for GamerLegion left, both committed towards the CT position, and the Mongols should not let this one slip.
Yeah, a lot of bodies for Mongols still on the map as well, so I mean, there's an opportunity for 9-10 to take that really hardcore committed angle to watching the flank. Smoke to obscure the vision. These guys, ETR and Slend, feeling like they're about to get hunted. Really uncomfortable in this scenario. Nade rains in. ZTR is going to try and keep some space, but it doesn't matter. Spam down, and remember, that bomb's going to go off as well. ZTR, no chance to back away from this. And the pinch coming in.
Defends his life against 1, but eventually traded out. $2,000 average here for GamerLegion and the majority of players. And so not enough to get a very comfortable bye going into the next round. So the Mongols withstand. Obviously a round they shouldn't have lost in the previous, but they make sure they bounce back immediately after.
Yeah, outside of those hiccups, this T side is looking solid in these first 5 rounds of play.
Yeah, you mentioned the T side here for Mongols. You said it was good earlier. Well, for the Mongols, they've had the best T side of any team this season out of the teams attending the major. A 56% win rate on T rounds. It's been incredible so far this year for their T side. And a big part of that, obviously, Blitz is calling, but it's just how effective they are at trading, it feels like, Jason. They're such an exciting team to watch in that respect.
Yeah, they've got a lot of talent spread across the team. And obviously this whole season has been a learning experience for them. They started this year like ranked 20th, and the whole story of the Mongols this year has been breaking in and breaking that barrier of rising up and being able to compete with the tier 1 teams. They finally broke into the top 10 just a couple of weeks ago. Just been on a really good rise and figuring out and learning how to play the game the way the best teams in the world do. And it's showing once again, peaking at the major.
And making money too, Jason. One
making
of the top
money.
earning teams. One of the top earning teams this year.
That's true. Love to see it. Now you got those stickers. Round 6. Unarmored pistols for GamerLegion. They finally have to back away and just concede that they won't have the firepower to stop anything. Good shot. Takes off the head of Slend.
Back-to-back rounds now, and 910's been able to get a pick out of the ramp to open things up. Not expected to see much resistance here from GamerLegion. You mentioned the major attendances. I was actually really surprised to see how many majors Techno, Blitz, and Mara have attended.
Techno, this is his 4th, I believe, right?
5th major.
5th major.
Blitz will be on 5 as well, and their coach Mara, a 5th major attended. But for everybody else, it's their 2nd.
It's not bad. I think Techno's what, like 19, 20 years old as well? Like he's, that's a good time for him. There's connector utility showing mid control. Mongols trying to flush these USPs out of their hiding places and being patient.
Yeah, Mongols don't want to lose anybody here, limit the casualties because of the damage that was inflicted upon them 2 rounds prior. They want to make sure that they recover, stabilize the money here.
It's going to be interesting to see what the next gun round is for GamerLegion, because the Mongols have given a lot of attention and a lot of love to this A bomb site. They haven't really messed with B site. They've gone through Con. They've obviously come out Palace and A ramp a number of times. This against unarmored pistols should be an easy one for them to win. Good trade, but won't be able to build upon it. But moving forward, how does GamerLegion want to gear their defense? They just took a timeout before this round to talk things over. Do you want to stack up at that A bomb site early? Do you want to continue with the mid presence on your CT side? Are you expecting a switch up from Mongols to hit the B bomb site? When does that come into play? Mongols at the moment in the driver's seat and are really the ones dictating that GamerLegion have to make a decision and have to make some adjustments.
Slend would have felt like his first time getting the AWP out on this map was disappointing. He got trapped at ticket, he got stuck behind utility, all of his teammates went down on the bomb side before he really felt like he could get impact. So he's going to be searching to get this AWP into play in the 2nd round, and this time changing up his play. He's going up to the window, looking for that opening pick. And not going to win it. 9-10, 3 rounds in a row that he's got that opening pick on the AWP.
And now we get the ramp push. They want to see exactly what's happening. 910's got another one delivering in the middle of the map. And maybe now GamerLegion wish they had put more resources in middle because they've just been abused. Mazzinho's going to build on top of it. A beautiful round for the Mongols.
And this T-side power continues for the Mongols. But they're fighting back here. GamerLegion, they've got the numbers to a 2v3 deficit instead, and Volt has got another one out towards ramp. When all looked lost, GamerLegion find a way back in. 910 continuing to be their reckoning, though. Another kill in middle, make that 3. And Volt stuck on low HP, 15 health to his name. He'll go back into the ramp. There's time here for the Mongols to comfortably pick that bomb up. They've got plenty of utility as well. 910 to punch the digits in, and a post plant will be played. Volt, last detected towards ramp, is now relocated to Palace.
Yeah, and I mean, they know exactly where he can come from. Potentially there's a chance he wrapped all the way around towards Con, but they can wait for the timing. And everyone evacuates. Mazzinho, though, he's actually put himself... no, it's planted on the side, so he should be fine rotating over towards jungle. This post plant's going to be near impossible for Volt. He does have a smoke, but no kit. And actually, he could defuse inside the bomb site. He's just got no idea where they are. And that round is all 9-10. 4 kills, 3 of them with the AWP, the opening frag, cracking open the middle of the map, taking down Slend on the other side. And Mongols starting to run up the scoreboard.
GamerLegion, that old familiar sting of being sent down to USPs again. No money to play with. Another round guaranteed coming right up here for the Mongols. And 6-2 on the T side of Mirage. This is the power that the Mongols possess. When they begin their march, barely anybody can stop them. We got to see them yesterday dispatch of MIBR in easy fashion. And the great thing about this team, Jason, it doesn't feel like there's like one standout individual. Some say it's Senzu. Occasionally that can be true. But it feels like there's always an opportunity for one of these players to step up and take over the server. 9-10, Mazinho yesterday. Now Mazinho's alongside him, 9-4. It's a great start from those two individual players, and that's one of the strengths that Mongols have.
They could be patient in this round. Up catwalk we go. First real probe towards this B bomb site. First love for these B defenders, and gotta be frustrating. It's a round in which they only have pistols and deagles and no chance to fight back. Techno's op just raining down death from a distance.
Oh, great shot again, 9-10 to deal with Slend, leaving Volt as the only remaining player. He'll do what he can with a 5-7. Doesn't go down without a fight.
And now you have an issue where the Mongols are starting to build up a lot of money. 11,000, just under it on 9-10. Plenty of money to rebuy for the other Mongols riflers. And if your GamerLegion struggling to win a single round, the prospect of winning 2 or 3 in a row to take all that money away is looking far away at the moment. 4-round lead for the Mongols. Looking to go 3-0 in this opening stage. Qualify for the elimination stage.
Yeah, tactical timeout here for GamerLegion. Getting worried about this first half. There were opportunities presented earlier, in particular from Towson, who was able to get that miraculous double kill as he jumped off short with the M4. They had Mongols money on the ropes, but unable to capitalize on that chance and turn it into a couple of rounds in a row. Allowed Mongols to win cleanly in the follow-up, and they stabilized their money from that point onwards.
And they have a bigger problem too, where it's like we've seen them play passively and give some room over to Mongols, and they've been able to exploit that by getting into mid and getting into connector pretty much unharassed. And then you've seen them play more aggressive and peaky and challenging, and Slend's been picked off twice, towards catwalk, towards window by the AWP of 9-10. So both passive and aggressive styles of defending the middle of the map have really failed GamerLegion so far in these first 8 rounds. And that's a really tough thing to have to get around, to have to move around and say, okay, well, how do we actually fix this? 4 players in middle, a lot of bodies. They're going to maintain that aggression early on. Mongols is not home. And this time, they've geared up a heavy play towards the B bomb site, 2 in halls. At the moment, just a default, they could reconvene and go elsewhere.
Flash into mid, Senzu got caught by it slightly. Still results in a kill as the follow-up flash completely blinded Flamis. Towson able to get one back, but Slend again dead at the hand of 9-10.
And this time they do, again, it's a different look in middle that still goes wrong. Good job from ZTR to find the kill on Techno. This time it kind of, you have aggressive elements of a mid defense, but it's sort of a trap. You want the follow-up players playing passively to peek off those aggressive players' contact, and Mongols is still ready for that as well. They've managed to keep it even at 3-3. Knife out for both players.
To a knife out for ZTR, but Blitz pulls out his AK-47 and jumps out of the window, but Towson, he slipped into the net. There's no way, they know about him, so Towson gets a double kill and flips this round back. 9-10, low in HP, 24 health in the apartments, and caught this time by Volt. So Towson, once again, with impact in a round victory for GamerLegion.
Yeah, Mongols expected that bomb site to be open after that player's trying to push through the smoke a little bit. Awkward engagement as comes on through with the knife out. But Towson is just chilling, and no reason for Mongols to think he's going to be there unprepared.
Yeah, think about 2 of the rounds the GamerLegion have won out of the 3. It's Towson with the multi-kills. He's keeping them in the start of this half. Now they have to try and build on it. Still a chance to tie up the scoreline. I like this, a direct hit being set up here for the Mongols, an A execution.
I mean, there's the first bright spot for this GamerLegion defense. If you stopped their B play, you kind of neutralized mid and stopped them from attacking into the B bomb site. So back to A we go for Mongols, and everyone's going to be locked out behind these smokes. Spam coming through, a little bit of chip damage, superficial. Senzu brought down to 83, but they have bomb site control, and it's all about the retake for GamerLegion. They'll have advantage of utility, and now the, oh no, I take it back.
Oh, Senzu gets a double kill. ZTR able to fight back, and all that util goes down in the body of Towson. There's one kit left. It's on the body of Flamus, and it's now down outside of Connector. So ZTR and Slen do not break through on that initial thrust, and the retake is stalled out.
Yeah, and you can't go for it now. When they have jungle control and Connector and window control, the kit is down. You have to back away and just save. Defensive smoke deployed just so they can get over to the B bomb site, and Mongols know exactly what's happening. Blitz already on the hunt over in the B halls. Same with Mizzino. They're willing to risk some money to take these weapons out of the hands of GamerLegion, but I don't think they'll get there in time.
Nade will. Slen holding on, and let's get the AWP into the next, but ZTR died. We lose one of those remaining members. Fortunately, the most expensive weapon is able to remain, but we are yet to see that off have any impact in this half.
Yeah, maybe why Slend isn't peeking there towards the end. He's just like, God bless, I just want to save this off. There's no reason for me to peek, and it leaves ZTR to get shot in the back. This is a brutal half so far from the Mongols. Looking really clean, T-side Mirage. Mid-utility out again. And Slend has missed the jump, missed the opportunity to make an aggressive play on Catwalk, so he's going to reposition.
Senzu has control of middle, and he sees it's quiet. No one from GamerLegion challenging, no utility. And so the Mongols can feel comfortable about moving through the underpass with Techno and Blitz. ZTR is just waiting for some utility, some signs of life, and he'll toss his smoke out to bottom con. 1 minute on this clock as Flamus made his play through the smoke, touched the fire, and so Flamus gives away his sound cue and is immediately taken out. But it's this Blitz play. He's threaded his way through the murder hole. He's got in behind, and this AWP is about to be under a lot of pressure again. And I don't think Slend is going to enjoy this half of Counter-Strike because he's gone once more. Blitz is going to lock it in. Slend is down. It goes back into the peak, into the market, but fortunately, ZTR is still able to withstand with a 5-7.
And that's really good job by Blitz, kind of controlling the way that round plays out, saying, I'm flanking, I'm in market, I'm ready for the backstab. Throw utility. Make sure the Opera's attention is towards B halls. Make sure I have an easy kill. And look at them finding all the gaps in this defense. Senzu just going to take the kill.
They're just lost. They don't know where Mongols are. They don't know what they've lost. They don't know where the Mongols are going to be. They just appear behind them.
This is the best competition GamerLegion has played up against. They did play Furia in the best of one to start this opening stage with a victory there. But Pain, Bet Boom, Sinners, Falcons, Unity, all taken down on their path to this point in the major. Mongols, the stiffest competition they face yet, and they're really starting to show their quality and how far ahead they are. Good kill from ZTR. Not going to get away. 9-10, Tech 9 at range.
Yeah, I think that point that you've brought up about the run that they've had, the teams that they've beaten, is really important context, because on one side you look at Furia, the name value, the players, etc., but they haven't been playing the greatest Counter-Strike. We've seen that so far here at the major. So you have to definitely put into context. Sure, GamerLegion is impressive. They've been able to come back off the precipice of elimination. But it's the fact that not necessarily played the greatest teams to get here yet. And right now getting found out by the Mongols. Surely this is the round where Slend gets something done with the AWP, Jason.
I don't know, man. It's another A execute, and once again, they're going to be stuck behind all the smokes. Last time this happened, Slend was aggressive towards, or excuse me, Senzu was aggressive towards Ticket to get 2 kills, but once again, they have to back away. And yeah, Slend, he's been knocked off his game so far in this map. 2 misses, 2 chances at a kill he absolutely needed, had to have. And bomb site control once again to the Mongols. And GamerLegion, last round of the half, you're going for this.
Well, the eruption of the Mongols in this first half has been too much for GamerLegion to weather. Techno goes aggressive in towards CT. Senzu to clear up bottom stairs. Flamus needs a moment. He comes through. The bottom of the stairs, traded by Senzu. 2 coming back through CT. Slend finally chiming in with that AWP, but he needs a clutch, and he's got it into a 1v1, and Slend finally, right at the end, delivers a round for GamerLegion. The AWP will find its impact, even if it is the final round.
He needed that so much. We saw the misses in the previous round, this round coming out of Palace. We saw the number of times he was picked off. He needed some kind of feel-good moment going into the second half. It's not nearly enough. as the Mongols are going to switch over to the defensive side. 4 rounds punctuated throughout the half, never stringing them together. Mongols feeling good, looking good, everything's going well. Another day in the office.
Yeah, quite a popular 3-0 team, and I think that's actually a beautiful thing to look at, that the community sentiment around Asian Counter-Strike has changed because of this team, right? This is a team that came from a region that has always been considered weaker, certainly has been over the years, and we were just waiting for the time where finally an Asian team will rise up and consistently compete at these events. And now the expectations have risen for MongolZ. It isn't just, oh, they were upsetting at the start of seasons at Katowice, they get some big names, they eliminate a team you expect to move through to the next stage. Now it is a team that we start to consider as a roster should be taking the next step, and we're all kind of waiting for that moment.
Yeah, well, it's looking good. The moment is right now, on the verge of qualifying 3-0, as you mentioned. And then we get to see what they can do against the big dogs, what they've learned throughout the year to close out their season with a beautiful run at the major. 8-4. Dooley's picked up on Mazinho and Techno.
Blitz will await their presence in mid.
It doesn't look like he's waiting too much.
No, he will take the aggressive stance. He wants to find him.
Oh, no way.
Into the underpass, just absolutely blasts away Flamis. Gets info on the mid push as well.
Yeah, gets info. The bomb is there, moving up catwalk. He's the only player in mid. Everyone else, 2 players at each bomb site. Blitz is just the one controlling and keeping information on the middle of the map. And now that he's found a kill, oh dear.
Oh no.
Missed piece of utility is going to provide nothing for GamerLegion. Good pick though from the P250 of Slend. He started warming up. He had that great final round of the first half. He can add a little bit more now.
Well, the Joel Barrett is waiting around the corner, and they unleash. Techno with 3, no problem for the Julies. And once again, he earns the title of the 4K.
Unreal. Good sequence from Techno. No ability to trade. That shot's ridiculous to start things off. And even Slend's pick towards the A bomb site. Nobody budges. Everyone stays at their site, and Techno delivers. Number 1 rated player of this opening stage. Quad kill in the pistol hasn't really been needed, but he delivers when called upon. And Tech 9s for GamerLegion.
Mac 10 for Slend. Not looking pretty. Well, the majority of the forces outside of the A site. And CTR trying to send a little bit of pressure in mid, but here comes the A play right into Mazinho. He moves forward to try and help his teammates, but 9-10 distracted, pulled away from eyes at the connector, but fortunately Blitz is just a beast. So 3 kills for that MP9, stalls out any chances of GamerLegion getting involved in this round, and now it's ETR left on 16 HP. It is an ended round for the GamerLegion side.
Yeah, and unfortunately with no plant, they really can't keep up that pressure. Maybe if you're feeling like this is so far out of reach, you just continue with the Tech 9 buys and hope you get a miracle out of it. But Mongols have shut you down. Comprehensive victory for the Mongols from start to finish thus far. And it's looking like nothing is going to change that.
And you look at the other maps in the series too, it just feels very good for the Mongols.
Mongols have a huge advantage in the map veto process. I mean, especially when you consider the quality of teams they've played against, the experience they can get across the board in the map pool.
Yeah, I mean, one of the talking points about GamerLegion coming into this event was the fact that they are one of the teams, the only team that really that plays a true 7-map pool. They banned all 7 maps first in a best of 3 at least once in July. That's according to Skybox Edge. And unfortunately for them, it doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot when you're playing against weaker opposition, right? Sure, you can be willing to play these 7 maps against the teams at a tier 2 or 3 level, but how deep is your map pool really when you take that next step up?
Yeah, it's never going to be that way. Maybe you throw something in as a trick, but it's never truly going to be something you can carry on, you know, in top competition. It's just so hard to maintain a focus level across the entire pool. Nice that you can play it, you can add it in if you feel like you need to, or if you need something tricky. For now, obviously, they're feeling real comfortable on their own pick of Mirage. Anubis is going to be coming up next, which GamerLegion chose to head to.
And ZTR, he won't be cleaned up by that spray. Instead, Senzu has to come and sweep him under the rug. So 11-4 scoreline. The Mongols continuing their barrage and their brutalization of the GamerLegion squad. AKs come out for the last hurrah.
Yeah, the last real attempt at getting into this game. 7 rounds back. It has to be now. Couple timeouts taken in the first half from Ash and GamerLegion to try and get them in the swing of things. It hasn't worked. Mongols have just been way too on point across the board. Mid-utility, but it's going to hit A bomb site very quickly. Volt can't get it done. Nobody there to follow up due to the Molotov, due to the utility. And now they're stuck at ramp. The mid-prong of the attack is just now making its first move. But already a man advantage with no damage dealt. Mongols have the luxury of being able to be patient with this man advantage. Nobody budging for any kind of a peek, waiting for the GamerLegion to step into them. Another miss smoke. That's, well, we saw one from Mongols in the first half. We've seen 2 smokes missed by GamerLegion so far early in this second half.
Oh, 9-10. Tick of damage. Audio cue alerts Flamis to his position, and so a flash comes in.
I'm surprised he didn't fall back after that tick.
A little bit too bold from 9-10. Slam heating things up at the ticket box. CTR comes flying up, and Senzu's eradicated swing from CTR towards CT is punished by Mazinho. GamerLegion stay fixated towards the A bomb site. The plant coming in on the other side of triple. And this is still doable for the Mongols as utility flies into the sky. As Flam is caught, blitzing with double back. And that's why they call him one of the best fragging in-game leaders. And Techno is set on a pedestal to close. And it'll end up being a 12th round map point here for the Mongols on Mirage. GamerLegion needed to win that one. And there just is no life in this Legion of gamers.
A lot of I mean, they just never expected that retake to come in so fast. A little bit of disorganization. Not even disorganization, just getting into their position, expecting to have a few more seconds before that retake really began. But good piece of utility to activate Blitz. Towson doesn't have the angle. Flamis just gets caught trying to reposition in towards Khan, and an easy cleanup for the MP9. Up on 9-10, 12-4, 8 chances to close out this opening map of the series. Not much to really say about GamerLegion.
Nope.
Unfortunately, that's the real bummer of this, is as good as they've looked on this run to recover the RMRs to get to this position, this has just been so dominant that it's hard to look at the positives.
Divided. In this round, at least being able to fight their way out of B. So Volt with a great headshot on towards Techno into the bomb site. So Plant is coming in. 3v2. Mongols have gone for retakes, but there's not a whole lot of money left over here.
I think they're just going to go and see if they can get a kill early on if someone offers it up to him. 9-10's already backing away with the op. Mazzino's just eyeing that AK-47.
Dude, there we go. He's got the AK, he can slip away. 9-10 will cover the swing. And a 5th round for GamerLegion. Great opening from ZTR as he was aggressive in middle. Through the smoke, he was able to pick it up. Well, by brute force, they get into B.
Yeah, and I mean, they've noticed that in the early going, Mongols hasn't had to do anything about it. They haven't really been playing aggressive in middle outside of Blitz, just kind of jumping down in the pistol round. So feeling like they've got some space to work with there, and it nets them their first round of this second half. But a long way to go still. Another buy will come in for the Mongols. Mazzino can drop, Techno can buy himself, and actually goes for the double op setup.
Yeah, that's the worrying part for GamerLegion. You can win that round, but it doesn't necessarily mean a whole lot when you've been able to go on any sort of streaks or string rounds together here, and Mongols have another good buy. In fact, they are flush with cash, so a double op setup comes out. Well, let's see how this goes. Is it the winning recipe on Mirage for the Mongols? Mazinho,
the timing.
Down the ladder. Volt has actually slipped out at the perfect time, and he's going to catch 9-10. But will they check for Mazinho? They do. They look at him, but they can't deal with him. As Mazinho with a second headshot, mauls 2 at the door. But ZTR and Flam is still with fight left in them yet.
You can see the desperation of GamerLegion starting to make very, very crazy plays, and Mongols aren't expecting it just yet. But they're settling it down into a 2v2.
Bomb's
Good
down.
kills, and Bomb has dropped way, way far back. So ZTR is going to be really sad. He has to give up his strong lurk position in middle. Going to open up the avenue for Senzu to be involved from Catwalk. And a lot of time for the Mongols to reconvene and figure out how they want to play this. Looks like they're thinking perhaps that GamerLegion fell all the way back.
Oh, Techno. Good awareness, but Smoke is going to go deep. He's going to walk in front of it. He has a chance here. A little bit awkward for Techno as that Smoke expanded a little bit further than he would have liked, and Flamus continued to try and fight. They want a duel with Techno, but he's confident, and he knows that he can win these fights. He gets around the corner as well, untraded by ZTR, and now the in-game leader can't stop them. And so Mirage will go the way of the Mongols. They take first blood. They begin to ride. And for GamerLegion, there was no stopping them when they began their stride.
That's a great indication of how this map has gone for GamerLegion. You feel that should be a clean fight for ZTR. Just fumbles the initial contact. And man, Mongols dominant from start to finish. A statement win in this opening map.
Couldn't agree more, Jason. A statement, and the statement is we're just considerably better than you, GamerLegion. The Mongols there, just incredible. And I think Jason actually said it during the commentary. You know, like, I guess the disappointment is really that GamerLegion, we know they can play a bit of Mirage. They've done it, but they just didn't show up and offered no resistance.
I mean, it is Mongols, one of the best maps, right? It's usually they always go for an Ancient or a Mirage. We had the question, why didn't they go for an Inferno pick? And they were like, yeah, you know what? Mirage is a better game. Sorry, it's a map we're way more comfortable on. We've played it more recently. And for GamerLegion, you can just see just a complete gulf in the caliber of the players, so to speak. Sure, they've done a great job making it all the way over here, but you got to look at all the opponents it beat to be here in this 2-0 matchup. Mongols just a whole different breed altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily like just the players themselves. I think maybe the approach from GamerLegion wasn't the best for their CT side. I mean, they played a lot of just default setups, playing retake towards the sides, trying to focus more on mid, open with this, you know, 2 cat, 1B sort of things. And the Mongols, they don't play with a lot of finesse. I mean, you know, they get in your face. They more often than not end rounds fairly quickly, like. And they use utility towards, you know, let's say middle parts of different maps even, just as dressing, just to fool you while they actually pounce on the bomb site. So I think a better approach would have been just playing more for the sites themselves if you're GamerLegion, right? In that case, even if they're defaulting and taking mid slowly and doing something like that, you know, you can react towards the extremities. Like this way, it just felt so many times Mongols would hit a site, the Volt would die on A, and it was just saving after that point, you know, in a 3v4 or a 3v5 or whatever it is.
And it felt like also for GamerLegion, whenever they were trying to go for the extremity plays, maybe double down ramp, it was mostly when they just had a pistol or something on the half-buy rounds or something trying to be aggressive. But as Yanko pointed out, they were trying to duke it out at mid. Mongols were getting them all the time. And also, I got to give credit where it's due to Blitz as well, just top fracking in a server, but also calling a pretty good game. Because when GamerLegion were shifting the defense, you're going for this early mid fights, let's go A fast, pop in, full exec, and just out-calling, out-aiming, and just making things look easy.
Well, Dust said it on the desk, I think it was yesterday, you know, he thinks Blitz is one of the, you know, best fragging IGLs in the world. I think he actually said the best.
Well, one of them.
He upgraded it. He went one off,
Twist
and then
exists,
it was the best.
So
I mean, do you agree with that? Where do you put Blitz?
I think it's definitely top 5 if you ask me right now. If you're looking at where Mongols are in all the rankings, along with the fact that as an IGL he has a high fragging output. But for me, what makes it happy is the fact that once upon a time, a year ago, Blitz used to be the one who's had to kind of hard carry the team with Techno to get those wins. Now it's more like if he has a good game, that's bonus, because you have players like Mazinho, like Senzu, everyone popping off.
Yanko's laughing. I'm talking about Blitz and you're laughing? You think this is funny?
No, I was laughing about something else, but I don't think there's anything funny about Blitz, man. And one of the reasons why he is one of the best fragging IGLs is because he actually doesn't have, you know, the least favorite role on the team. He is actually in position to make plays. Like, he is the lurker of the team, right? Someone else that we've had called for that, maybe previously, not as much now, is Alexi. Used to do that as well. So yeah, he's definitely in positions to make impact, and so far he's found a lot of it.
I think also really good to see. I mean, obviously, just heaping praises upon praises on this team is, you know, you go back to the beginning of the year, right? And if you had to pin the criticism on a couple of players on this team as to why they might be struggling, it would have been 910 and Mazinho. 910 just being very hit or miss, and Mazinho being very young. And there were a few people who called for the heads early back then. They're like, they have a couple of options available in Mongolia, why didn't they pick them up? But just if you look at the rise of the Mongols trajectory they've been on, it has gone parallel with 910 and Mazinho hitting the stride and finally coming into their own. So it's great to see for me, even in this matchup, even though Blitz was a top fragger, you look at 910 not missing anything, not being scared, you know, taking the lead with the AWP, opening up sites by himself. himself, and Mizzino as well, just being such a star, such a young star. Still, again, by the way, one of the youngest players ever at the major.
Yeah, and look, we've talked a lot about MongolZ. We'll keep on that tack just for a moment. Yeah, we talked about how like winning the event in Berlin was like that sea change for them, that they seem to be imbued with a confidence they didn't have, you know, coming out of the event maybe in the UAE. They seem now to believe in themselves a bit more, and you know that you've seen that by the way they're playing. There is a confidence and a swagger to their game now, Janko.
I think we were talking about how they get a little bit emotional at times, and that's why some games get away from them. I think that's why they were able to win in Berlin, because they actually had the crowd on their side. It wasn't a massive crowd or anything, you know, but since it was a small space, it got pretty loud, and they got a lot of energy off of it and just rode that way and completely smashed Heroic. And I think, yeah, 9-10, I mean, in this game, right, you saw it even on that kill timeline. Like, there was a string of like 5-6 rounds where he was just owning, getting multi-kills, you know, with the AWP, so many entries, right, in gun rounds, just being a thorn in GamerLegion's side, like this round in particular. One entry, second punish, you know, on a player peeking connector. Right? That's it. This is just round wins coming off of your offer, finding you openings, and you could even see it on the stats for the team. I mean, the highest fragger had 16, the lowest had 13 or 12, right? Like it was just a real team effort, and that's when you see really teams humming.
Yeah, well, we talk a little bit about GamerLegion now, and we can segue into talking about Anubis as we do it. You know, very flat on Mirage. I don't think ZTR did anything in particularly wrong. I agree with your assessment that probably you play more for the sites instead of trying to be proactive around the map, because you are going to run into, you know, counter proactivity. It's going to be a bit of a mess. Ultimately, on Anubis, who needs to kind of come alive and take over this map for them?
I think, like, obviously Slen had a very rough game here, obviously, right? But I think for me, it's always going to be the duo of Flamus and Tossin. I think they're the more stable players to this team, so to speak. Again, I'm surprised they went with Anubis, because MongolZ have recently looked really, really good at Anubis.
I was going to mention that.
I think the nuke yesterday was pretty solid overall. The T side was some great calling coming out from ZTR as well. But the fact they've gone to Anubis, maybe trying to punish it, but I just feel like this could be it, because MongolZ, I feel like they finally fixed the issues they had on this map. They swapped around Senzu, who used to play towards Dark, for example. The CD side is exceedingly strong. Most teams, they get the win on the T sides. MongolZ is on the CT side. So, look, even if they all step up, I kind of feel this is a 2-0. I think it's done, honestly.
I think the pressure is on the anchors of GamerLegion, really. If I'm not mistaken, I think MongolZ picked to start on T side here. Yep. So they'll just keep doing what they're doing, right? And you just need to be able to stop them. Like, you need to be able to stop a couple of those faster rounds, couple of those hits, sort of try to, you know, keep them honest and force them to play a bit more default and a bit of a slower style, which then allows your guys like Flamus and Slend in the mid round to find gaps, to make moves, to be proactive, and sort of punish the MongolZ players.
I mean, just before we do go to break, I want to talk a little bit about Flamus. I feel like we haven't talked about him kind of as much as we probably should. I think he's been an incredible find. I mean, like, for me, one of the standout players of the RMR, just in its totality, because he was such a surprise to me, and obviously, you know, GamerLegion did so well. What have you made of him so far, now that we've had the step up in caliber of opponent? You know, does he hang at this level?
Well, I think he does, right? And you also like his energy. In the sense
these are the RMR stats, by the way, for everyone watching. That's what he did.
Yeah, so he's very vocal, right? And it's a young team, so having someone in addition to the IGL being that leader and maybe an emotional leader of the team, keeping the belief. I mean, listen, whoever you play against, to go down 0-2 and win 4 best-of-3s in a row to make it into the major, like, that's no easy feat. And also winning 2 best-of-1s here against a couple of Brazilian teams, beating Furia in their opening game.
Furia and Fnatic.
Yeah, I think it was like, you know, another testament to the work they do, and also Flamus as an individual player.
Any thoughts from you?
No, I 100% agree. I feel like, obviously, you know, being tested against a better opposition like the MongolZ, that's when you're going to start to see some of them fall off a little bit. Flamus, I think, had a 1.18 or 1.3 rating coming into today, so he was still performing in the major as well. But I feel like, again, very young team, right? So even if they lose here, I'm not going to be too disappointed with them.
No.
But absolutely, I think they have some really good pieces. Slen comes to mind, Tossin as well, huge impact moments. They're a team I'm excited to see in the future as well.
You just don't want them to beat Mongols.
Not right.
And I told you one of the reasons why I didn't trust Fnatic was because Nock has been on the team for a month and a half. Dawson has been on this team for 2 months. Like, they haven't been together for long, and they're playing on such a high level.
Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, guys. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we will be into the action on Anubis, GamerLegion versus the Mongols. Make sure you join us.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
The Mongols dominate on Mirage to open up this 2-0 game. They are now one map away from 3-0 in the opening stage of the major.
Yeah, I mean, it just remains to be seen if GamerLegion can mount any kind of resistance whatsoever, because it wasn't there on Mirage whatsoever. Now we're going to switch over to Anubis and see if this is where they have a game plan, their map pick, that can change their fortunes in this series, and they can continue this streak that they've been on through the RMR and try and move forward into the elimination stage. But this is such a tough task. It felt like MongolZ was just so far ahead of them in the opening map.
Yeah, they really were. They just outclassed them. I think, again, another great T-side from the Mongols, something that's just been a part of their game for the whole year. They've just been incredible on it, and I think Anubis has been a large part of their success this year as well. So it just feels like it's all pointing towards the Mongols right now.
I feel like you can probably do some cool tricks if you're GamerLegion, though, expecting, especially when MongolZ is on the CT side, we know there has to be some aggressive plays. If you can catch them in some traps when they try and execute those, if you find the right timings and force them into those situations, might be able to blow them up a little bit. We'll see what GamerLegion has in store for us. But clearly, on an individual level, on a team level, MongolZ is the better team coming out of that first map. And GamerLegion just, you have to feel stunned to a certain degree, right? Like Slend had such a rough start.
Oh, really?
He had one kill going into the final round of the first half. He got out-dueled by 9-10, out-impacted by 9-10. Senzu had some really good entries. Mizinho, again, is continuing his form from yesterday. You have so many positives to talk about out of the MongolZ camp. And when you go over to GamerLegion, you're like, we didn't see any of the stuff that's got them to this point. We didn't see anything that makes them a dangerous team.
And they're obviously going to have had that conversation in this break as well, saying that we didn't get to show what we're capable of. And this is going to be a mental reset coming into map 2 of this. Mongols on the T side start, GamerLegion on the CT side. And we know if Mongols get out to a lead, they can really build this T side up. So it's really important that GamerLegion stop a good start here from the Mongols.
All right, pistol round is live. 3 flashes, a smoke, and a kit for the GamerLegion defense. Smoke, flash on Blitz for the Mongols. Attack in the pistol round. Lurker outside the B bomb site. 4 players headed over towards A very, very quickly, and it's only 1 player. It's Towson to defend.
Yeah, the young Dane at heaven alone.
Techno's just listening for sound cues. Audibly running all the way to A main, throwing the flashbang, seeing if he can hear any footsteps of someone panic rotating for an A call. But nobody's moved, and Mongols are coming right back into this stack. The question is, can GamerLegion keep their nerve?
Now, how long will they be patient? How long will they hold this stack in place? The Mongols silently move through middle. Senzu at the front. Blitz and 9-10 follow in behind.
And I mean, this is kind of cool for MongolZ. Obviously, a ton of space being given over by this sort of a setup, but also you have a lurker in A main, you have a lurker outside B main, and this 3-man attack. It's got options if they run into any kind of difficulty. But the weird thing is going to be they kind of have to just make a blind decision at this point. There's been no information gathered.
Towson's even starting to get a little bit paranoid. He's going back to check the beach, wondering, where are the Mongols players? What is the gap? And as soon as that A player moves out of heaven, they start to move the bomb through camera. Towson comes back, but is he going to be able to get something done? Great headshot onto 9-10, and the decision to drop back into storage and play from the beach keeps his life intact. Now, GamerLegion have got a kit and plenty of utility to play retake into this A site.
How does MongolZ want to control the situation, though? I think Techno would have heard the footsteps and saying, they're all flanking. They're all flanking A main. You've got to turn and watch that. So they're just going to smoke it off for the moment and force GamerLegion to come through.
And Towson remains patient. He hasn't gone back to the camera. He's still waiting to re-enter storage, waiting on the contact. But Techno on that flank takes Towson out, and now the fights go down inside of the site, and it's all coming up for the post-plant. GamerLegion toppling at the hands of the Mongols once again in a pistol round. A great pistol silently leading up to the A finish.
Yeah, wonderfully played from the Mongols. And I mean, obviously the benefit of a stack towards the B bomb site means there was no resistance, no ability for GamerLegion to track them. And man, those lurkers activated. Whichever side of the map they went to, someone was going to be able to have an impact. And absolutely perfect from MongolZ. Smoking off A main, information gathered from Techno really sealed that round in their favor. That was an issue on Mirage as well, so we'll have to keep track of that throughout this T side, was the inability of GamerLegion to stop the Mongols when they took control of the middle of the map, when they attacked into the middle of the map. Obviously this round with no one home, it was very, very easy, but that might be something that we have to keep track of and look at as the gun rounds begin. Full eco for this CT side. Very cautious round from the Mongols. Nobody probing anything, just utility. Starting to clear into A main right now. There can be a quick reaction from GamerLegion when they hear this bomb site being taken, but again, just no firepower to really do anything about it.
Here comes the execute. Spoken to the camera, going to be disrespected by GamerLegion. Nothing to lose, everything to gain. So they go flying through it. And a little bit of offer from Zinho. Too many targets. At least got one. Should be cleaned up by Senzu with his limited cover around the pillar at the fountain and his teammate 9-10 helping out. So just land on the bricks, getting some damage done.
It's a great round from Mongols in the sense that they're not trying to press the issue. They're not trying to like push forward and win the round on that execute and take over the bomb site. They know they have the advantage of range with the rifles, just staying far, far back, letting those USPs swing and take whatever fights they want, and using the advantage to their benefit. 2-0. M4s come out for GamerLegion on the CT side. First test of what this defense can mount in terms of resistance. This is a qualification series as well, a 2-0 match between these two teams. The winner moves on to the elimination stage 3-0. Mongols, with a dominant victory on Mirage, have the perfect opportunity to do just that.
Yeah, and a team that has been in stunning form ever since they lost to ENCE back in Finland. From that point onwards, they picked up a tournament. Went to the Asian RMR, came through as the favorites in comfortable fashion. Opened up the major with a 13-2 victory on Anubis over Rare Atom and defeated MIBR comfortably 13-6.
A lot of Molotovs spent in middle. One of them actually missed. Didn't completely clear out over towards the door, but nobody's home. ZTR steps up behind his smoke, blinded. Towson comes to join him, but all the counter defensive utility is spent.
Two defenders inside of the B bomb site. Flamus playing towards Glyphs. Volt on the platform, his teammate getting mollied out. The Mongols still respecting the connector smoke for the time being. They haven't gone committed through it. 45 seconds, the flank from ZTR. That's the bomb carrier that was close to him, but ZTR does not continue his push and instead looks down through the window to see if he can spot out Mazinho.
Oh, timing's just not with him whatsoever. Oh, it will be now.
Here it is.
Will
Here's
be now.
The timing.
Yeah,
Mazinho
nice
gets
and
caught
easy.
looking the wrong way. The Swede able to chime in. Volt off the back of the platform, removes Techno. And 30 seconds left for the Mongols to piece this together through a 3v5. And it just looks unlikely now that they've spent their utility. Volt can continue to play protected in behind, and oh, they've got 2 kills back, but will they check for Volt? Will they check for him? They're still looking right at his position because he took one of their teammates down earlier, and so finally that trade comes in. A 2v1 setup off the back of this, and that plant comes in. A 3v5 that the Mongols have now turned back into a favorable post-plant position. Towson does not have a kit, nor does he have any utility, and he is now down by the in-game leader of the Mongols as they flip this one back from a 3v5 to a 3-0 scoreline.
That's such a nice slow hit, the 3v5 recovery. It looked like they were going to be able to just dominate and barrel over that bomb site on the initial throw of utility, but Mongols wanted to play it safe and not come through that con smoke. And still are just able to mop things up at the B bomb site later on. Creeping in with contact, 3-0. Once again, GamerLegion's defense unable to mount anything in resistance. Light armor picked up, MP9 upgraded pistols.
I mean, if you've had a frustrating game on Mirage and you feel like you didn't get into it, those kind of rounds are going to sting. And Mongols had no utility, Jason, in that 3v5, but they still were able to pull it back so cleanly.
I think part of the issue is GamerLegion kind of scared at that B bomb site. They themselves without a whole lot of utility. They, you realize the attack has connector open from canals, has B main open, and it's kind of hard to, you didn't seem like they were really motivated to peek and take any fights at range. Mongols was able to kind of slide in quietly and dictate all those fights. And like with 3 players there, trap never sprung. First kill comes so quickly, nobody can play off the contact.
Well, there's a chance here for GamerLegion with 3 players committed to A main. Flamus is playing anti-flash, looking into the corner. And that molly goes deep enough that it won't affect Flamus and Towson. But they missed their opportunity to pounce on one of the Mongols players in the default.
It might not be bad if they push now. I mean, no one's out there at the moment. There's still 3 players dedicated to this, but with Blitz wrapping behind him, and as the IGL, he's doing a good job of finding information, saying, okay, this looks clear, this looks clear. 1 player in the bomb site, 3 over in A main.
But does he start calling them back?
Yeah, he might.
Come back.
This could be a disaster, not anymore. Thankfully, that kill comes out, and now the push from A main has spotted a 2nd player by 910. He sees him over in Canals. Oh, tough route to run.
Seen the follow-up player in behind as well. Ooh, getting a little dangerous now, but Volt inside a connector. 5-7 with the bomb carrier falling. That's the bomb down, and an AK now given over to the Romanian. And let's see what he's able to get done with this AK. The answer to that is nothing on the follow-up, but Slen certainly will from the Canal himself. 8 seconds. They've got to start planting real soon, and Flamus is coming to try and deny. They've got to start planting. Oh, he fumbled it. Oh, no, Techno. Oh, he can't plant there, buddy. And so they had enough time for the plant, just not putting it down in the right position. And GamerLegion given a gift.
Given a gift, that's a mistake from Mazinho. As good as a tournament that he's had, a small mistake with huge consequences, going into Dark to clear it alone with the bomb.
Well, dropping the bomb plant as well was another mistake.
Yeah, there's another one.
Consider.
Right, but you're not even in that situation if you're Techno, if that bomb doesn't drop, right? You have to take time to go clear out towards Canals as well. GamerLegion execute a very nice flank, and with 910 even getting dinked up, he didn't really have motivation to be aggressive to stop any more players coming Canals. GamerLegion get away with one, and now Mongols pick up the pace. ZTR tracks down Blitz.
Eventually. Here comes Mazinho out of B main. Flamus in front of him. Khalil goes in, nips at his heels. Volt on the follow-up needs to hold with a might of 2 men. And he's got himself a double at the back of the obelisk and finally dealt with by Senzu.
Bomb's going to come in late. A little bit more utility needs to be chucked out to help with the cross. He can chuck the bomb over as well. Molotov comes into the site. Default plant. 910's going to slide into that fight and take it with ease. Now he knows the follow-up reaction as well. Thankfully spotted out by Towson, and he wants nothing to do with that fight. 2-on-2. No kit, but they have to go for it.
Locked out for the time being, but that fire fades away. And GamerLegion moving in on this retake attempt. 910 looking towards B main, but they're both coming out from the temple. And now he'll be locked in on that angle. 910 connects another shot. Slen left going into the open. Missed shot from 910. Slen under pressure. And Senzu makes sure that he gets the squeeze. It's 4-1 here for the Mongols.
Yeah, well handled. That's a 4v5 converted after Blitz comes through the smoke. And this time they just pick up the pace. A lurk smoke over towards B main. And miscommunication on those defenders. The early defense at this B bomb site is looking like they're not well coordinated. This is all individual from Volt. Him and Flamus, they need to have a better coordination of how that lurk smoke is going to be handled. I don't think Flamus realized that Volt didn't have his back of anyone sliding through it, and it makes for an easy entrance and easy trades coming into the B bomb site.
A little bit of speed behind this from Senzu. But they've got that A main control nice and early. You don't need to commit. It's just an option opened up to them.
They got this. They did the same thing back in the pistol, right? Hustled into A main control, now doing it in the gun round. And it's nothing crazy because they don't want to push past it, but it is putting a lot of pressure on a defense that doesn't have a whole lot of utility to play with.
They actually move forward, try and take that back. And so GamerLegion go back into A main. If the Mongols don't leave a player there hanging around with a possibility of going down, they maintain the 5v5.
One smoke remaining for the Mongols. This is very similar to the only round they lost. A low buy, half buy from GamerLegion a couple rounds back. And once again, GamerLegion gonna reconvene and have multiple players at the B bomb site. There's that last smoke used by the Mongols over towards Temple to give mid some access. But they're really looking for this final play to be the B bomb site. Perhaps not now that the bomb is spotted early.
Now they'll come into A, realize there is no one home. And so that bomb can make its way safely through camera. And the plant will come in just a moment here for the Mongols, and GamerLegion will realize their stack has not paid off towards the B bomb site. They could catch Techno out here on the T-Stars, but he's put himself in a position where he hasn't involved a lot of risk. He heads out to the rugs. They've been spotted rather by Mazinho on the A main push, and so Techno can now start looking towards the stairs as they crunch on these pistols. And it'll work out for Mazinho on a double kill. Techno's got one of his own. And
Slen just hoping that he can make something happen with that Deagle, but Techno just charges right into him, removes his life, and Towson's left at the beans.
Yeah, Slen's expecting a wider swing than that. Very narrow angle taken from Techno. Good mechanics. Blitz the only one to fall so far. Towson is going to have a chance, but can't get it done. 5-1. Mongols taking a very strong lead T-side Anubis. Haven't seen the AWP come out yet from Slen. They haven't had the funds for it, and once again, like he can get it if he wants to go glass cannon. It depends on how important they feel the AWP is to this defensive success. Timeout taken.
Conversation will be had right now in this timeout. Another weak defense being shown by GamerLegion, but also continuing a strong T-side from the Mongols. I love how they can push, pull, accelerate, slow down. Always in control, it feels like. Seeing them burst towards A main and slowly slink their way back middle and take info through camera, manipulating the defense. It's beautiful to watch in the Mongols.
I mean, doing a lot in these like kind of like lower buy rounds. The one gun round, the Blitz tried to hustle through that mid smoke. He got taken down early. But GamerLegion not putting any presence there in the low buy rounds, and Mongols really exploiting it to be able to explore both of the maps, or both the bomb sites, excuse me. Not maps. It's just one map.
Well, they might be winning both maps today, Jason.
They might
Mirage
be.
And Anubis.
It's looking likely, isn't it?
It certainly is. As Mongols set their sights on that coveted 3-0. Here goes Mazinho charging in towards A main. Another start similar for the Mongols where they take A main control.
Yeah, because you just put so much pressure on these guys early on. Towson's holding a smoke for the moment, but you prevent them from being aggressive. You know there's not any kind of a push coming in. Techno, easy find. Volt trying to get aggressive before a flashbang comes out. That Molotov, Flamus wants nothing to do with it. He knows stepping in front of it is going to be dangerous. So Techno controlling the bomb site late. Mid-round retake of A main for the CTs for GamerLegion, and Mazinho this time wants the flashbang. He comes a little bit early to go through, and Towson got vision. But that's information. And look at the way Blitz uses it to step up in mid, and this GamerLegion defense is scrambling to plug the gaps that are created.
And one player here to defend. It's Flamus, 0-5 so far. Waiting inside a connector. He's paranoid about a drop into mid from Blitz, or a player waiting in the corner to come into the connector. But instead, he is met with flames from the B main side of the site. And the plant is already coming through.
Ooh.
He's going to try and fight this. His teammates are coming in. He hasn't given away his life, and he hasn't given away his position, but now he needs to step up. Now he needs to win some of these fights, and he's missing everything. 9-10 goes to deal with him, and the AWP just penetrates his chest. ZTR to go down as well, and the Mongols are fueled with confidence.
This is a round that's a really good indication of the growth that the Mongols have experienced throughout this year, right? You see that retake of A main. Even though Mazinho goes down, he calls two players, one to throw the flash, one to take him down, which prompts Blitz to get a little bit aggressive in middle. And once you pick that off, you realize, let's hit the B bomb site. There's 3 players remaining, 2 are at A. We know we have a 3-on-1, 4-on-1 at the B bomb site. We just need to find them. And there's only so many places you can be if you're the sole defender of that B bomb site. And it's such chaotic, difficult, high-pressure position to be in as the defender. You can understand why he's missing those shots.
GamerLegion constantly having to go back down to these low buys. Even their buy rounds aren't pretty. Like you mentioned, they haven't been able to get the AWP out. You have to see any impact from Slen in this series when it comes to the sniping duties. Techno this time applying pressure in mid. The AK goes around the corner. And for the first time in a while, the Mongols fumble the opening. CTR able to grab that AK-47 and fall back with the life of Techno.
Can they close out this advantage? That AK-47 needs to do way, way more work. And once again, another stack on this low half-buy round, this time towards the A bomb site. It's the wrong call, but the rifle, the sole rifle recovered, is coming over. Still a lot of utility for the Mongols to utilize on this hit as they slowly pinch, but they have a timer on this. GamerLegion make their move out of A main. They're going to have the information. ZTR knows what's coming. There's the flank with the first kill.
We've seen 3v5 earlier from the Mongols. Can they do it again? Blitz and Sensu draw the numbers even. The AK for Towson unable to connect onto the bomb planter despite Blitz being low. And for GamerLegion, they start to back away, realizing that a retake from the same position looks impossible. 7 rounds for the Mongols, another 3v5-1, this time against weaker weapons, but the scoreline just keeps ticking up.
I know it's unlikely. I almost feel like with a 1-6 scoreline, you almost go for this, right? This was a half buy. You're going to buy in the next round regardless. Slen's going to have an up regardless of what happens. You almost just see if you can have something lucky go in your favor. But not even testing it. GamerLegion backing away, prioritizing that AK-47, prioritizing money and economy for the final 4 rounds of the half. But Mongols have such a disgusting lead right now. As you mentioned, another 3v5 essentially.
Slend has the sniper.
Not sure there's many more rounds if you're GamerLegion that you can back away from an easy situation.
No.
Even, I didn't mean easy, even situations in post plants like that.
You got to go. You got to take some fights. Then you got to be willing to.
At some point, you got to carve out rounds for the second half.
Yeah. Well, hopefully this AWP can make a big difference here for GamerLegion. One of those players you mentioned earlier that ZTR said was integral to the energy brought to the team is Flamis, yet to get involved, and now 0 and 8 as he gets taken down by 9-10's AWP in the opening of the round. That's a little bit faster through middle here for the Mongols.
No way.
9-10 with a no scope as he looks down from the window to his lowly surf below him. ZTR annihilated. Towson aggressive. Mazinho's got his scent. And he now moves forward, smoked out, and that will cancel Mazinho's move.
Yeah, I'm half surprised he didn't actually make that play. Felt like he might have had a timing, but obviously at a 5-on-3, not feeling really any motivation to get too crazy. All holding for this move, and 9-10 is just a beast. GamerLegion again picked apart like they're absolutely nothing.
That was a gun round. And he just walks around killing everything in his path. No resistance.
All right, well, Mongols came in today hyper-focused and running no problems in their progression to the next stage of the major.
Man, you got to say it has been an impressive run for the Mongols so far at this opening stage. 13-2 in their opening map against Rare Atom. 13-6 to follow up against MIBR. 13-5 on Mirage. And looking like they could get a similar result here on Anubis.
Maybe even a better result on Anubis.
This could be their best performance yet.
Second timeout used by GamerLegion. Ash throwing out some high fives, trying to get the boys ready for these next fights, and everything here has to be committed to just trying to get rounds. You can't give up any more retakes. You have to go for them.
Slend still has the AWP. No one else really has a weapon worth talking about. Mazinho gets smoked out of main. Not allowed to go for his aggressive maneuver that we've seen earlier in the half. And so GamerLegion will occupy it with multiple players. 3, in fact. GTR, Towson, and Flamis. Thinking this is where they get the best opportunity to grab a kill. Now, Mazinho's made a lot of noise on that dismount. They're going to swing it. They're going to fight it. And Mazinho is ready.
Oh, my God.
He massacres 3 on the play forward.
Throw in the towel. Throw in the towel. It's done. And you know Mongols are going to hunt down this last player as well.
You throw 3 players at one guy, and he destroys all of you without taking damage. Like, that is, like, he obviously takes some damage on board, but it's just the fact that it makes it look so easy. It's so impressive from Mazinho.
Yeah, I think GamerLegion at this point, after Mirage and after how Anubis opened up, they've just been thrown off their game individually and as a team. Just nothing they've done. None of the adaptations have worked. Aggressive plays have been negated. When they've got opening picks, they've lost it. They've lost 2 3v5s in this half. Or I should say 5v3s.
Well, they are merciful in some way.
Yeah, I'm really.
You're allowed the AWP.
I'm kind of surprised by this. I mean, they don't know he has it, right? He hasn't fired a bullet.
True. And it hasn't killed anybody.
Yeah, and if they did know, they would be hunting it down. Yeah. I'm just surprised that not one single person with all the money and the few rounds remaining went hunting for it. But you know what? I'll give Mongols a pass because whatever. They're up 9-1.
Yeah, you get to do whatever you want. Highlight performance from 9-10. 10-2 here for Senzu. There's just so much firepower in the Mongols. I think GamerLegion cannot rise to it today. Last rounds of this half, at least you have the AWP saved over for GamerLegion. Some positives to be seen there, I guess, but rifles for everybody else. And Flamus is just hoping he can end this half with a kill.
Yeah, get off the goose egg. It's had a tough time over at that B bomb site with Mongols targeting it late when utility's gone, when teammates have rotated away or been picked off. Split on the A bomb site, it looks like. Smoke going to be broken open so Mazinho can get his move. And behind the smoke, it's ZTR. Finally, some of the GamerLegion resistance. And bomb is dropped at his feet. Mazinho is going to continue.
Great hold from ZTR. It's changed the position every time as they were coming through that smoke. Made it difficult for Mongols to clock the trade. And now with a minute left, Slend revealed his AWP from Heaven strikes down. Headshot from Mazinho back. It's still winnable here for Mazinho, but they come through. And Volt makes sure that Mazinho has no heroics left.
Yeah, it felt like he had a chance in that, but obviously not necessarily expecting, not a great amount of HP. That push to come through the smoke so quickly. They push through before he can reposition. So well done that ZTR's triple doesn't go to waste, but that's the easiest round they've had. Mongols executing through a camera smoke, and ZTR just gets to sit behind it. I don't think you'll get that kind of fortune in this final round. 9-2. But at least something to cheer for the GamerLegion side.
ZTR not going to enjoy the fact that he's been dinked, but they come through the smoke again. This time ZTR completely blinded, but he's still going to get that kill. No double this time now is 9-10 with another no-scope. His reactions are fast, his accuracy unmatched. And this is Mongols looking for 10 rounds.
Fair play, ZTR got a very similar situation there coming through smoke, only one. And Mongols has been dominant in the mid-rounds. Let's see how they maneuver. 4 on 3. 9-10 again in position, saying at some point you're going to want some information. And GamerLegion fell prey to this position just a few rounds back. All 3 players in mid. 1 temple, 2 camera. Centralized on the map.
Smoke goes out to the temple. Is 9-10 going to win another fight? This time the answer is no. Tal's going to drop the AWPer. And a 3v3 in space created off of that kill.
Oh, now they're going to start moving into the B bomb site. They've got smoke for temple or the cross if they want it. They've got Molotov for temple, but at the moment not giving away the game.
Smokes go down for the cross now as they erupt into the bomb site. Plant being locked in for Senzu. Mazinho is going to play with the AWP inside a connector. And Senzu realizes they could have likely already progressed through temple or CT, so doesn't want to cross onto the platform and open himself up to that risk. But GamerLegion are coming through, 2 from CT, 1 through temple, and the Mongols hold on. It is tentative for GamerLegion, but eventually they've just got to go, and they line up. Techno only managing 1. Flamus on a double back. Finally, his first 2 kills off this half. He'll round it out without the 0, but can he get his team their 3rd round win? Senzu defends against Volt. The tap on the defuse, running out of time, and Senzu plays it to perfection. It will be 10 rounds to round out this first half for the Mongols as they are staring down the barrel of a flawless run in the opening stage of the Shanghai Major.
An absolutely beautiful run. Mara's got to be so happy right now. His boys are playing very strong, disciplined, composed, and now they've just wrecked GamerLegion's defense in back-to-back maps. The red carpet's laid out for the elimination stage for the Mongols. I don't think those notes are going to help him, Dinko.
No. There's a lot of work to be done. I don't know if anybody who's human can help GamerLegion get back into this game right now.
Only God can help you now. Those notes aren't going to do anything. So just refreshing how they want to play this second half. And it's got to be a God-tier T side from GamerLegion. Ops just wrecking GamerLegion anytime they want to make a move. Senzu with a nice 1v2 clutch to close things out. Not even getting hyped and excited because this is just business as usual for the Mongols.
Composure and confidence are certainly two things that the Mongols have built throughout this year, with titles won, huge steps taken.
And also failures.
And failures to learn along the way. But Mazinho to grab 2 headshots. A 4v2 at the start of the pistol round. And the silencers are off.
And Mongols have the information of where the players are. So you're going to start seeing this push up the stairs. They're going to calm down. Attention all on Techno. Now Flamis can make his move. Senzu looking for the cross. Tapping away. Flamis does not realize he's been wrapped upon already.
He's dived down. He's got out of the window.
Blitz will have heard that.
And the peek comes in at the wrong time, but no headshot to be landed. Awkward fight with Senzu and Flamis, a very awkward fight indeed. And I think getting away is just a luxury for us all, and we don't want to watch that anymore. Flamis gets into his tempo. He's got a minute. Suddenly a pathway.
Damn.
Blitz stops him from getting around that corner.
Blitz is like, all right, Senzu, I'll show you how it's done. I don't think Senzu hit a single bullet at that range, maybe getting tagged up by the Glock a little bit. So as crispy as it started, a little bit sketchy at the end, but Blitz is able to shut things down. And man, what a brawl in middle that comes out in the favor of course, the Mongols.
GamerLegion invest. They throw everything into this. So this is it for the series. GamerLegion, if they concede this, they will have nothing in the next. And the Mongols should be taking a comfortable 2-0 victory and a 3-0 run here at the opening stage.
And then if you're GamerLegion, you got to think about the scary factor of, yeah, you went 0-2 in the RMR and then ran off best of 3s to qualify for the major. What if you go 2-0 at the major, and in a world where it's possible you lose all the best of 3s to get eliminated?
That would be the worst case scenario for them. But the Mongols 12-2, map points secured in a comfortable fashion. No issue against the Tech-9s.
I mean, no issue against the Tech-9s, no issue against the M4s, no issue against the Ops, no issues at all today for the Mongols. Very cool accomplishment getting into the next stage, but they're certainly, as we've talked about, going to have their sights set higher on a better finish to the major, looking at playoffs qualifying all the way through to the top 8, looking at making a run in those playoffs, and certainly with the improvements they've made across the year, the pedigree of results we've seen from them, the scalps they've already taken this year and various best of 3s, there's potential for this team to have the best major they could dream of.
9-10 holds off the triple push beyond the smoke. GamerLegion eventually trade him out. The damage done. And GamerLegion still ahead on players, but Senzu making sure that he grabs one right at the end. The ball went down for a moment, but Volt to pick it up and dive his way down into the site. He'll plant that in the reverse side of the cake. And Mongols, we know they don't shy away from retakes. We know they're confident in these fights. They'll have Techno arrive late through the camera. Senzu to come out from heaven. And the first kill locked in on Towson. The last 2 remaining members of the Legion of Gamers, Volt and Flamis, out at A main. They have got a molly.
Look at the Mongols util though, 2 more smokes.
Yeah, and this is the team that has started making us take Asian Counter-Strike seriously. This is the greatest Asian team we've had, and they will go 3-0 through the opening stage of the Perfect World Shanghai Major. The Mongols will march on.
So if a rare Atom gave us firecrackers, GamerLegion giving us damp squibs, yes, Dinko hit the nail on the head. The Mongols are indeed the greatest Asian team we got here at the moment. 3-0, made light work of opponents that we expected to put up some resistance, but weren't able to. And you just run out of superlatives for this young team.
I hope at least the Mongols bought them dinner first, Richard. Because this was just, you know, not a pleasant game for GamerLegion whatsoever, but it just shows you how far the Mongols have come. I mean, from a team that would, you know, ruin someone else's day here and there, be the dark horse, cause a couple of upset, to a team that I don't think anyone doubted were going to make it into the next stage.
I mean, if you think about the last major where they squeaked through, you know, winning 3-2 on this stage and making the next stage, They draw 15 rounds in 3 games. 15 rounds, Rich. That's like ridiculous showing coming out from them, playing like champs, and also having, by the way, looking at the numbers, looking at your eye test, the best looking team so far here in the opening stage. Congratulations to them, and they have put the stamp of authority as easily the best Asian team we've seen in 15 years.
We'll get into the granularity in a moment, but I just want to ask a broad question. How far can the Mongols realistically go? I mean, this is what we want to know, because a lot of teams here have these championship aspirations. We've talked all about them coming from the RMRs. And here's the thing. Mongols has never been in that conversation. It seems like such a pipe dream to even suggest the Mongols could be up there, have a deep playoff run, maybe get to a final, things like this. And yet, they're creeping up in the rankings.
Even I'm not that crazy.
Yeah, you're not that crazy?
But I'll tell you this.
So how far can they go?
I'll tell you this. I would... Okay, here's the thing. You look at it realistically, look at the teams waiting in the elimination stage, and you're like, they have struggled against the likes of your Vitality and your G2s and everyone, but I just have a feeling, an inkling, a playoffs run, not a deep playoffs run, making to the playoffs, I don't think you could be, I would be called deluded for thinking that could happen. I think that is a real possibility.
I think for me, the Mongols are just right outside that cream of the crop status, right? I feel like it's not really a question of how far they can go. It's more like who will they meet on the way. I feel like, if they go up against Vitality, Na'Vi, G2, like, you're probably not going to be able to take those guys down, you know, maybe on your best day. But and MongolZ, let's put MongolZ in that group as well. But anyone else, it's fair game. So if they can avoid those teams and, you know, or at least not face all of them in the elimination stage, they absolutely have a chance to make the playoffs.
I'm just looking at a couple of teams who made it to the elimination stage. You're looking at 3D Max, you're looking at Heroic. Man, they eat them for breakfast.
Yeah, Mongols will manhandle those
easily.
things.
So I agree with Yanko, depending on what the matchups are, but definitely a real chance. Something I haven't even thought of in the last 10 years.
Because here's the thing, the Mongols, they aren't chokers, right? They're tilters. I mean, in the sense of when something emotionally, like when something negative happens. So once they get to the next stage and these games, like, they're going to play the same. They're going to do the same thing. Like, nothing's going to change about the way they play the game and do stuff, right? And they've been on fire individually. I mean, they've just been running circles around everyone else in the opening stage. And it will be a team that you'd rather not want to see in the elimination.
And also, you got to remember, like, the experience of getting more recently, right? Even though they really haven't had too many playoff appearances in front of an arena and whatnot, having the small little crowd in Berlin. And now, by the way, look, let's be real, if Rare Atom are not going to make that, which is very likely going to happen tomorrow, that entire home crowd is going to be in front of them. And one thing which they said in Berlin was, man, it feels different having a crowd in front of us cheering for us. And they have that.
Yeah, well, it's definitely worth thinking about, because obviously, you know, Rare Atom have bought themselves another day, right? But ultimately, if Rare Atom aren't able to defy expectations to a degree, all attention will turn to this team. They'll essentially be the home team in Shanghai. And so it's definitely something to think about. For me, I've been critical of them in the past. I thought when everyone got overexcited with the win in the UAE and everyone was saying, oh, they're a top 10 team now, they've just won a major tournament now. I was like, whoa, guys, let's pump the brakes. This is ridiculous. They're not in the top 10. That wasn't an S-tier tournament. Let's calm down. But now I look at this team, having watched a lot of them coming into this major, I'm actually a Mongols believer right now. I think they are in that top 10.
Oh, look at that, Rich. Who would have thunk?
Yeah, it's like I use data to form my opinions, you know? Like,
what the eye test says. No, but jokes aside, I think just the fashion in which they've done it, that is the one which gives me the most confidence, right? I could 100% see them choking and maybe, you know, dropping a map in the best of ones against MIBR. We spoke about this as well earlier on. But the fact that it took care of business and not a single team got more than, I think, 6 rounds tops in all the maps they played. They're just saying we are the best team in the opening stage. Great stuff.
We'll have a few thoughts about GamerLegion. I've just been informed we are going to be going to an interview, so might have to cut you off at some point.
No
problem. You'd be used to that by now. But anyway, let's talk about GamerLegion. Obviously, a bad day at the office for them here. They ran up against better opponents. Not a lot of bright spots that they can take from this one. But the good news is you can reset, rally overnight, and you've got more chances.
Funnily, weirdly enough, Richard, sometimes like a loss like this is easier to handle than a close one, because you'll just go and say, guys, we did not show up on the server today whatsoever. And yes, that's not a good thing to happen, obviously, but you can, you know, analyze it, see like what happened that you were not ready to play today, what's the reason for that, and make sure it doesn't happen again for the remainder of the major, right? And that's the thing, like, it's hard to pinpoint one factor of why they lost, because I think just when you're not really on point individually whatsoever, right, or as a team, and a loss is this big, there's not much to really dissect.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, individually they were off. CTR's got the problem of, like, you know, the game plan he had to deal with the Mongols didn't quite work out, but he's still a very young IGL, and these are the games that you want to look at, and it's like, okay, we got battered in that one. How do we improve for
and
next?
They played CT side, like both, right? Like Mongols picked to start T side on GamerLegion's pick, and they started T side obviously on their own pick. So you couldn't really get something that, like, you were always just reacting, because on the T side dictates the pace of the game, right, and where the action is going to happen, and you were always on the back foot when in this particular game, and you lose the pistol on your own T side, and the game is over in a heartbeat.
And I think for GamerLegion as well, losing at this stage is better than, you know, when it's a 2-1 matchup or a 1-2 matchup for that matter. Getting absolutely battered. Agree with Yanko, you know, just figure out that, okay, this didn't quite work our way. We went up against a team who's much better than us individually in other aspects as well. Also, just a bit of a reality check, I feel, for them, because you look at the teams they've beaten so far. Sure, they beat Furia, but all the other teams they've beaten, the RMR and whatnot, not really great teams, so to speak, right? And then now you go up against Mongol to get completely smacked around. You still have 2 opportunities. You still have a chance to win.
I mean, which would be crazy. I mean, if they were able to get through to that next stage. And I don't think many people had GamerLegion doing that. There were even people who back in the RMR had GamerLegion, like, look.
I mean, they were 0-2, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, but even before 0-2, it's like I said, people need to understand what has happened to GamerLegion and what amazing work they've done. It might not have looked like it today, but they've had to rebuild their team essentially from scratch. They had all of their players poached. The only player left from the Paris final they were in, which we can talk all about how that was like a fluke or it was a weak playoffs. I mean, these are valid opinions, but it's facts. Yeah, exactly. They're valid opinions because they're facts. Yes, correct, Yanko. But anyway, we're going to go to the interview. We'll talk more about this in a moment. Let's have a round of banks.
Did it feel like you just always had control? Like it was exactly how you expected it to go?
I think yes, because we were really doing some good performance in the last year and recent months. I mean, we're confident for us.
And you guys went home after the RMR. What did you do during that time?
Just a little bit relax and some rest. We were traveling out over the countries and played the tournament, you know, the Thunderpeak World Cup. Yeah, we were like out from Mongolia like 1 month. And we just got rest for some day and back to practice. Yeah, then came to here.
And you practiced from Mongolia, yeah?
Yeah, just peep some scrims and some tactics, yeah.
But you think this rest, going back home, seeing family and friends, it was like a good feeling for all team?
I mean, yes, because there's home is the best place for everyone, you know, and there's the food. It's the home country food is the best one, of course. Yeah.
Everything the Mongols needed to actually have some success here. Now you guys look like you're playing the best Counter-Strike ever in the Mongols' history. Why do you think that is? What has changed to make you guys this good?
I think we're so young team, you know. This time, this our full roster, second major, and I think the first major was the good experience for us, and the last recent tournaments, and last recent match results, and the practice. That's the sorry for that. All is that a very good experience for us, yeah.
A very good experience, a very good result as well. You told me you put yourself 3-0 on the pick'ems as well. You do this every time, but it finally paid off. So, elimination stage, Mongols 3-0 again?
Yes, I think so.
All the way. Now, the Chinese crowd, they were very much cheering for the Mongols. Is it nice to have that support from the Chinese fans?
Yeah, it is the neighborhood country, yeah.
And it's good, you like it? You feel it's like good atmosphere when you play on stage?
Yes, of course, it's the Asia. Yeah.
Anything you want to say to all the fans out there as you go 3-0 and make it through to the elimination stage?
Thanks for cheering for us. Keep still cheering for us. Thank you. That's it. Bye.
The Mongols have done it 3-0, confident as ever. I'm very excited to see how they'll get on in the elimination stage. Let's wait and see.
Yeah, we'll just do some quick reactions to the interview, and then we'll get back to talking about GamerLegion. Yeah, I mean, look, obviously, I love the newfound confidence this team has.
Yes.
And talking about their development and how they were a young team. This has been part of the process. They're now ready to start delivering on that promise, and that's a great mindset to take into, especially given you've just 3-0'd. You're probably gonna. I mean, look, I'm backing them to take a scalp. A big team. They're going to upset somebody. They're going to exactly. They're going to ruin someone's day at this major. Make no mistake about that.
What I like about two things there, right? Firstly, I did bring up the fact that after the event win in UAE, there was a dip in performance in a lot of events, and a lot of the times in the interviews they were like, we just kind of missing home, a lot of travel happening and whatnot. When they won the RMR, the first thing they did, I think they're one of the few teams, we're going back home. Now it's easier for them. Obviously, it's much more shorter, but they went back home, just scrim a little bit of some of the local teams, and they just came back with a fresh mentality. I think that really helped them out here in this particular stage. Secondly, I believe, now don't quote me on this, but I do believe they've actually got a psychologist or like a performance coach, basically.
I heard this too.
And that is something that they've been lacking for a very, very long time. And I feel like the ascent they've had recently, making it to the quarters of Elisa, which was a failure, of course, but that didn't stagger them. And now they've just ascended. So I think they're doing everything right. And I agree with them. They went 3-0, saying they're going to go 3-0 again. I'm not sure if that's going to happen, but still, I love the confidence coming out from Tekna.
A funny story about Finland. I got in the airport with the Mongols after we would lit them up on the desk for not being in the final. Super awkward taxi ride. I got there, they got their plane, my flight was cancelled. So, karma once again. Back to talking about GamerLegion though. Look, I do just want it as a matter of record. I don't think today reflects the work they've done as an organization or a support staff. The scouting has been impeccable. They've really found some diamonds in the rough, so to speak, and they're a much better team than what they showed today.
Yeah, I think today was an anomaly, because something that we do say about GamerLegion, they're a team that doesn't really beat themselves, right? Like they don't give you gifts, they always show up ready to play, and that obviously wasn't the case today. So not over yet for them, still 2 more opportunities, right? It does feel for a team like GamerLegion, it was imperative to do well in the best of ones, right? And get a couple of multiple opportunities in the best of 3s to get into the next stage, but it's not going to get any easier with the teams we have in that next bracket.
And also, like, if you look at their in the RMR, right, 0-2 down, having to win 4 best of 3s, by the way, so they have showed that they have the tenacity and the mental strength.
Maybe they can lose 3 in a row now.
That could happen as well. But the thing is, like, if you look at the caliber of opposition in the RMR, you're like, yeah, sure, it's hard in the major, but man, we've seen a couple of teams stumble already. We've seen a couple of teams look shaky already. So if I'm GamerLegion, I still am feeling confident they're going to make it through.
All right, so why don't we take a look at today's results? This is what we've had happen today, guys. You can see here, we just had the 2-0 for Mongols, nice and easy. The upset of the day, just a crazy result in context. Rare Atom, 2-1. They battled back to beat Fnatic. I've got to say, Fnatic, this is the last. This is
100% the last we see of this 5-man lineup. I mean, there 100% have to be changes after this. I think there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, and
I think they stick together.
There's no.
We'll come back stronger, guys.
See. Yeah,
we'll come back stronger.
We'll build back better. 16-14 for Furia against Wildcard. Super close there.
Another comeback on the T side. Same like yesterday versus Imperial. I think it was like a couple of tough games for Furia managed to get it done, and the 13-11 for Big over VP. That was VP up 11-4, Richard.
Yeah.
And Big winning 9 rounds in a row. CT side Vertigo.
I am so sick of Virtus.pro. Like it's really upsetting.
I think Virtus.pro is sick of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, I know. Like they're like the roster shuffle that happens after Shanghai is going to be insane. There's so many teams you can see quite visually need to make changes. They are absolutely one of them, because it's like I said yesterday, they've gone from being a team where it was like we are super boring to watch but we win, and now you are super boring to watch and your fundamentals are bad and you lose. And I don't know how you achieve that.
The problem is, like, it's one of those teams that it's impossible to know which change to make from the outside, because it feels more like it's the dynamics within the team, and quote-unquote power struggles that are causing some of the dysfunction and all of that. So, we'll have to wait and see what happens.
I think it's also a surprise, just a final thought to add on the VP, just the fact that, when they brought in Electronic and, Dastan and James' style of playing, it feels like once they got a little bit of success there and then it just kind of struggled, and I think it's just taking too long to pull the Band-Aid off. I think they're too scared where they're going to go with this. They took out Dastan, but at some point, the penny has to drop.
Listen, it's the James Vanity project right now. I've said it all along. Like, it's just getting away with murder over there. Anyway, let's take a look at the other results from the B stream. We didn't see as much of these, but Complexity were able to triumph in El Asico over Imperial. Congrats to them. JKS sent his brethren, his Australian brothers in arms, into another day at the major. Pain, Cloud9, that was a shock. I was kind of having a comeback. That was a crazy comeback. I was kind of having breakfast watching that one. And then obviously Passion, it continues. Heavy win over MIBR, and suddenly that team continues to defy all logic, all reason, all expectations.
Even though it's the best one and everything, just how convincing that win was, because MIBR, for me, I think they're
no joke.
Absolute real team who could make it to the next stage. I have them alongside Pain making it, in all honesty, and the fact that for Passion, they made such easy work of them. Again, as you said, defying everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Continue to surprise. Right, I didn't expect MIBR to have such a poor game against Passion.
So how are your pick'ems looking, Rich?
My pick'ems are destroyed. Then again, listen, for once, hopefully the CS world can empathize with Richard Lewis.
I can't.
For everyone's pick'ems must also be wrecked. I mean, look, that's kind of the tail of the tape if you've been following along. But look, do you know what though? I kicked myself. Yeah, don't worry, we'll put a bigger graphic. You can put the magnifying glass down at home. But look, Fnatic were calling out to me. I'd said it all through the RMR how bad Fnatic were. It was right there staring me in the face to put them 0-3. And I woke up and I thought, there's no way. There's no way.
Surely not.
There's no way.
Toare. Well,
of course,
there we go.
There was a way. Body found a way. Right, why don't we take a look at the schedule? This is going to be on the secondary stream for you tomorrow. This is how it's all panned out. These are all best of threes. Wildcard versus Virtus.pro. I mean, that's crazy all of a sudden. Cloud9 versus Complexity. And Big versus Furia. What do you think about those? How you like them apples, boys?
I prefer bananas, but yeah.
I think really interesting, for Wildcard, they played some good CS, couldn't close it out today against Furia, but VP is just a different beast. You can watch as many demos as you want. If you haven't played them, I think that's a really tough matchup for them. Complexity versus Cloud9, and the loser gets eliminated as well. Complexity played much better today, but we'll have to wait and see. Furia Big is going to be super interesting. I think their map pools overlap a little bit, so it should be a good game.
That should be a good game. And this is what we're going to have on the mainstream. These are the games we'll be paying attention to. Oh, jeepers creepers. That's crazy. GamerLegion versus Passion. We've got FlyQuest versus Pain and Rare Atom versus MIBR.
I think it's kind of obvious for Rare Atom versus MIBR, despite the fact RA pulled off an incredible win today. That should easily be MIBR being the favorites.
Sure.
FlyQuest Pain, honestly, close matchup. FlyQuest playing the best CS I've seen from them in quite a while, despite a loss to Liquid today, especially in the beating on Nuke. But Pain, I have them going through as well. GamerLegion Passion, that is the game for me amongst those three. That has to be a bang.
For a spot in the elimination stage, Richard, right?
Yeah.
Winner goes through. So for either of these teams, goes without saying, this is going to be your best chance to make it.
This is the biggest game.
Listen, Passion are going to do it. I'm gonna just throw it out there. Like I've been
Richard, every time I think the team's going to do it,
hang on, I ain't jinxing them. I ain't doing that. This is safe. This is safe for me. I think they beat GamerLegion. I really do. I love the way they're playing CS. I think it's super unique. Actually, they're a unique value proposition right now. This is the teams we've already got through there, just on your screen, while we wrap up the day now with some final thoughts. So another great day of Counter-Strike. I guess the final thought has to be about, Maui really hit it succinctly in the Rare Atom Fnatic game when he was talking about, look, there's going to be people in the crowd. We've been wanting Counter-Strike to have this growth in Asia, in China, and historically over the years it's kind of stagnated, but now we've had Rare Atom with a signature win over an organization a lot of Chinese fans have a lot of respect for, going back to like 2009 Chengdu that I talked about. And so I think, you know, when he said there'll be people in the crowd that might, you know, get home, install CS2, you know, start thinking about how can I have my esports moment on the big stage like this. Those are the memorable moments that make esports what it is. You know?
Absolutely. No, it's all about inspiration. It's all about inspiration. Look at some of the regions which were unknown once upon a time. I always bring up the story about, you know, Ukraine and that part of the world where they didn't really have too many crazy Counter-Strike teams. And then this team out of nowhere called Na'Vi shows up, where Markov and all these guys inspires an entire region, not just in Counter-Strike, but in esports in general. And if they can do that, if we talk about Fallen in Brazil, for example, and what he did for that entire continent, so to speak, of course, that's what I wanted from the Shanghai Major. And I won't lie, looking at some of the Chinese teams not making it through, I had my reservations. Is it going to really work out? But then RA staying alive, MongolZ looking like the best team in the opening stage, even FlyQuest performing the way they are right now. The future looks bright.
Yeah, great time for Asian Counter-Strike, Yanko.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why we have a major in China, right? To be able to help that region as well, get the biggest tournament we have in our calendar, for the fans to be able to witness it. And I love the fact that there's a crowd in this stage.
They've been incredible.
We've only had it once before, and I think it should be a staple for every major moving forward, because there's so many great games, there's so many great moments, a lot of emotion there that I feel is, you know, only emphasized by people being there to witness it live.
I also feel like also if it's from a different part of the world, it's worth waking up a little early once in a while to watch them make a great.
Yeah, you know, us Europeans, we've had the time zones all our own way
so
for so long.
It's like now, right?
It's reasonable. Yeah. I'll also say as well, much love to the Chinese crowd for giving me the memory of them chanting "Send them home" to Fnatic. I just like what a crazy day. Anyway, guys, thanks for keeping me company over the very brief course of our super short working day. And to everyone at home, that's that. Make sure you tune in tomorrow at the same time for more action from the Perfect World Shanghai Major. We'll see you then.